So in match one, it is Indian Vienna that have won the toss, and their captain Kunal Joshi has elected to bat first. Good, confident move from him back here in Austria at the Field of Dreams. The Saban Cricket Ground is the slightly scene of the next FanCode European Cricket Series. Vienna Afghan won last year. They're back this year as Donnerstadt. We'll also get to look at the Austrian Cricket Tigers, who we saw in the ECL earlier this year, as well as plenty of other teams and plenty more players, familiar faces, and a few new ones too. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Austria, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big week in European cricket. It's been great to be back here in Austria overnight, and now we are getting set for opening day and the opening match of this 6-day series. We'll get to see 5 of the top teams in Austrian cricket over the next week, and of course we'll see which one of them will raise the trophy this time. Last time it was Vienna Afghan CC. They're back as Donnerstadt this time, and we also have the host Vienna CC. We also have these two teams who are going to play in match one. It's Indian CC Vienna against Pakistan CC. Well, we know there's a natural rivalry between these two clubs. Let's see what happens at the toss, because Stefan Gooch now is with the two captains.
Okay, basically the call.
It's head.
Head's the call. It's tails.
We are going to bat first.
Okay.
Compared to what I saw last year. Last year they went all the way to the final. They weren't quite able to win that, but still second in a pretty strong field. And the fact they've brought someone in like Iqbal Hussain from Bangladesh, Austria last year, he's in and he's at the top of the order. Mehat Chima also, watch out for him. He is a national team representative. We saw him a little bit in Khartoum as well. He's a hard-hitting opening batter and a very, very good wicket keeper as well. Kunal Joshi at 3. So look, I really like the look of Indian Vienna, to be honest. Daud Zadran's in there as well. And so I think that they will fancy their chances in this first up game against Pakistan CC, who are led by Amar Naeem. He's a very experienced campaigner. But you just wonder, you know, if Pakistan will be able to go toe-to-toe with Indian CC Vienna this morning. But look, I think it should be a very entertaining contest here in matches 1 and 2. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, we are at the Saban Cricket Ground, which is a little bit out of the city, but I can tell you, I only see blue sky at the moment. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 31 degrees, so maybe time to get out the sunscreen again. Currently it's about 23 to get this one going. So yeah, lots of action and excitement I think in store over the next 6 days. We know Austria, just basically how we saw them approaching their cricket in the ECC last year and also the ECL. They do like to attack. They are going to enjoy this format. They always do. Okay, let's go over to this man. Well, it's his first time in Austria, and I think he got a warm welcome when he arrived at the ground this morning, and I'm giving him a warm welcome now. Rico Full is in the commentary box. Rico, I can tell you, in match 1 of this 24-match series, it's Indian Vienna. They've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Over to you, and let's get some cricket going.
And just like that, we go from one location to another. And we had an absolute fantastic time in Hungary. Once again, congratulations to the champions there, the Royal Tigers. And well, a fairly short train journey, and we are in Austria. And this is the FanCode European Cricket Series in Vienna. I'm certainly looking forward to this. Yeah, my first time here. And you can have a look at the two teams there. Now, one thing I'm told is that if you want an exciting and explosive start, well, these are the two teams that are going to give you that. Indian Vienna versus Pakistan CC. And well, certainly looking forward to both these two Austrian clubs, powerhouses of Austrian cricket, going head-to-head in the start of this one at the beautiful and picturesque Saban Cricket Ground. It is absolutely lovely, surrounded by nature, and you know Rico Full loves nature, and we've got the rolling hills around us. And I reckon we've got an old castle I can see in the background, and behind us here, well, I'll tell you something, we are going to lose maybe a few balls. Back to that in a moment. This is what the bat versus ball wall is telling us, that Indian Vienna versus Pakistan CC. Pakistan CC, 112 expected from them, and Indian Vienna falling short, 107. Indian Vienna did, as you saw in the coin toss video, they've elected to bat first, so they'll be hoping to go beyond that. Maybe they know. Well, if Pakistan CC are expected to get 112, they want to get 113. That's what I would say. But anyway, we shall wait to see how that progresses. The umpires have made their way out there. But yeah, I was talking about this ground and where we situated just behind us. Now, I remember watching this last year, and I remember a lot of balls went flying over where we are, and one or two hit the tower, the old camera tower. I know that Dennis had one of his cameras shattered to pieces. All sorts of things happen here at the Sea Barn Cricket Ground. And but this year, there's no potatoes. The potatoes have gone, and we have sweet corn instead. The corn on the cob, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. And I can tell you what, there's going to be a few kookaburras that are going to make their way in there. And I think once they go in there, I think very few are going to come back because, well, all of that that plantation is very tightly packed together. But you can see what I mean about the beauty. It's absolutely beautiful. And isn't it nice? I mean, we get a lot of questions from our viewers about the nicest places that we've been and seen and commentated on the cricket and watched the cricket. And we've been to some stunning locations, and this one is just as gorgeous. It really is. It's absolutely beautiful as the players start to make their way out. So there's the first two batters looking to go big in this one. It's an opportunity for me to say a very, very warm welcome to our global cricket family, wherever you're tuning in from. Welcome to the Sea Barn Cricket Ground here. This is the home of Vienna CC, of course. And thank you very much to them for all their efforts. Founded in 1991, this ground. It used to be a turnip field. Turned it into a cricket ground. Thanks to the hard work of the current chairman, Mohammed Ashfaq, and also the likes of Quinton Norris, who's all the tournament manager here, but plays a big part in Austrian cricket. He's the national team manager and also the women's national team coach. So he's a very busy man out here. Thank you to Mark Simpson-Parker, who was, well, he was part of the scoring team in European Cricket Network Hungary, and I know he's been to various other destinations for us. But in Austria, he's home country. He plays for Vienna CC, so we'll see him as a player. But he also is the groundsman here, and I have to say, MSB, you've done an absolute fantastic job. It looks beautiful, this ground. So, what are we going to get? We're going to get to, well, that team there, PCC, Pakistan Cricket Club, here in Austria, taking the field first. And that's going to be Naveed Hassan, who's opening up. He's marked up his run. The umpires, the match officials, the men in black, they're ready to take us through it. And they're just waiting for the countdown from the scorers to say, let's begin. So yeah, good morning to everybody. Good morning to everyone that is bright and early on the YouTube channel. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, eyeball one, and here we go. First ball. FanCode European Cricket Series in Vienna. And it just nicely played down. It'll be interesting. We've obviously that fairly short journey on the train. We've gone from one beautiful cricket ground, the GB Oval, to this one. GB Oval, I think many of you that were watching would have noticed that the track did stay, well, it didn't stay low, that's the wrong way to put it. It wasn't a very bouncy track, put it that way. That it was one that you could quite easily play front foot on. This one, starting from the first few deliveries I've seen, is a bit opposite. I think we're going to get bounced. And well, that one, we saw the bounce, a little bit short. And that's been smashed away to the picket fence there. And one bounce for the plays this nicely, gets on top of it. And a good shot to play inside the power play. That goes in the direction of backward point. And races away. 4 runs. So the first runs coming courtesy of a boundary. And I've had a quick walk around this outfield. I did like the look of the pitch. It's a really nice pitch, very true, very flat. It's one of those artificials that isn't very coarse. I think the ball will come through quickly. We've already seen the bounce there already. Next delivery, a bit more pitched up, finds the edge. And quick throw here, left to Rush. Oh, he gets in. Be nice to see a side angle of this. But it goes very quickly. It was well backed up by Hussain. And let's just see if a direct hit would have had him in trouble. So they do get a single, gives an opportunity for Iqbal Hussain to face his first delivery. And he hits this hard, and well, we've seen what the pitch can do, and as I suspect, there's a bit of bounce on it. Now, an opportunity to see what the outfield can do, and what we'll find is, as you saw there, that it races away quite quickly. And well, I'm going to do a bit of research maybe a bit later and see what creepy crawlies hang around in Austria. The reason I'm laughing, I just caught the glimpse of that fielder's shirt. Where's his sleeves gone? He had no sleeves. Here we go again. Well, we won't get to look at him again. There he is, look. Well, look at that. He's saying, right, this is a good opportunity to top up his tat. Look, we do know that in Austria is very famous, of course, for winter sports. So big, in fact, that we know that 2 Winter Olympics have been held here. Not probably known so well for the sunshine. Well, it's going to be 30 degrees, and that man out there is saying, well, I'm taking full advantage of it. But one thing I'd say, I wouldn't be wanting to go in that overgrowth. I think that's the wheat field. Wouldn't want to be going in there without any protection on his sleeves. There could be some creepy crawlies in there, maybe a few snakes in Austria. Let me know. Somebody do the research. What wild animals, and any dangerous perhaps, are we likely to find in Austria? There could be a few snakes, I reckon. Anyway, that's the end of the first over. And Chima, he gets some more runs on the ball for himself. So score on 10, Chima on 5, and Iqbal Hussain on 5. Both batters have hit boundaries. Now, these are some of the top batters to look forward to. Let's focus on the batters there of India Vienna. I think Hussain, you can see he's out there at the moment. I think 701 runs to his name in the 2 times that we've been here. Then Chima, 490. Then Joshi there, 401. So look out for some of those big names. Just have a look at the wicket takers there. Hassan, he's one that they'll be relying on a fair bit. And that's not a good delivery. Bit of work to do there by the keeper. Does well. And that's Ahmad Naeem behind there, the captain. Yeah, just have a look at those wicket takes against Hassan, 22 to his name, and Hayat, 21, and then Khan as well, 18. So, you know, I reckon just looking across to the other ones that are around there, 25, Joshi, 18 and 9. You can see why this one is a good start for us. Back-to-back matches between these two. This is launch. Oh, Shaba, balle. And all I can say is good luck finding that one. And that has gone right in the middle of that wheat field. And well, I get a feeling that maybe later on, or pretty soon in this series, we're going to have 1 or 2 boys and girls, because there's going to be a few balls disappearing in there that are not going to come back. I mean, how do you find that? I mean, you'll have to put a tracking device or something on the ball to try and locate it, you know. It starts, or something in it that it starts flashing I don't know what colour, red, so it can be found. Well, there's one thing that the umpire is going to have to be pretty strict on and be on the ball, because I think if you know that there's going to be a fair bit of time spent looking for balls, well, that's going to have an impact on match time and all sorts of things. So I think they're going to have quite a number of spare balls ready, and then have some ball finders around. Well, I said there's going to be a few that will go behind us into the cornfield. That's going to be difficult to find. Well, in that wheat field, it's going to be even harder. But what a mega shot that was. Absolutely smashed. So the first 6 of this series there. And beautifully hit by Iqbal Hussain. This one could quite easily, and perhaps should have been another that's gone in there. An excellent bit of keeping from Ahmad Naeem. Let's have a look at this. And, well, this is superb. Oh, look at that. That's an absolute beaut. A one-handed take. It gives the bowler an evil look afterwards. That was class, wasn't it? In the air, and nobody behind there. I think this will probably go all the way as well. And it does. Manos arriba from the umpire. 6 more. Just getting his line all over the place here, Khan, at the moment. He's too short and too much down the leg side. If he's going to bowl short, he's going to have it at least short and spicy right up to the batter or outside the off. There's no point bowling it on the leg, but I think already Hussain has shown us that he don't bowl short to him. This one is pitched up, and he gets this through the gap. This is a lovely shot, and the ball will go to the boundary. 4 more. Well, after 2 big hits on the leg side, it's time for Hussain to say, well, okay, this is overpitched. You've overcompensated, son. I'm just going to play this one through the gap on the offside. 4 runs. Nice bit of hitting here at the moment. Nice trendy bit of shades there. A bit of, well, all we're missing there behind him was the sea. That could have been a bit of Baywatch action. Short again. And this time it goes flying over the man who's inside the circle of fine. It's, well, this time it goes for 4. 4 is signalled. I thought perhaps this could have been another 6. Keep an eye on it. This actually goes so quickly. You can. That's what I was talking about, though, wasn't I? I was saying that if you are going to bowl short, then at least make it at the batter so you give yourself an opportunity maybe to pick up a wicket. Well, he does get the false shot up, I suppose. But, well, this over, the second of this series, has gone magical already. There's still plenty of deliveries to come. It could even go supersonic. Khan is in a spot of bother. And Hussain, he's a man who's on fire. And this time, a defensive shot. Well, dot ball. Oh, relief for the scorers. You can just put that dot down and try and catch up. What a start it's been. Well, I told you, it will be spicy. A lot of people, including Mr. Maximo, will be joining us shortly, who's telling me that, Rico, you're a man who likes the fireworks, and you better keep your voice looked after, because you're going to be doing a lot of balles, and right on cue, balle, ginna sona. Shaka Lagya, 28 off the second over. What a start this is. It's absolute electric. 38 for no loss after 2. And Vinny Sandhu, Vinny, you were right. I think I may be struggling with my voice by the end of the week. Welcome to Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be here. And, yeah, I mean, you're going to see some intent from these Austrian batters. I mean, that's the way they play their cricket anyway. I love this T10 format. And yeah, once again, warm welcome to all of our viewers watching on FanCode in India. Also might be watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have you with us. And nice to be back here, in fact. Just 16 months or 15 months, 14 months, something like that, since we were last here. And yeah, I'm really happy to be back here at Saban. It looks a bit different though, yeah. We didn't have any of those crops in the background last time. That was completely flat, so it was a bit easy to find balls then. Obviously, a few more issues for fielders trying to find balls in there this year. All right, here's Muhammad Ajmal.
Nice start. And the batter, Chima, wants it straight away. And why not? I think it's all about saying, well, okay, the way that Iqbal is seeing this ball at the moment, get him on strike. What about the hitting there and the power? Iqbal Hussain, extraordinary, Vinny.
Yeah, and look, he's a guy we saw last year playing for Bangladesh, Austria, but this series this year, he's in Vienna, and at the moment he's making quick work of things.
Ajmal goes too wide here. You see what he's trying to do, don't mind that. The bowler's already seen the bit of carnage when he took the last bowler, Shadlan Khan, to the sword, and he's thinking, right, I'm going to try and keep this ball right up to him. Back to the action. Up in the air, opportunity, it's got to be taken. This is big, wicketkeeper comes, and he can't get there. Oh, well, he doesn't get there. I think the ball bounces and gets him on the chin. Yeah, it does, look. Oh, dear. Well, that's one he's worn. He wasn't expecting to wear that off the ground. He's obviously called this, Vinny, because nobody else around has moved. They've all stopped because he called it, and bang, take that, sunshine.
Bunch of statues there. Statues. Poor Amar Naeem. He's already shown us he's got a penchant for the spectacular. That was such a good effort, but yeah, I mean, I normally say it should be the keepers if they can reach it comfortably. It wasn't particularly comfortable, was it? And all the other fielders, I mean, fair enough, he's called it. They got out of the way, but yeah, he wasn't actually able to get there on the full. And then I think he does cop it on the way up.
Back into the ground, and he's just basically saying to his partner, right, okay, go again. And Hussain, you won't mind that. Has given an opportunity. You're going to say half a chance, but he's one of those. The keeper decides, I'm the man who's got to go for this, so he makes the other fielders stop straight away, and they do.
Yeah.
But he doesn't get there.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. That's a quick hello to everyone in the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Just trying to log in right now. Clever bowling there. I think he just rolls his fingers on that one, Ajmal. Probably realises he has to mix up his pace. You see that one completely fooling the batter with the spin of it. But I've got to say, we've seen a lot of Iqbal so far, but also Mehachim, he's one of my favourite players to watch around here as well. Another very good keeper. Gives it a real whack.
It's on the legs, misses out on this. He just gets himself in the wrong position. It's a little bit too square. Just needed to move inside of that a little bit and play it. And if he had missed it, he would have got the wide. So another dot ball. So Chima himself hasn't quite found the marks at the moment, but look, that's not a problem when you've got the likes of Hossein going. But he's on strike here now. Maybe he can make this one count. It's a much better over though.
Yeah.
Can he finish well, Ajmal? Only 4 from it.
It's the over they needed to just try and bring things back. We could see some high scores here. We did last year. So a lot of action from here in Austria.
Speaking of action, this one will just be another single. So that's an end of a very good over. So well done. Good comeback from Ajmal and good comeback also from Pakistan CC, because after that last over that went for, well, what did they go for 28 in the end.
Yeah.
They needed something special. Talking of action, plenty of action on our journey here.
Oh, yeah. Well, you want to talk about it? It was probably, we were thinking, okay, it's going to be one of the easier ones this year. It's just a simple 2-hour train.
There was nothing easy about
but
that
I
journey.
don't know. I mean, to be honest, it reminded me of a train maybe from Delhi to Kolkata or something like that. It was about that hot. There was no air.
It felt that long as well, didn't it?
There were no windows. It was, what else? There was kind of live entertainment of constant people arguing with the staff.
There was always a barrage or something going on, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Number of people found themselves on the wrong train, and well, there's always ways to deal with things. I mean, poor people, they're on the wrong train and they're now thinking, oh no, how do I get to my next destination? And then you got the staff saying, right, get off. Get off, you shouldn't be here, get off.
I forgot to tell you something I found out.
Oh, what'd you find out?
On the way here, as this one's a bit of a French cut, and it'll be down to fine leg just the one. So, gee, mate, not quite finding his touch yet. Not as well as Iqbal Hussain. Anyway, I forgot to say, we're speaking to Quinton this morning, who's our contact here in Austria, and obviously is a fairly well-known name to a lot of our ECN viewers, but he was saying, well, I don't know what train company you got because I couldn't find them on the timetable. He said it was some sort of dodge.
Wow.
I won't name and shame them, but I mean, probably lucky they had the tracks, otherwise they probably would have gotten lost.
Yeah, it was
a funny one.
But the heat was, I mean, it's been very warm
heat was on
around Europe at the moment, and people will know that looking at the temperatures. But the heat in that train, well, it was very difficult. Played out, so this is better now. The Pakistan CC, the bowlers, are getting the ball pitched up, but they're not bowling those Gandhi balls down the leg side.
I was going to say, though, before the train disaster yesterday afternoon, I guess it's not a disaster because we did get here.
Can I I'm going to pause. I know what you're going to say, but let's after this ball, because Maximum was smiling in the morning big time. I'll tell you why in a moment, and he'll tell you more, of course. This one doesn't quite get it right. Now they push for 2. I think they should. Yeah, this is good cricket, good running between these two Chima and Hossain. Yeah, in the morning. I mean, I'll let you tell the people where you went, but you had such a good morning. You thought that your day was going to be brilliant. You had a bit of a lie-in.
I cannot believe
we didn't have to catch the train till later, so it wasn't an early start. But your day changed like a flash.
I couldn't believe that I didn't discover this earlier. But about 5-minute walk from our hotel, they had the thermal pools and the thermal baths and swimming pools.
Yeah.
I think there were 21 pools, indoor and outdoor. It was huge. And the buildings, they were so old and yeah, really, really kind of historical looking buildings as well. Pretty well bowled by Shinwari. He's into the attack now. He's really getting him through. Yeah, but the thing with this is they're all naturally heated from the geothermals from below the surface and the volcanic activity. And the thing for me is there was this pool, it's 34 degrees, and you get in there and you say, you know what? Actually, I feel a bit more like 32 degrees. So there'll be one next door to it that's that temperature. You could literally pick your temperature, hot, cold, everything in between. It was amazing. So I loved it. Can't wait to go back. In swinger and swung away and should be out and gone. So there we go, Rico. Had to wait for the first wicket of the series, but Iqbal Hussain finally mishits one. That was pretty well taken down there, low down by Mohammad Kasim. So Shinwari does the trick, as they seem to have turned this innings around somewhat. Pakistan CC trying to work their way back into the game at 49 for 1.
Yeah, unlucky 13. It was the 13th delivery. That was bowled to Iqbal Hussain, and he's found the safe hands of Kasim, who makes no mistake. So they get the first wicket. And well done to Pakistan CC after a tremendous start. The first 2 overs going for 38. They've got themselves back into this. And 49 first wicket goes just short of the 50. But I'm pretty sure that in Vienna, their batters coming in now will be looking to build on what has been a good foundation build. A lot of swing on that delivery. It was a full toss, but I think he should have been looking to clip this a bit finer, but I think maybe surprised a little bit about the amount that it came in. Not able to get the power in the shot, so well done to Shinwari. Shinwari has taken the first wicket in this FanCode European Cricket Series in Vienna. Right, back to your story.
Yeah, well, that was pretty much it. It was a very nice place to spend a Sunday. I'm just ashamed that I had to leave at lunchtime to come here. But anyway, happy to be here now. Here we go.
Well, maybe they booked us on the thermal train as well.
I think so, because I was going to say I had some saunas in the morning. The train was probably hotter than that was. Anyway, very, very good morning to you. Here we are in Austria. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Fall. Hope you're well, and welcome to another big week in European cricket. I know, Rico, it's your first time that you've been commentating for us here in Austria.
Yeah.
Is it your first time in Austria full stop, or have you been here a little bit before?
No, once before.
Yeah. And I think you already agree. What are your first impressions of this ground? It's a little bit out of the city, but geez, it's really nice looking hinterland, isn't it?
I want you to tell me, I want to find out, what is that at the top there? Is that a castle?
Yeah.
It is a castle.
Yeah, it is a castle, and it's got a bit of a, what's the word? Macabre backstory to it as well. I think they used to do bad things to people in that castle.
We'll try and get the guys, see if they can get a sort of bit of a shot of that. But yeah, there is a castle right on the top to the right of us here, sort of, if you like, all the way back at Square Leg, which overlooks this ground. But it's so picturesque, Vinny. So good to be here, and it's lovely to turn up to a place where you got all the guys saying hello to you. Well, this man, he's gone for a different wardrobe change, and oh well, that's why he doesn't fit in with them. He says, well, if you're going to wear different colours and not be part of our team, well, we're not going to back you up, maybe. Well, this one should have been stopped. Could have been a catch at one point, just didn't quite carry to the fielder, but you got to stop it. And, well, no excuses there at all. Well, you can't be too hard on him because Shinwari is the man who got the wicket. So they'll say a few kind words as well, but that's not a good one. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening there, what the story is behind old Danny boy. And just the hill, and he's got a different shirt on from everybody else.
Classic Mondays. This kind of resembles it a bit.
Yeah, there you go. There's the difference. Spot the difference, everybody.
Well, you know, sometimes in volleyball you have like the libero, which has a slightly different.
Yeah, having in handball as well, in beach handball.
Yeah.
Somebody else, yeah. And I think if that person does the scoring, you get double points.
Meanwhile,
look at him. He's saying, I feel so free. He's saying, look at this. I've got air flowing where you guys haven't. That's why I've got the right choice. I've got the right shirt on. Firmly hit, and I'll take another single.
This is Kunal Joshi, who is a really interesting player. We've seen with the ball as well. He's their captain. Probably last year, sometimes just struggled. I think T10's not really his game, but he's had to adapt. But I do like the fact he's up there at number 3. And yeah, I think both these two are pretty experienced campaigners. They've already got a very flying start thanks to Iqbal Hussain.
Oh, this one should have gone. It should have disappeared. It's a short delivery.
It's a slow ball, though. I think it's clever bowling. I think he rolls his fingers on this, you see. And that's why he's just threw the shot early before the ball arrives, Chima.
Yeah, just a hill there. Thinks it was pretty close to the stumps as well. Chima hasn't quite found the big shots as yet. This one he's whipped away. He's trying to get it in the gap between the two fielders. And it does get stopped. And just a single there. Kasim.
Yeah, well run.
Doing the work once more.
Yeah, the thing I like about Miha Chima, and look, we did see him playing for Austria in the ECC last year. Pretty much he was their backup keeper behind Abrar Bilal in that series, but he's a good old school keeper. Doesn't mind a little bit of a chat on the field. Just friendly.
Friendly chat?
You'll hear him. You'll hear him in the second half of this game when he's keeping.
He's loud as well.
Yeah, he does like to have a bit of a word. He's letting his bat do the talking right now, but there's another one drilled at the the outfielder. Yeah, definitely get that upper arm tan going today. But Chima moves to 15. And now it's kind of an interesting point in the game because with Iqbal coming and going, got to keep it going. And this one will be a wide. You see there the background. Beautiful rolling hills in Austria. And got to say, we're coming a bit later than last year. Last year I had my 40th birthday here. Remember that? So it was late in April. But it was a bit colder.
That was Golden
damper.
Ball Day.
It was golden. We had a golden ball that day.
Talking about Golden Balls, well, maybe we will break that the longest spell without at the moment. It's quite a historic period without a Golden Ball.
It is. Yeah, I think maybe we will break it this week. So 5 overs down, halfway through the first innings of the tournament. It's 59 for 1. Yeah, so we got these two teams. They did play last year. Indian Vienna ended up making it all the way to the final, but unfortunately couldn't win the final. We also will see Vienna SEC later on today. They're taking on the Austrian Cricket Tigers, who are a team we have seen on ECN before 2 years ago, but most notably in the ECL earlier this year.
Yeah.
But they didn't play in the ECS last year due to some logistical issues.
Yeah, but hey, listen, I know that Vienna Afghan won the series, but I didn't see them didn't see their name on the sheet, but there's a story behind that, right?
Yeah, there is. And
here we go.
First, let's just have a look at this new over.
Well, he's from the man who's got the aerodynamic shirt on.
Well, you know what? I'm a big Australian football fan. He looks like he could go and have a kick around
do you reckon
in the MCG.
You reckon this morning he woke up, he had a look at the weather forecast, and he thought, okay, give me the scissors. He just thought, yeah, I'm just going to change this shirt because maybe he's one of those guys that when he's driving around, he gets a tan, sort of the bottom part of his arms and not the top part. And he thought, this is no good. Well, with the sunshine here this week, he's going to take the opportunity.
I'm getting it, maybe.
Well, he's having a bit of a chat here. Maybe the umpire's asking, hey, buddy, where's your sleeves?
He said, well, what do you mean? Where's my sleeves? I was saying, I've been fielding for 5 overs. I've had the ball like 6 times. We're gonna, you know what we have to do? We'll have to draw them on. We'll have to get the green.
Bit of paint?
Yeah, I think that might be the go.
It's not a problem. I mean, it would have been a problem if he, let's say, he had very fair skin, because maybe
I think, you know,
the bowlers could say, "Hang on, pal, I can't see the ball coming out your hands."
If in
we ain't got that issue.
If in Australian football we wear no sleeves when it's the middle of winter in Australia, then I think it makes it. In summer, maybe we're looking into the future here.
Hey, did you used to play at school skins?
Oh,
skins versus shirts, yeah.
Don't know if you're allowed to do that anymore.
What, skins?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know, it's just a bit inappropriate. Along with everything else. His next delivery.
Nice. Oh, well, this is incredible. I think this is a bouncer for the fielder. It's a bouncer that bounces over the fielder, and that's Naeem, and goes for 4 runs. Have a look at this again. I'm sure he plays this into the deck. Yeah, he does.
Squeezed. And then, just hops away, does it? Let's have a look at it.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that, I don't know what you call that shot. That's like a bounce cut drive.
Yeah.
It was like a really late drive.
It's a bumper shot. Well, Nasari, sleeves or no sleeves on like that. And this time he fires this down the leg side. They're taking him on. Well, think about it. Could be in trouble. He's out. He's out. Well, this was bad communication here. And it's going to be Chima. That's going to be run out. They had to be really quick. Chima gets to the other end. He looks like he wants to go start, and then he sails him down the river.
Yeah, he kind of takes 2 steps, gives him a stop sign. Yeah, so Kunal Joshi will be frustrated. He's out by a mile. And, you see, that decision is given. And it was a pretty obvious one. So 1 and a run out. And that's a bit of a waste because Chima had faced 14 deliveries. You know he can go big, but he won't get that opportunity to go into the second half of this innings. The second wicket falls at 65 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe he's one of those that could be a blessing in disguise because Chima was at 16 and 14. He wasn't quite timing the ball too well. If the next batter comes in and smashes the ball to all parts of the ground, they'll think that, okay, maybe that's not a bad thing. But good opportunity for me to say Sasri Akal and Buenos dias, good morning to our umpires. Guswak Singh is out there, and he's out there along with Pravan Kumar, our man in black. And of course, good morning also to a tournament referee. You saw him. And the coin toss, Stefan Gooch. Oh, this is high. This will be called full toss. And it has been stopped on the boundary. And what a fine time. I've got the commentator's kiss today. I talked about the Maximos and the Ballas and got one right at the ball. I talked about the umpires, and there they are in action straight away. And I'm liking that. Good positioning, standing right in line and getting the call early. So no ball, free hit coming up, Vinny.
Yeah, and it was an easy call. Probably not an easy ball to get first up, though. Absolutely beamed first ball, but it will be Joshi that gets free hit.
Big swing, well bowled. And gets himself out of a mess. That's Nasari.
Yeah, could have been more damage on the scoreboard. It's a bit of bounce there. Swiveling. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Sleeveless could be the future, especially in some of the hot places, especially in the short form of the game. Probably not the longer form of the game. Why not?
Shot. Here's a fielder out there, and this time no mistake from him.
I remember that in the 90s, early 90s, the Victorian side domestically in Australia, in their one-day competition, 50-over competition, they fielded in shorts. Did you ever hear about this? They fielded in shorts. They didn't bat in shorts, but they fielded in shorts. It was kind of a new thing, but then I think none of them really stuck with it.
Yeah, I know we've had some T20 tournaments in at La Manga, where teams have come down from the UK as well as one or two other European countries, and the weather has been so hot. This is during July and August, where you know, with the tournament referee and the tournament manager have decided that teams, yeah, you can wear shorts. So I know it's not unheard of.
So anyway, this one takes us to the end of the over. 68 for 2 after 6. All set up. I mean, to a ball from here gets you 116. I have a feeling that kind of 120 or so, 110 to 120 is probably par. I think we had a really good start from Iqbal Hussain. They got things moving, but then things brought a little bit back. This one hits Joshi on the back. Kind of back hip, I suppose. Just swiveled and was way too early through that shot.
Yeah, average runs per innings here over the last 2 times we've been here. It's been about 105. So that sort of gives you an idea, but that is the average all the way through. This one's up in the air. It should be straightforward for the bowler, and it is nicely done. So does the hill. He gets the wicket, caught and bowled, and this time is Joshi who's really trying to get under this. That's the second time a shot like this has been attempted, and it's just gone straight up in the air. But again, it's clever bowling, holds it back. You see from that angle, it's a lot slower ball, and the batter's played it too early. He gets the toe end of the bat onto it, just goes, loops up in the air, and Busin does start just taking a very easy catch and gets another wicket. So after a blistering start from Indian Vienna, you can see that it is the Pakistan CC that have come back into this match pretty well, and they'll be thinking, pick up a couple of more wickets and really cut out these boundaries, and maybe that they could be looking to try and keep this score to around about that average we were talking about here, about 105, 110. Vienna, the Indian Vienna team, though, will have other ideas. They'll want some of the big hitters to come in and start to find the middle of the bat. But it's all to do with the line beneath. Early on, it was too short, especially that one over from Shadnan Khan, which got smashed for 28. But after that, they've got the line better, and they're starting to get the wickets. This is well bowled as well, full. It could be 2 and 2 here. The fielder comes in. What an opportunity. Oh, he spills it. He does everything right, even the little mini dive to soften the catch into his hands. But Shadnan Khan, the man we were talking about that went for all those runs, when he goes down here, watch the elbows. What he's not able to do is make it a soft landing. Bang, ball pops out.
Yeah, could have been on a hat trick instead. Next one, more acrobatic wicket keeping, and it's called a wide. I think they feel there might have been a bit of glove on this, but I'm not so sure. I think it's the reaction of my name as well. Tell you what, he's a very good keeper. I think it goes close to the gloves, but doesn't quite touch it, but it's into the gloves of the captain. Tell you what, Amar, he's probably not the youngest. He won't mind me saying that now, but geez, he still knows how to throw himself around.
He flies through the air, doesn't he, to cover that side of the bound of the stumps down the leg side. 2 times we've seen him to make an acrobatic flying stop. The first one was still the best for me when he took it one-handed. So, well, that's that projected score at the moment, and it is very much on what we're saying has been the average here. Can the acceleration come in? Edge this time. And this has been taken on the bounce. Well, certainly, I think it was an edge. Nobody got too excited. Maybe I'm seeing things. Certainly was a big deviation. Let's see if there's anything on this. And yeah, there was.
Oh, yeah, massive.
Just bouncing before.
Off the end of the bat.
Up in the air, and it could be the same again. Caught and bowl. Oh, my
no
goodness me. That is a clanger.
Oh, dear.
No, please
don't
wow.
show it
again. Please, Vinny, please. Oh, this is one of those where you think you've got it. This is where you think it's too easy. You take your eye off the ball and you drop it.
Yeah, I mean, the first one was way harder than Dusty had to catch. That was an absolute sitter. I thought he was going to rack up the fantasy points with a couple of caught and bowls. Instead, he drops the easiest catch of the tournament so far. 72 for 3 after 7. And this is our schedule. And now we've added a new country on the bottom of that now, Rico. So we're in Austria this week. We're in Italy from next week, starting our Italian summer. 5 weeks there, culminating the Super Series. Then we have 2 weeks in the east of Germany in Dresden. 2 weeks in Krefeld, just in the west of that country. And then we'll go back to Belgium for the first time since 2020, Rico. And we know Belgium, they really took the ECN world by storm, particularly with the RCC performance last year where they came second to England. So yeah, we'll have a 2-week series in Belgium, and straight after that is the ECC just around the corner. All right, going back, and it's Ajmal coming back for a second over. He had a really important job to do, just keeping the brakes on, or putting the brakes on after Iqbal Hussain had gotten away, and now he gets the responsibility of the 8th over.
Yeah, he bowled a great first over before, went for 28, and then he came on, and only 5 runs came off that over, so Ajmal.
A lot of people liking the work of Amar Naeem behind the stumps. His keeping back has been excellent. Haven't really had to see him up to the stumps just yet.
Swing and a miss. So, just being frustrated here, Indian Vienna. They made such a good start. In power play, it was 43. But then after that, the way Pakistan CC have come back into this has been absolutely brilliant. It's been good work from them, even though there's been a few blips. That caught and bowled opportunity going down was one of them. This one's, well, the non-striker went straight away. I thought the ball was maybe a little bit closer to Ajmal than it was, so they do get a single. So Zadran, it's at 3 or 4, wants to get to the other end and get things going.
A quick hello to Walter White in the chat, who's saying never seen a wicketkeeper like him in ECN cricket. And we've had some good ones. It's, certainly haven't done anything wrong so far. Amar Naeem. Looking forward to seeing more of him as this series goes on.
Firmly struck, and well, he's showing the bowler that not only can he play cricket, he can play a good bit of football as well. Nice little stop here. And, it's one that many a defender would have been proud of, a stop on the goal line.
True. Yeah, they just need to kick along here to that 100 plus. Seemed a certainty when Iqbal was at the crease, but things just slowed down a bit since then.
Powerfully hit, and that's an area off the ground that we haven't seen a boundary in a long time. The only man to hit one there was Iqbal Hussain when he played a beautiful shot there, and this one is just as good. It doesn't do too much moving around, does he? He just knows where he's going to put it. A nice tidy hit all along the deck, 4 runs. Once again, just seeing the speed of this outfield. If you time the ball well, then maybe he won't be picking this one up so much outside the off. Let's see what he goes for here. Ajmal. This one's been lofted, but there is a fielder there, and it's another drop catch. Well, we saw Qasim take a catch there earlier and made it look simple. Now this one goes down. At the moment, they're being pretty lucky, and that sounds like a weird word to use, but they've dropped catches but haven't been punished for them.
Good observation. And yeah, I don't really know what to say. And then things happen in 3, so watch out whoever gets the next one, as it's the end of the 8th over. 79 for 3 with 2 overs remaining. Took like Zia Shinwari to come back. He took 1 for 6. I think he'd be getting one of those overs for sure. Just looking up and down my scorecard. Who else? I mean, maybe you'll go back to Adnan Nasseri as well. He bowled one over just for 9. Also, you got Naveed Hassan. They'll probably want to give him a second one. Maybe bowl the first and the last.
Shinwari is coming back, and he knows that he's going to be under attack here. It's the 9th.
Yeah.
It all happens in the 9th. And let's see if it all happens in the 9th in Austria as well. Well, it does, because that's a no ball. Well, he's trying to knock him out. Never mind about getting him out. Get up, get up, get up. You can take it. Don't be shy. Don't be afraid. Well, look at this.
Well,
this is a real beamer.
Be a bit afraid. I think it's Zadran, who he's floored by that one.
Well, he should have. I mean, he should have still swung the bat at it, I suppose.
Easier said than done when you're fearing for your life. Anyway, here's a free hit.
And, well, he gets away with it. And looks like the message will come across.
And
and
this
that's
is
the
the
one
rule
for the
that
over,
I learned. So that'll be the one for the over. But the one before that doesn't actually count as one for the over, even though it was over his shoulder, because it didn't bounce.
Didn't bounce, yeah.
So that's why this one will be the one for the over. Bit of risk, but yeah, gets away with it.
And he's shaking his head because he's saying, is that one for the over? And he said, yeah. And, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, if he can keep bowling like this, this over, I think he's just ranked it up a little bit quicker. And just can't get any bat on the ball at the moment. That's gone past him.
Gotta say,
before he's even played the shot.
Quick load a few people in the chat to shrub on. Who's enjoying this, as is Sundori. A lot of people enjoying the kind of pseudo India-Pakistan rivalry ECN version, they think. This one's lofted down the ground, and it won't be a catching opportunity this time. This time it's actually pretty good fielding to keep this in the field of play, and he'll actually keep it just to 1. And, well, look at this. He just trips the boundary line, but stays just inside. Just have a look here. See, the feet never actually touch the line. Certainly not while the ball's in play. Then he chips on the rope. That one's absolutely fine.
Yeah, nicely done. Like Kasim, he's not been put off or deterred by the catch that came out. It was one that went straight in and out. It does happen. I think we've all been there. But like I say, no damage really done. That's well bowled. This is, oh no. Oh, no way.
What happened
No
here?
way. There is no way this should be called. This is clever bowling. Batter's gone a long way. And, well, that's, for me, that's not a wide.
That's not a wide. That's why.
Oh, dear.
Anyway, happens. Happens.
It does happen. Yeah, it's a Monday. It's a
Seen 'em
Monday.
called?
Get it
Seen
out
'em
of your
not called,
system,
as
folks.
you'd like to say, Rico.
Oh, that's unlucky for Shinwari.
Yeah, it is. That was actually pretty well bowled. This one would have been a wide, but instead, it's will be dragged down for 1. I'd be leaving these if I got the call before.
Well, yeah. Any Sandu. Oh, well.
Anyway, you know what? It's a learning curve for everyone on a Monday as well. New series. That's what it's all about. ECS taking cricket all around.
You know that guy, this is called what? That guy we're talking about. Well, I say guy, but okay, let's just say guy that we talked about on the train yesterday.
Yeah.
Can you imagine it as an umpire?
No, I'm not touching that one at all.
You're out. Get out of here. You're out. Off you go.
Certainly
The wide ball. What are you doing running out there? Wide ball. Oh, this is another wide ball, I think. Oh,
Nah, this is fine.
It's
This is
okay.
actually, look, I don't want to look straight down the line. This will be an interesting replay. You're certainly getting a lot of calls. Yeah, that's.
Oh, that was fine, actually.
Well, I mean, it probably is fine. It certainly is wider than the one that was called, though.
Yeah.
That one was probably pretty perfect.
Oh, dear. Let's see where this one goes. Mari, he's bowled well, and it could be an opportunity. He's got a lot of work to do. The fielder gets one hand to it, but they will take 2. It's got to go down as another chance, Vinny.
Yeah,
Once
but
again, I'm not sure that the right fielder goes for this. He had somebody in coming from the deep.
There will be a wicket. It just won't be the man that hit it. It'll be the non-striker, Chabra, who's coming back for a second, and he's going to be run out here. So look at that. I mean, a good throw is always going to have him in trouble with slow turning, and he might as well just keep on running. So that will be 1 and a wicket, and it will finish the over as well. So I suppose it just cost them 1 run, and the other batter is the one that's going to have to go. Chabra run out for 4. The end of 9 overs. It's 85 for 4.
Yeah, well done. I mean, it's always good when the fielders are still, even though the catch goes down, to get the throw in quickly. And well done also to Shimari. He spikes it when he gets the run out, though. He's a bit of a fiery character, Shimari.
Well, he should have had a wicket, that's why. So he's got a run out, which is fine. But I think bowlers prefer wickets, knowing bowlers as I do. All right, here we go. We've got Mr. Muscles coming back. Handan Nasiri. I think he might be onto something.
I reckon he's
I'm
going to
a
start a
football
trend
fan.
here.
And
Definitely
if you do it in the
trend.
Australian winter, I think you should be able to do it in the Australian summer.
Yeah, he's definitely starting a trend.
Yeah, all right, here we go. 10th overtime, everyone buckle up.
Big swing, they'll run hard. How many will it be? Will they think about the two? I think maybe they should have, and could have probably got there. But there was one batter wanting it, the other saying nah, nah, nah. So Mr. Aerodynamics, yeah, that's going to catch on, I think. Well, this, we know all about it. I tell you what, that's what we should have been wearing on that train. And
Yeah,
it
that
certainly would have been a bit better. Mind you.
I don't know if all the other passengers would appreciate it, though. Pretty well bowled, though, and now he's going to almost be run out, but he won't be. That's that run.
If this hits, he's gone. And I think he knows it as well. I think he decided it's too hot to be trying to run back to get myself in here. If it hits, good luck. If it doesn't, don't worry. Good fight back then for Pakistan CC. It really has been a tremendous turnaround in this innings. Started off by that brilliant third over from Ajman. And after that, well, Indiana just haven't been able to get going. Haven't been able to put back-to-back boundaries. It's going to be an absolute fantastic fight back. Well, the throw is not the best. But the batters, well, one of them was thinking about a second.
Yeah, well, they probably would have gotten away with it, I mean, it was actually a really good pick-up from Shadnan Khan. And look, Shadnan, he's a guy we've seen a fair bit of on ECN as well, around the traps. At his best, he's incredibly destructive. Probably, you'd feel he hasn't brought his best often enough in this format of the game. But good pick-up. Probably not the best throw, though.
This is another good take from the captain behind the stumps. Come on, Naheem. He's been fantastic. I just love anything goes down the leg side because I like the way he launches at it. Look, he goes boink, off he goes.
Keeps going, but it's also smart running. I think, as he's got a lot to do.
How's his cap stay on?
Yeah, pretty hard. I don't know how his cap stays on his hat, should say.
Hat.
Yeah, fantastic. And people are loving it. I mean, there's something beautiful about the keeper. Poetry in motion. And nothing like flying through the air behind the stumps. All right, this one is whacked away, and I think this one is going to travel all the way. Maximo! Well, they needed something just at the end, and they've got it. And so this is a pretty good shot over cover. Just a big recoiling and uncoiling of the hands. And that one goes all the way, 6 runs.
Yeah, nicely hit. And that's what they've been missing. So that takes them to 90.
No, you're going to go get some.
Full toss, smashes it away, and that's another one that's gone into the wheat field. It was pretty high, but I think it just manages to stay under the waistline. The fielder goes hunting for it. Watch out in there. Be careful. I've heard there's a few snakes. Well, he's pretty confident going to find his delivery. And the wicketkeeper saying it's further, go further. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We won't need that ball back straight away. That was the last ball of the innings. Gets smashed away. And my calculations is that's probably 96. The score will come up in a moment. But let's just focus on that innings. It was a fantastic start. And 43 of the power play. And we're looking straight away there to say, well, look, if they could keep this momentum going, we're looking at a 140 score. But then Amjali he bowled really well. Shinwari as well, just kept it tight, and they definitely needed that last. Well, This is how the day started. This was our house got blown over. We were like,
that's
we
called
like 3 little
crisis,
pigs.
is what that is. Anyway, yeah, it was good to see Indian Vienna and Pakistan CC out on the park. 2 sides we did see a bit of last year. Yeah, there was a few acrobatics to come during this 10 overs. Again, we'll give you the final score soon. I think it'll be something in the high 90s, maybe
96, I think.
100. I think it'll be more.
You think more? Okay,
I think it's 100. More. There you go. I've got 100 on the board. Again, Monday morning, just getting some of the connectivity right now. That one was made look easy by Mohammad Kasim, but it wasn't always that way when the catches went up in the air after a breakneck start that we saw. Iqbal Hussain going great guns. This is a shot, I don't even know what it was. It was like a late drive that bumps over the third man in the circle. That one ended up going all the way. And yeah, a couple of run-outs just causing a bit of havoc. It was old Sleeveless Sammy that got to the other end, didn't he? And made sure that was out. And there was Chima. When he departed, I suppose they weren't in particular wicket pressure. And Joshi caused that miscommunication, I felt. This is a simple court bolt that is taken, and this is a classic case of how to do it and how not to do it. That was how to do it. And later in the over, we had this one spilt. And that one maybe is excusable to Shadnan Khan. But the next one to the bowler, well, I don't know how this went down, Rico.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a real bad, and he won't want to be watching that one again. Kasim also drops one down, straight in, straight out. But the key thing was that even those catches were being dropped, nobody really hurt them. Nobody sort of said, well, okay, you're going to drop me, you're going to get out. In fact, that one was dropped, but there was still a wicket. It's a good bit of work there from the outfielders to get the ball straight in. But then there was that flurry, and a flurry in a hurry is what they needed. And that man there, well, he's still out there trying to find the ball while everybody else is sipping the tea as we have a look at the scorecard. But first, what a beautiful shot that is of some of the sites here in Vienna. It's a beautiful city, and here in Austria, and this is a beautiful ground. And we've started with a spicy one in Vienna against Pakistan CC. In Vienna batting first. And we're just obviously waiting to update that score for you. But what I can tell you is that the start was good. I think Mihad Chima opening up with Iqbal Hussain. Iqbal Hussain, he was in a mood to party. And he was in the mood to give no mercy either. He hit 3 huge sixes and 3 fours on his way to 34. Just 13 deliveries before he was caught by Kasim. It was a nice tidy catch by Kasim, and then after that things just changed purely because of some good bowling and well, focused mainly on one man who had to come straight on to bowl after Shadnan Khan's over went for 28. I mean, Shadnan is normally a very good tidy bowler, but it was just too short. His radar wasn't right, and he was punished by Hussain. But yeah, Ajmal, 2 overs for 13. That was sensational. Then Shinwari, I think he took 1 for 13. He bowled really well. There was also 1 wicket taken for 13 as well by Dostil. And just that last over really from Nasari was the expensive one. It went for 23, and that meant that the score did actually go to 100. So they did finish on 100 with 4 wickets down. So they got there in the end. Don't quite know how, but a lot of it was to do with that last over. I think 15 came off it, and there's the scorecard right on cue. So 16 for Chima, as I said. Hussain, he was just well, supercharged batting from him before he went. And then Zadran, well, maybe I said earlier that they were dropping catches, but it up until that last over, it didn't prove painful for Pakistan CC. But the last one going for 15, and it was Daud Zadran that went big. Couple of big sixes in there, so 100 exactly on the ball. Well, what a way to start the first game here in Vienna. 101 required for Pakistan CC. Just a quick look through those the bowling figures that I talked about already, but again, I think the key contributors there after that one expensive over from Khan, Ajmal, Shinwari and Dostil bowled very well. And to be fair, Nasari, his first over was very good as well. Just the last one that he let himself down on. So as we leave you to look over the summary, match number 1, the first one to start here, the Seabarn Cricket Ground. What a beautiful ground it is as well. It's a fascinating start. 101 required. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, as we come back for the conclusion of match 1. 101 needed by Pakistan CC. Join us in about 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Seabahn Cricket Ground here in Austria, Vienna, where we've got an exciting match number 1 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. About to resume. And just to, once again, clarify, India, Vienna batting first. 100 exactly they put on the board. So Pakistan CC, the other team here in Vienna now. 101 needed for victory. They'll be looking for a good start. They've got Naveed and Kasim, the 2 openers. And, see the captain having a nice long chat there with the bowler. Looks like it's going to be Ahmad Ghani. He's going to bowl the first. He wants to be on the money straight away. Here comes the first delivery. It's in the air, chance. Oh, just out of reach from the fielder. And it's the man that was having a chat with him. And just not able to get to this. Maybe he was, I think this is worthy of a dive. Just trying to get here. And in the end, he just outstretches a hand. But not able to get there. And that was an opportunity, I think. 4 from the first ball. Now, maybe second time lucky. His backpedaling's got a lot to do. And he takes it second time round. Well, he gets lucky. He does really well. He's backpedaling all the way. Gets himself into position. The ball hits his hand and then pops up. But he's able to keep hold of it. I think that's Joshi. Yes, it is. Kunal Joshi taking the catch. And you see he's trying to time this. Goes in the air. Slices it up. And backpedals pops up and he takes it second time round. Maybe he gets poquita de suerte seguro. Pero esa es fuera de campo. He gets the first wicket. So he was unfortunate with the first one, Ghani. I think that was probably an opportunity as well that Zadran could have taken. But no mistakes the second time around. Mind you, I think he did have his heart in his mouth when he saw the ball pop out. But they've got the early breakthrough. And, well, he didn't want to be hanging around, did he, Naveed Hussain? But he goes for 4 off his 2 deliveries. Caught very well in the end by the man doing all the backpedaling, Joshi. So well done to Joshi. And the first wicket also for India Vienna coming from the opener. And this one's going all the way, I think. Balle, Kinna Sona, and only on the European Cricket Network and this European Cricket Series there's a new batter come in and smash his first ball down the ground for a big hit. 6 runs. Well, Shadnan Khan had a few issues with his own bowling when he was hit all over the place. And he decides, well, okay, I gave 28 away. I'm going to try and even the account. The next one is a wide, and well, we saw some good keeping from Ahmad Naeem diving around, and now it's the turn of Mihal Chima. Does very well. Still a wide. Ghani. Over pitch, and this will also be a wide. This one should have been smashed. This should have been travelling. And misses out on it. But one of those, you've just seen the side angle of that. I was interested to see that on the full deliveries. Probably could have been called for a no ball as well. Shush, says the bowler. I'll take the wide. Better delivery. He gets a bit of respect there from Ghani. Ghani to the batter. So Shadnan Khan just respects that one. Says, yeah, okay, fair enough. Big player, Shadnan Khan. More nicely bowled, but nicely played as well. Just waits on this and then gets plenty of weight behind the shot. Goes out to the onside. Fielded. Long on. An opportunity for us to see Kasim with the bat. Supporting a very nice You've been tangoed helmet. Yeah, nice orange. We like the orange. Of course, looking at the orange. Oh, well, no damage done. Goes through the bowler, but no run. Yeah, looking at the orange helmet, and also the orange shoes to match them. Reminds me of the Royal Tigers. The Royal Tigers, congratulations, the champions of Hungary in Budapest. And this, well, just to remind you of how long we've been now without the golden ball. It's a record, ECN record, 275 matches, and well, growing or not, but I was pretty sure we were going to get one Hungary, and Mr. Maximo joins me in the Ice Cube. Well, we're just talking about these golden balls here, Vinny. Just can't believe that this has just going on and on and on. We're going to get one here in Austria.
Previous longest streak was 253. Normally we get one every 70 to 80 matches.
Yeah.
So obviously we had plenty of close calls, but yeah, we'll see when it is broken. This is going to be Down Zadran who's going to bowl. So yeah, bit of a change of pace for the second over. First time we've really genuinely seen spin in the game. This one's cut away, and if one does get through the field, touch and go, but they will cut it off. So it'll be 2 runs already. Probably impressed with the keeping as well of Mehachima.
Yeah.
So a few people calling this a bit of a battle of the keepers. Nice to see high quality with keeping. You know, that's my position, so I've got a real soft spot for the keepers. There's a few good ones in Austria.
Yeah, both these have looked outstanding so far. Well bowled, and this man, Zadran, he's worth keeping an eye on. 13 wickets he's taken in ECSs so far. He's right up there with the highest wicket taker. Ali Shah, 17, and he's from Salzburg. But, well, this one is not going to be a wicket. This is going to go all the way. This is big. Balle, kinna sona, shaka lagya. And that one has gone all the way into the wheat field. And, well, hits it on the deck. And look at that. He's still watching where the ball's going. Never mind, I'm sat on the floor. You can take me pictures, Diana. I'm just watching where this ball has gone. And, well, I wonder if the fielders can only field on that side as long as they haven't got an allergy to wheat.
I think you meant as long as they're not wearing sleeves. The next one.
Good comeback. Doesn't give that, well, he's big effort made to get this ball outside the off stump. The shutdown can't. And this time he's gone down the ground. Balle, ginna sona, shaka lagya. Here we go, boom, shaka lagya. And the umpire, well, stick him up in the air like you don't care. That is 6 more. Sexy, sexy.
Well, back to live action, and the next one's an appeal, and the umpire having a very, very good look. It's not going anywhere, though. I think probably just heading down the leg side based on the natural anger of Down Zadran. But have a look. Oh, probably not going to get the best look at that one. That's all right. Well, we've edited that out for your own safety. But what I will tell you is this is the end of the over, so 28 for 1 after 2 overs. And yeah, just speaking about the teams in this tournament, as Rika gets attacked by his chair, which gets blown around. Oh, we had so much wind here last year. Yeah, we got these 2 teams this afternoon. We'll see Vienna CC, the host club, and also the Austrian Cricket Tigers in action. And then we'll get to see Donnerstadt, the defending champions, known as Vienna Afghan last year. They'll be playing tomorrow for the first time. So, yeah, so right now 28 for 1 after 2. I mean, it was a pretty bright start for Indian Vienna in their power play as well, but they just had trouble sustaining that after they lost Iqbal Hussain. But this guy, Shadnan Khan, has been doing the damage here. He's a familiar face to some of our ECN viewers. Should just be one well fielded.
Yeah, bobbled around a bit, didn't he? But he gets well behind that. Yeah, then he looks dangerous, doesn't he? Shadnan Khan, they already moved on to 21 on just 9 deliveries. Nicely played. Once again, the fielder's going to have to get down, and does. So it's a Gil Shamsha who's bowling this.
So last year we saw Shadnan playing for cricketers in this tournament, but he has also previously played for Brescia CC. Didn't see him in the ECL, but he has played for Brescia CC, of course, famous club for us on ECN. This one is smashed down the ground, and this one is coming straight at the giant ice cube. It was there for our protection. That one bangs off it, and that's going to be 4.
Well, that one, we were both ready for this, and then, the old ice cube says, don't worry about
4
it.
6, I wasn't even watching.
We're sorted.
Yep,
4. Bang, there you go.
There you go. That's why the cubes are the legs are so thick. Now, this one could be trouble, though. It won't be an easy catch. He's going to have to run a long way. He won't get there. So, Shatnan Khan likes to live dangerously. He's an excitement machine. Yeah, he's someone we saw actually smack 100 in ECN cricket before. That was all the way back in 2020, playing for Brescia CC against Janjua Brescia. So he does have 102 50s, but he hasn't scored one since 2020. Now, this next one will be 4, and it's going to be wide of the field. It's Mohammed Kasim. This time was his turn to get going. Hasn't had a lot of the strike. He's also very capable, and he takes advantage of the big gaps on the leg side, and he gets 4 more for Pakistan CC.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. He has plenty of time to get himself in position, makes that early movement, gets himself nice and set, and then gets the ball that he wants and plays it nicely. 4 more runs, so these two starting to put a nice partnership together after losing Naveed early.
Yeah, so for a guy that in 2020 in ECN T10 cricket, he scored 100, he also scored 2 50s. In 2021 and so far in 2022, he has a top score of 28 not out. So yeah, we did see him in the ECL, I meant to say, and so his top score this year was 28 not out for Brescia CC against Cluj, the Romanians. So he's within reach of that already. It's a very bright start for Shatnan. He's on 27 already off just 13 balls.
It's a bit of a chat there amongst the Indian Vienna guys about who to bowl next and what field that they want set. Sensing that this partnership needs to be broken pretty quickly. It's Sumre Shidgil who now has been given the task to try and break this partnership.
Pretty similar, isn't it, to the power play we saw at the start of this game. So here we go with the 4th over.
It's a very, very wide delivery, and the keeper, Ahmad Naeem, gets a glove on it.
That's Chima, don't forget. That's now keeping for Indian Vienna. But, yeah, did well to actually get a hand on that. That was pretty wide. So they sneak through an extra one. And so it will be Mohammed Kasim to face up the next ball.
Hit hard, trying to get it through the gap, but we've got 2 fielders well positioned out there. Get the throw in. Nicely done, nice and easily by Joshi. And he took the first catch.
Yeah, got on the rebound, didn't he? So let's see what Shogil can do with the ball.
Big swing and a miss.
Good keeping, isn't it? Yeah, he's a good, really good keeper, Mihar Chima. Have those bails off in a flash, but Shatnan stays at home.
This one will be called. Yeah, look,
Yeah, good
anything that's touching or anywhere near that line is going to get called.
It's good.
It is good work there
Good
from
take.
here.
But I mean,
again.
Ahmad Naeem didn't have to do too much up to the stumps, did he? Or any, actually, I think, in the first 10 overs. But Chima showing he's very adept in that position. This will be away from the infielder. Might get a second. Just one. So yeah, already you see the effect of the 5 outfielders just slowing things down a little bit. The batter's still hitting the ball pretty hard, but actually the boundary's a bit more defendable.
So Gil, he's toying with that line. It's going to get called again. So you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to hold to that field that he's got set there. Just have a look at this field as well. You know what we're talking about here. Oh, well. But now's the time. I think Chima just going to have a chat with
It's such a good take, though. Just look at this. Look at this go and keep going. And the bounce and the movement. All you wicket-keeping fans out there, you'll be enjoying what you're seeing so far. Just look at this takeoff on Chima. But he's able to react. Had to kind of just go with the hands. Didn't really get the head across there, or the eyes across there.
Shot. It's nicely timed. Goes pretty quickly to the fielder. Does make the stop. Then that gets past you. That's going to be 4 runs. You can see that's why he is determined to keep the ball down that channel. He's got those two men pretty close to each other, sort of point, and the man at backward point and point, I should say. Got a sweeper out there as well. This is short. Forget about this. This is gone. That's big. That's been hit long, hard, and strong, and that goes into the wheat field. And it's 6 more. Just makes it look easy, doesn't it? He's onto it so quickly, smashes it away, and that's what Shadnan Khan is so good at. And well, we know that he gave 28 off away of that one over. He bowled over number 2. Well, he's okay now. He's in credit.
Yeah, it's no real mercy on that side of the field.
So pressure on the bowler, Shagul. Can he finish well? He pitches this one up, and it ends up being a sort of one hand comes off the bat for Shadnan Khan. Gets a single, so the score moves on. Well, he scored, moves on to 35, 54 for 1 at the end of 4.
Yeah, it is, and so they're well on track here at Pakistan CC at the moment. But look, Pakistan CC have had some success in ECS cricket before 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, they just kind of fell off the pace, especially early in last year's tournament. They lost to Bangladesh, Austria, who were one of the strugglers that we thought. But you know, they had a bit of a shock on the opening morning. I think that they want to make sure that doesn't happen again to them right now. Right now, Shadnan, I mentioned he's a guy that in 2020 scored 100 in ECN cricket, scored 250s as well. But
yeah.
Since then, his top score is 28 not out, and I think he must have gone past it now. He's up to 35. So, you know, these players are getting a bit of a feel for it, but they love this form of the game. A bit like Belgium as well. Austria, we've seen them in ECC cricket, in ECL cricket, really going for it. Austrian Cricket Tigers that we saw in ECL, we'll see them later on today. So you can see, especially these top order guys, they love to give it a bash, and that's exactly what we're seeing at the moment. So we're going to go for Iqbal Hussain now, and I just mentioned. And he starts with a Gundy ball. That's a full toss, and that's going to disappear. And that's going to be in the wheat. And not the sort of Easter egg hunt I think the fielder wants. This is also pretty high, Rico. Again, have a look at this on the replay. Yeah, is that waist high or above?
Probably
Maybe
coming downwards.
Just coming down by the time it reaches him, maybe, but still.
Yeah, you
had to be put away, and it was.
You can surely forget about finding this ball. That is gone.
Yes,
that is gone a long way.
It's gone.
I think they're going to have to just
Get
come
on
back
with it.
and accept the fact that it's gone. So, well, hang on, he's found it. Well,
that's
give
what,
him.
I mean, the odds it's the
Give
same
him a
ball.
smarty.
What are the odds it's the same ball? I feel like there'll be a few that are lost. All right, so yeah, Iqbal, he batted very, very well. Must have sorted out. That was not a good delivery, and they're hanging in this match by just a thread.
Firmly struck out of the off, well fielded, and wow. I think in the end, they still won't get the single. I think the throw, it was a difficult one to handle for Chima, but gets it. Just have a look at this. It's, yeah, I think he would have got back anyway, but it's good hustle from the fielders. Got ball. Just when you need a good over, don't you? You need something to get you back in it. It's exactly the way Pakistan CC did as well. And there we go. This is nice. So
yeah,
Iqbal Singh was saying.
Yeah, I mean, apart from that first ball, it's been a very good over. Remember, the first one is costly.
Hit hard, should be fielded. And, it's a nice.
Because the run rate required only about 7.5 to 8 and over. You just need that one boundary and over. You can kind of knock it round and be pretty systematic going after this target. Kasim to face the last ball of the over.
Short and hit over the fielder. And he's trying to take this one-handedly. I'd like to see this again. Whereas Manos Arriba from the fielder, who then says, where did it go? Where am I going? Keep an eye on him. He goes back and then he offers one hand to it here. And
I think he just beat him for pace pretty much because he was on the move. It wasn't like he could get set on the boundary. He was running. And so, yeah, just tried to kind of goalkeeper style, one hand up. It was a hand of hope, but there was no hope. That one disappears. So that over bookends with Maximos, and the score is 67 for 1 after 5 overs. Pakistan CC showing how it's done at the moment. Just 34 runs required. Look, the difference between the two teams here is that Pakistan CC so far, they have been able to keep their scoring rate up during the middle overs, whereas the Indian Vienna innings kind of hit the skids, didn't it, after the end of the power play?
Yeah, absolutely. And once Iqbal Hussain, man who just did the bowling there, once he was out, they just couldn't get any momentum going up until the last over. But that went for 15. They're going to carry on with Shagil. He's short. It's up in the air. This is the opportunity. It has to be taken, and it has been a bit of the ice cream cone there to take the catch. But they get the breakthrough. Shadnan Khan, he goes for 42 of 22 deliveries. And well done to Iqbal Singh.
Yeah.
Who
nice
takes the catch.
Yeah, I think he had his heart in his mouth, and that was a proper ice cream cone, wasn't it? And so Shadnan, yeah, pretty good knock from him, 42 in quick time. You see that's right in the edge of the fingers, almost pops out, but he does hold on. So maybe that's a wicket that can just spark a little bit of a comeback for Indian Vienna as they try to work themselves back into this game at 67 for 2.
Yeah, it is actually Shamshur that comes back onto bowl. And the third over, didn't he? And he gets the breakthrough. That's important. And I know that need a few more. I mean, just looking at what's required, 34 of 29. So it's just over a run of ball, really. So I need to get a few dot balls in, get a few more wickets to try and get back in this match. Stone CC, thanks to that knock. I went on top, though. It gives us an opportunity to see one or two other batters, maybe.
This is the captain and the keeper, Aman Naeem. He comes in and, you know, he's throwing himself around. I was going to say he's a bit of a veteran. I don't think he'll mind me saying he recently had a birthday on Saturday, it looks like, and he turned 43 years old. I tell you what, considering he's older than me, the way he's throwing himself around out there, I thought he kept really, really well. A lot of people enjoyed it. Now he's got a job to do with the bat.
And this is high up in the air, and the catch has been taken. That's a good catch. He makes this look easy. Well, wherever we go, we always find somebody that has got a lovely lock of hair. Well, he certainly has. Looks pretty dashing there with the old perm style look. And well, it doesn't bother him taking this catch. You can see the batter has no idea where this has gone, Kasim. And that's a nicely held catch from Khatib Omari. Looking at Omari there and just his build, his structure, it certainly looks like he should be charging in and having a bowl, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's not too bad with the ball. I haven't used him as yet. Got to say, that's Liam Day in the chat. He read my mind because he said Pakistan CC cruising, but definitely not over. And yeah, they were cruising, but a couple of wickets in 3 balls at the start of this 6th over. There's still a bit of work to do. I think any time there's more runs required than balls remaining, at the moment we're 33 off 27. You have new batters at the crease, maybe you can sneak a few dots and get things going your way. So yeah, let's not put this one in the book just yet. And you've got to give credit to the bowler, Shamshur, who's come into the attack, and he's done very, very well here in the 6th. He did bowl the 3rd over, he hit for a couple of boundaries late on in that over, went for 11. But all the overs so far have been double digits, 13, 15, 11, 15, 13. And now this one, just 1, halfway through it at the moment. So maybe there's a bit of a twist in the tail. Imran Guraya is the new batter for Pakistan CC, coming out at number 5 and facing up to Shamshur.
Got him! Oh, chuck of the front style, right up in the block hole. And Gil Shamshur, that's the 3rd wicket in the over. And, well, he also now puts himself with a prospect of picking up a hat-trick. I'm pretty sure, look, talking of hat-tricks, I'm pretty sure that this was the series that we had a bowler that two hat-tricks last year. Is that correct?
Abdul Akbarjan. That's exactly right. You've done your research, Rico. You weren't here last year.
Well, that is really good bowling. He goes wide with the crease, angles it in, and boom, on the money, knocks them over, chuck the fatte style. Well, I'm liking this. And this is good bowling. And he's mixed it up a little bit, hasn't he? He's mixed it up like a little bit of spicy garam masala. And he's taken 3 wickets in it. He's just a little bit too spicy for the batters that have gone. Well, now hat-trick delivery.
Yeah, I mean, this game changing in an instant. 3 wickets in 4 balls already. Bit of a hat-trick drought, actually. I'll say drought. It's been 2 weeks. But it feels like it. So, Shagil, can he be the man? The ball comes his way, better be ready. It's Gil Shamsher. He has 3 wickets in 4 balls. Can he move forward 5? And can he take a hat-trick?
And well, he doesn't. It's a really nice looking shot, actually. He's going to get 4 runs for it. That's a lovely shot. He's not panicking about it. Just says, no worries, hat-trick or not. I'm going to play my shot. And he plays a really nice shot. Well, Mohammed Al-Jamal, we know he's a cool customer because he, when he needed to step up with the ball, he did. And he does the same here with the bat. That's a lovely shot.
Pretty easy way to deal with it, obviously.
Slower delivery. And well played. And the bowler knows he's got to do the tidying up. So that's the end of a fantastic over, though. Take nothing away from it. 3 wickets coming in it. And well bowled there to Gil Shamsher. 3 for 16. Off his spell.
Yeah, fantastic work. Only 5 off his second over. And so he's bowled them back into some sort of position, although the run rate required still isn't out of hand. Just 7 1/4 required and over. But yeah, I mean, 1 or 2 more overs like that could be back in the balance. The key here, taking wickets, getting new batters out there, get them before they're set. Just never easy to come out in this situation. So now we'll head into the 7th over, and the captain, Kunal Joshi, who's going to come on to bowl.
Good start from him. Well, they're taking him on. Will he have a go? Well, he does. It ends up being terrible. It's going. It's rolling. It's rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling all the way to the boundary. Well, that will be 5. And it's a terrible throw from Joshi. He does everything right. Look, he's not balanced. It ends up going the wrong way. The keeper, Chima, could do nothing about it. It goes all the way to the boundary.
It's the old no-look pass, but it's danger, isn't it? And the issue there was no one backing up. There's just no one backing up a throw that wide. It's just bad enough when you get hit into the wheat. It's even worse when you throw it into the wheat. So 5 to start the over. And I think Lyman will enjoy that. He moves to 6 and gets to the other end. Ajmal facing up now.
It's good delivery. Just keeps this inside. That guideline there for the umpires.
Oh, he'd love that one back, Joshi. Touch and go, but not given that time.
Well, plenty of noise being made there. I think that's happening from Chima behind the stumps. He's trying to G him up. You did say we'd hear him. That's a good delivery. Well,
Chima's probably saying, I'm a good keeper, but I'm not that good. He threw that one so wide of him. And one of those blind throws. I mean, imagine that hit since the run out. It would have been a real highlight. Unfortunately, it's a low light for Indian Vienna, who made a run all the way to the final last year, where they fell at the last hurdle to Vienna Afghan. But they'll be wanting to go one better this year.
This one will be quarter wide, and I think the only noise you heard there is from the batter just scraping the pitch as the ball goes past. But yeah, he's trying to keep that ball just going down that offside corridor, just keeping it out of his reach. Just anything, doesn't want to give him the opportunity to be playing the ball on the onside over mid-wicket. This time he overcompensates, and well, the wicket keepers here are having a bit of a competition, aren't they? Ahmad Naeem and Mehachima, who can get the best dive in. This one was pretty good. I don't think the landing was as good. So
I think it's
well done for the
probably a bit heavy on the landing.
Heavy on the landing.
All right, so probably an 8 from the Russian judges.
Yeah.
Are we still allowed to have Russian judges? Maybe not. Still.
I'm not commenting on that.
I love
That
to
was
watch.
naughty.
All right, there's an edge.
4 runs. They're not going to stop this, and you can see why Joshi was trying to keep that ball away from the bat of the man. In other words, that he was trying to stick to that just wide outside the off stump, because every time he's attacked the stumps, this is what's happened. The ball has found its way to the boundary. That one's unfortunate. So troubling times for the captain, as they are almost there now. 18 of just 20 deliveries, 83 for 4.
Yeah, just a few things not going their way at the moment, to say the least.
One climbs up on the left-hander. Oh, they're in trouble. What's he doing here? Oh, he had no idea what to do. He didn't know what to do. He said, somebody tell me what to do. I'm in panic mode. I'm panicking. Well, he thought he could run him down, realised he couldn't run him down, then thought, well, I better get the throw in the end. So, well, look, he's not in the picture. The bowler screamed. He said, give me the ball, says Joshi. And he doesn't give him the ball. And he said, well, I didn't know what to do. I was panicking. I'm sorry.
Well,
I've not been in that position before.
He didn't want to give the ball to Joshi because he knew what he did with it last time. He threw it to the boundary. So there's been extras, there's been overthrows.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's twofold. I think in Vienna, if they do go down in this, they'll look back at the middle overs and feel that they just couldn't keep the pace up. They lost wickets at key moments, in particular the Iqbal Hussain wicket. And then I think they've been a bit wasteful in the second half of this game.
This one,
Case in point.
It's a wide. I think it was close to being a no ball. Yeah, just see where this one hits, but I think it's gone past the line when it's hit the deck anyway. But no, wide ball called, correct call.
Yeah, it's just on the pitch.
Expensive over, and I think we'll have to have a look at the extras that are being given as well, not just through wide balls and no balls, but also through runs that are being thrown away as well.
Yeah, 11 wides at the moment. And that's just talking about the wides. Anyway, it is into the over. So Pakistan CC, they're 86 for 4 after 7 overs as we look ahead to the second match of the day. And it's a rematch. Pakistan CC, this time they won the toss. They decided, well, we're going to bowl first. In Vienna, they elected to bat first early this morning, but I think Pakistan CC thought that that went pretty well, and so they've decided to put them in. But Iqbal Hussain, he was already setting the world on fire. Shadnan Khan had a bit of return fire though, didn't he? He won't be on -2 points after this innings, I'm pretty sure. So this is match 2. It's coming your way in about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. 85 for 4, pardon me, the score after 7 overs. So Dad Zadran is going to come over and try and keep them in the game. They need something pretty special here. Just 16 required off the last 3.
Swings hard, and fielder does well. It's always difficult ones to manage because you know that the batters are also waiting for the opportunity for you to not pick it up cleanly, so they'll take the 2. Does well. Field will now change to the left-handed Ajmal, who's, from the moment he's come in, looked very confident. Remember, he came in when it was a hat-trick. This is up in the air. Fielder comes through. He's, well, I think he loses this at the last moment. He either does or he decides that he's not going to throw himself to try and take the catch. Looks like he's coming in for it, then just stops himself. That was Iqbal Hussain, the man that will be looking to get in the runs again. Well, this one is a horrible delivery. I'd like to see this one again. It almost like, well, I thought he was going to stop himself. Well, the umpires will have to keep an eye on this action. I don't want you to see it really from the other end, actually, but might get the opportunity, but just sort of got that one all wrong. Let's see how he goes with Ajmal. Floats it up there.
I think you can see already, 100 just doesn't look enough on this, does it?
No.
I mean, yeah, different condition, different teams, different places. But I feel most of these players have got pretty powerful top orders. They're hard to keep quiet.
Naeem gets a bit of a inside edge on this. Take the single. As you can see that Zidane just trying to push the ball through. He's got needs a wicket. That's what they need. Need to break this partnership and just try to get the Pakistan CC batters to go into a bit of a panic mode and buy a few more wickets. Firmly struck, and the fielder does very well. He thought he got himself out of position there for a moment, but Iqbal Hussain.
Great fielding. Really great fielding. I mean, that one was whistling towards him. This field's looking really quick compared to last year, to be honest. Anyway, it's the end of the over. It's 91 for 4 after 8, so just 10 runs required off the last 12 balls. Let's see who do you go back to here. I mean, Ahmed Ghani's probably one they're planning to go back to. And then you'd have to choose one of those bottom 3 options there. Anyway, so let's go to 9th over. You need to have a really tight one here. Ahmed Ghani's who they're going to bowl now. And yeah, if you can keep it down to less than a handful, at least you're taking it into the last, and maybe you can force something under pressure. Yep. Siraj, just reminding us last year it was April, some freezing conditions. Trust me, Siraj, I remember, and it's nice to have you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Hopefully see you at some point. All right, here we go, 9th overtime.
Yeah, chance got to be taken. It has been. So not only is this a wicket, they get Ajmal. It's also a dot ball, and that's, look, 10 required. 11 balls now. It's still 10 required. Get a good over in here. And take it to the last, would maybe say 8 runs needed or something. It could go any way, it really could.
Yes, this is just driving on the up, hits high on the bat. And so just the start they wanted. Now I would consider here, maybe, bringing the field up and just trying to sneak a few dots on the new batter. Yeah, it's Abassine Dostahil, the libero, who's coming in. And let's just see, they can keep him quiet. It's a fairly simple catch in the end, wasn't it? Just prowling around in that point position.
Yeah, well done to Iqbal Singh, taking his 2nd catch as well in the match. So they get Ajmal to go through run a ball 11.
This is pressure, though. It's what pressure does at this stage. All right. Dostahil just needs to get off strike here. Ahmed Ghani steaming in.
Hits it down the ground. It's a chance. Oh, it goes down and it goes to the boundary as well. And that's the worst case scenario. If this one is taken by Iqbal Hussain, well, we could have had an exciting finish. It's been hit pretty hard, though, but I think the man of his ability needs to be taking this. This would be a really good shot of this.
You say pretty hard. It was smashed. I mean, never mind getting the single. That was an absolute bullet. So, it's going to be 4 and out, though. So, Dostahil, in a way, kind of does his job. He kind of blasts the boundary and he's out soon after. Excitement plus in this over so far, which who knows could be the last one of this game. Dostahil goes for 4, and the score now is 95 for 6. Still, there are 6 runs required.
Yeah, nice catch. Taking it over his head, so keeps the pressure on. And are we going to get to that last over? I mean, really, though, they don't want to be giving any more runs away if they can in this over to give themselves a chance. As we see another big unit coming in. Karum Shahzad, he looks like a man that doesn't really defend too many deliveries. Takes guard now. Of course, he's probably been given, as you normally are, all kinds of instructions from the team camp. Go out and do this, do that, do this, do that. Let's see what he's going to do. I get a feeling he's going to swing hard and try and hit a boundary.
Got 9 chances to hit a 6, don't you? You need 6 to win. Or do you play a bit more conservative? Here's Ghani.
It's going to be a wide. He's let himself down here, the bowler. So the wide, certainly, they would love to have. You think how many runs they've given them wides? I think it might be 12 now.
Yeah.
But not only that, but you've had to bowl that. So they've bowled 2 extra overs as well. That's another way to look at it. And that's always going to hurt you. It's nicely played in the gap. This will be 4 of them. Fielder, well, no, it won't. It just slows up. And the man with the The lovely hairstyle comes across, gets the throw, so it will be 2.
Yeah, I mean, this field's fast, but that wasn't really hit. It was guided, wasn't it? And it was one of the longer pockets on the ground. So they do get back for 2. Prem Shazad just gets off the mark now. Just 3 runs required for victory.
Thinks about it, but
I'm surprised they didn't go there. I mean, Naeem just standing on his bat at the non-striker's end. He wasn't going anywhere. Now if you can get a dot here, at least you're taking it to the last. Maybe you can pull off a miracle.
yeah,
Seem a long way away though.
His innings has been quite odd. He came in at number 4. He's only faced 5 balls.
Yeah.
He just hasn't got on strike.
Last ball of the 9th.
And this one, will this one go to the boundary? No, it doesn't. And there, does the stop again. Nice work. And gets the throw in pretty quickly as well.
All right, well, that'll be the end of the over. 99 for 6 off 9. So you need 2 off the last. I think now you just got to gamble. You got to bring everybody in and say, look, hit over the top if you want to run, if you want your winning runs. Try and just have a bit of a some sort of angle at this. So we are going down to the very last over in the first game. And one thing that Hungary didn't give us so many of that we were surprised because the teams are so even. We just didn't have a lot of close matches compared to some weeks, I suppose. Just the way it goes. Sometimes we'd see teams winning a match each and both of them being one-sided. That's just luck of the draw. But yeah, right now you're asking a lot of Kitab Omari.
It's the man I wanted to see. I want to see him running in and that here playing around in this gentle breeze. Certainly looks the part. Let's see if he can deliver something that would be quite amazing.
Yeah, here we go. 2 to win.
That's okay. That's good for me. Good start, Omari.
Every dot, Shazad's heart rate's going to go up about 20 beats a minute. That one just sneaks in. That was perfect. But geez, you're playing with fire there because you've only got 2 runs to give away. All right, there's 1 dot.
Oh, well, this is if they run, it's game.
Oh, it's going to be a run out.
It could be a run out instead.
No.
Oh, he's fluffed it. Absolutely fluffed it.
Well, it didn't save. I mean, didn't give away a run that they messed up the run out, but that's what it is. It's going to be a free hit. So have a look at this. This really should have been taken by Chima, but he fumbles the ball. It just dribbles to him. He won't believe that. So now, pretty much you got a free hit. So you can hit this straight up in the air and run. You just need to run from somewhere. And he's not meant to change the field either, but that's situational.
Yeah, it's the same batter. You can't change the field. Naughty.
Doesn't matter. Or does it? Well, there you go. Top ball.
He had a chance. The catch wouldn't have mattered. The wicket wouldn't have counted. So maybe that's smart that he doesn't smash his fingers up.
How's this game still going? I've got to say, I don't like the rule you can't change your field. I mean, let it change your field. I mean, that's situational, right? That you're preventing a guy from potentially keeping his team winning the game.
Field.
All right.
That's it.
Any score wins it for Pakistan CC. Oh, that's criminal. And they're going to get away with it. Yeah, you got to have everyone in, Rico.
Got to have everybody
but they
in.
didn't. And look, it was going to be tough anyway. The Pakistan CC, they're going to scrape across the line in the end. 101 off 9.3, so they get there with 3 balls to spare. Really entertaining first game, you got to say. We saw some highlights, we saw some lowlights. India Vienna, they'll feel that they gave away a few too many, and maybe that cost them the game. But to be fair to Pakistan CC, they bowled their way back into the game. Held some good catches in the first innings. And, well, the India-Pakistan rivalry didn't let us down in the first game of this tournament. But it is Pakistan CC. They get the 2 points in match 1. And going back, well, there are a couple of close calls early. But in particular, you after that little double grab from Joshi, India and Vienna were up and about. But Shadnan Khan, he started motoring. And he really was the man that got things moving for Pakistan CC.
Yeah, it was a blistering innings from him as well. Shadnan, he had to make amends there, didn't he? And he's a talented cricket player that we've seen in a number of series. But when he went for 28, you just knew that with the bat he had to deliver. He had to get him back into credit, and he did. And he played some wonderful shots to all parts of the ground. And quite a few ended up in that wheat field as well. And I'm just wondering there whether you're allowed to field in that area if you've got a gluten allergy. Probably not, because I certainly wouldn't be going in there to fetch a ball if you've got an allergy. But to get a wicket, another one there, and that was the one, I think, of Kasim. he batted pretty well as well. But as long as Shadna was hitting the ball big, there was always an opportunity. And a nice catch there from Omari, who did finally get a bowl as well, coming in towards the end. I think he bowled pretty well. Unfortunately, there was that no ball. But there was nothing wrong with this. It was great bowling from Shamsha. He was knocking the stumps over. Remember, he got himself onto a hat-trick ball as well. Took 3 wickets in and over. Certainly did some good work. But there was just those odd chances. There's one that we may see in the highlights, one that was smashed pretty hard to, well, this one, which, how important was these runs?
Yeah.
I mean, that was 4 extras, which they would have loved to have those back and have 4 more runs to play about with. And there was a few overthrows in there as well. But look, for me, I think this match is all about India Vienna realising that they can't be giving away too many extras. I mean, we know that there was 4 overthrows there. There was some other overthrows, 6 or 7 just in overthrows, and then the number of wides at the bowl. This was the one could have been the turning point. This was smashed at Iqbal. If he takes that catch, I think again it could have been a turning point. But again, we're talking about the unnecessary runs. I mean, I know it sounds hard, but not only does he drop the catch, but the ball also goes to the boundaries. And I think all of those little things in a close match like this makes the difference. Remember, they've already got there with 3 balls to go.
Yeah, and there are a few little kind of nerves from both teams at the end. I mean, to me, you can't have the winning run squeezed like that when the scores are tied. And disappointment for Indian Vienna, but they'll know that. At least they do get the right reply. That's what I do like about this double-header format, is that one team gets the chance to immediately put things right, but Pakistan CC take nothing away from them, and they played a very good game in match 1. Remember that last year they probably didn't play so well early on in the tournament, and that's something they want to fix up this time around. So see, the news from the toss is that India Vienna, they'll be batting first after Pakistan CC. They've sent them in match 2. That's coming your way, starting about 15 minutes time, right here on the European Cricket Network. Going back to the scorecards, you can see Shadnan Khan, he had most of the runs to his name, 42 of 23. Pretty good start to his series. And I know that he'll be happy to get his best score since 2020 on the European Cricket Network. 5 big maximos in there. Apart from that, Kazim with 13 and Mohammad Ajmal with 11 were the key contributors. Right, wides as well had their part to play with 12 wides in the innings. Yeah, just a few too many, to say the least, for Indian Vienna, who also gave away 4 overthrows in there and let a couple of chances slip. As far as the ball went, well, Ahmed Ghani, best of the bowlers, 3 for 21 off his 2. I've got to say that he was brilliant. But Shamsha came and he changed things in the 6th as well, taking 3 wickets for 5, I should say, in that over. So those 2 were the best of the bowlers for sure for Indian Vienna. Apart from that, no one really getting hammering. But just not enough runs on the board in the end. 100. I feel like you need a few more than that here in Vienna. So we'll take a quick break. Back in about 10 minutes, take you into the second match of 4 today. Great to have your company. New location, but same team here on the ground in Austria. And we're loving bringing you the cricket. On behalf of all the Blue Crew, this is Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. And with Rico Full, we'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Austria. It's the opening morning of this 6-day tournament and we are going to continue this Indian Vienna and Pakistan CC rivalry in match 2. And let's see what happens at the coin toss. I know that Stefan Goots with 2 captains. I know both these captains probably want to win it. Over to you, Stefan.
Okay, I see the call.
Heads.
Heads the call. It's tails. You're going to bowl first. Okay.
So it's Amar Naeem, the Pakistan CC skipper. He's won the toss. So earlier on it was Indian Vienna that won the toss and decided to bat. This time Pakistan CC win the toss and they've elected to field. So I think they're pretty happy with the way it went first up this morning. It was a bit hit and miss, to be honest. I got to say, I really enjoyed the wicket keeping of Amar Naeem. And when you throw Mehat Chima in for Indian Vienna as well, 2 very high quality wicket keepers in this game and in this matchup. So look, I do think that one of these teams will want to square the ledger. I do think that anything can happen. I did think that Iqbal Hussain was excellent first up this morning for Indian Vienna, and we saw him really flexing his muscles in the power play. Can he do it again? Well, he'll get the chance because Pakistan CC, they've won the toss and are bowling. So we'll get to see Indian Vienna with the bat first in this one. And Rico Full, I know you're ready to go and you're enjoying your time in Austria so far. The sun's out and let's keep the party going. In match 2, it will be Indian Vienna batting first. Over to you. Let's get some more cricket.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Yes, of course, I'm ready, ever ready in Austria. The home of the schnitzel as well. And I certainly did like my schnitzel cordon bleu style yesterday. Yeah, good food, good weather, and great cricket. And these 2 teams, top teams here in Austria, Indian Vienna and Pakistan CC, going to do it all over again. We saw the first match, match number 1, going in the favour of Pakistan CC, but no, I'm not. If they didn't do it comprehensively, did they? I mean, they got to the score they needed with 3 balls to go. They were given a few gifts along the way as well. So I think that Indian Vienna know that there is an opportunity to bounce right back here and try and get this win. The bat versus ball doesn't think that will happen. It's once again in the favour of Pakistan CC. So let's get ready to go. So again, Indian Vienna, they're not picked to be the winners here. But I think if they can focus on the start that they made in the last match, particularly by Iqbal Hussain 34 of 13, and just be able to build on that. And I mean, look, even if after that start and he was out, they just ran their singles and just were a bit harder, because one thing they didn't lose many wickets. They got to 100 in the end, only lost 4 wickets, so maybe not give so much value to those wickets towards the second part of the innings and really have a big bash at trying to get those extra runs on the board. Try to get to around about the 120 area. I think the average this ground is going to be a 110 for me. I think it's a 110, 115 average score ground, and I think that's what they need to be aiming at here, and then obviously trying to get the early wicket of somebody like Shadnan Khan, who was the player of the match in the first match there. Shadnan Khan of Pakistan CC with his 42 of 23. Anyway, here we go. Start of the second. It's a good start, a good delivery. Full, straight, Yorker length. I like to see that. Very difficult to do too much with this one. So, Mohammad Hamjal, he was the man who made all the difference, didn't he? And I think the captain, Naeem, has taken note of that and says this time, okay, I'll have Ajmal bowl the opener. He's there about again, you see, good length on the stumps. And Singh just playing this one out, getting himself off the mark. Ranjit Singh, first time that we're seeing him. Let's see what he's able to do for his side, but he gets himself off the mark. Let's the important thing, isn't it, for these batters? Get themselves off the mark, get themselves just playing a few shots. Start to feel a bit comfortable out there. Get yourself in. That's a nice delivery to the dangerous Hussain. We did see that in his first knock. In fact, we saw it from Hussain. We also saw it of the player of the match when he was batting Shadnan Khan. If it's a decent ball, they don't shy away from respecting it, and I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think that's what good cricketers do. Ajmal, nice tidy start from him so far, getting the ball in the right areas. This time, well, throws everything at it, gets no pace on the shot. And there he is, the man we're talking about there. 97 on his back. Shadnan Khan. Fielding at long on. He's back on the boundary, as is man at square. Bit of an inside edge, and once the run does Hussain, but Ranjit is not respecting the call, saying nope, I don't want it. Good morning, afternoon or evening to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. And as we always say, see this delivery first, it's a swing and a miss. As we always say, if you're watching via the YouTube channel, so first of all, give us a thumbs up and get in touch with us. Just leaving you to have a look at the top batters and bowlers between these two teams. Hussain, he's made a good start, hasn't he? 34, Shadnan Khan 42. So these are just based on what we saw in the last match. And of course, there was 3 wickets apiece from Shamsher and Ghani, Indian Vienna, but still ended up being on the losing side. Ranjit Singh, didn't see him in that first match, so you won't see any statistics from him just yet. But you just get a feeling that they need to give and get off to a good start. Iqbal Hussain wants to get going now. The first over, just 2 runs from it. And this one was there for the taking, and this is just all about trying to hit this too powerfully. Just also doesn't get himself in the right position, squares up to it. Just needed to take a bit of a step towards the off stump here and then play that shot. Ends up being in the wrong position. It ends up being another dot ball, but a great start it was though from Ajmal again. Just 2 runs from that over, so they've completely different start at the moment to the first match. This one should go, and it's a great pickup, one-handedly done. Doesn't get too much pace on the shot, sort of gets him in a hurry. He was going down the leg side, and if he doesn't play at this, he would have got the same result, the wide, because it would have been. But well done to the fielder there. It's a tall man, and he's got long arms, and he needed them to snatch that one. Ranjit goes for the big one, finds the gap, 1 bounce, 4 runs, 4 carreras. Muy bonito, muy bien, 4 más, este primero 4 en este partido. And he plays that very nicely, seems pretty well balanced and pretty confident playing that shot. And speaking of confidence, well, he's found one out in the middle of the bat, and his confidence should now be picking up. First boundary of this match. And flies this one outside the off stump. Slightly quicker delivery. Ranjit throws the bat at it, but not able to get anything on it. You suspect if he did, he would have cleared everybody out on the off. They're all inside the circle because the 2 men are out on the leg side, long on and square leg. Nasari once more. And this one, oh, I think this would have been out, you know. I get a feeling, I'd like to see it again. I think this is bat, shoulder, and a glove going down from Wan Naeem. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can pick this up again. Maybe if we can just slow it down. Let's see, is there bat on this? I'm sure there was. That angle doesn't give us the best of looks, but a great effort there from the keeper. Maybe that was an opportunity. One swings away, big time. A wide ball. Yeah, good bit of movement, but I think the keeper's doing really well. Well, it was bat on it because it was giving us a single, so in the air once more, and a good throw, and he could be in trouble. And I think if this hits, it would have been curtains. Let's have a look. Really good bit of fielding. Picks it up really quickly. The batters have committed. He responds to the call, and well, he calls it, but you see there, he wasn't in the picture. Ranjit would have been gone. And that concludes the end of the second over. So they get double figures on the board, but look, just in comparison, the first match at this point, it was 10 of the first, and then it was 28 of the second. It was 38 of the two. But you can see that Pakistan CC seems to be improving all the time. They got the win over their opponents in Vienna and got the first points on the board in the standings there. And now looking to do the double. Well, this one's up in the air. Has it got the legs to go all the way? And I think it just one bounce. And 4. It was a full toss. Doesn't quite, again, get it out of the middle of the bat, but that's not a problem. You're inside the power play. There's nobody out there. And it sort of slices at it. But still, you see here, the replay should clarify this. And, yeah, just one bounce as it goes over. Big hit. That's exactly what they need. They need acceleration. This is the last one in the power play. Ajmal, well, this is up in the air a long way. Fielder gets underneath it and takes a very comfortable catch. No problems there at all. And they've got their first wicket. And it is that of, I think that is Ranjit making his way back. No, it's Hussain. So Hussain has to go. I think he just felt that he had to make something happen in this this over. Otherwise, it was going to get even harder for them as the fielder gets spread. No mistakes from that man. Patrolling that area, whether it is at the third man or fine leg, really well. So Hussain this time round not able to make the kind of contribution that he did in the first. He's the first wicket to go. And it is 14 for 1, and a good time to welcome back into the Ice Cube, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks. It's good to be back. And yeah, that's a big wicket, isn't it, for Pakistan CC. And just a little hint from the fielder as well that he's available to bowl anytime you like. It's Zia Shinwari, who we did see bowling a bit in the last game. So, yeah, big wicket to get at this stage. Mohammad Ajmal is the man that gets the wicket. So 14 for 1. And this is where we see Kunal Joshi typically batting at the moment, number 3. But they still have Mehat Chima, who opened last game. Hasn't been sighted yet with the addition of Ranjit into the side. And see, Joshi pushes pretty confidently and runs. It's a good run to take, I think, at this stage. You've got to get it, ticking. I think we've seen a couple of innings a little bit similar in the fact that each one of the innings in game 1 hit a speed hump at some point. It didn't really have the fluency over the whole 10 overs. I think that Pakistan CC probably got a bit further before they hit the hump in the last couple of overs, which is just when they maybe got the staggers when the target was in sight. But you just got to keep applying yourself, I think, in the field, and I think you can keep the brakes on if you bowl and field well. This is a beautiful looking shot. This is a classical cover drive, and Ranjit, there's a royal kind of front foot push. Let's have a look at this. And wow, beautiful footwork. Just opens himself up slightly, but that's exquisite batting, Rico, for 4 runs.
Yeah, delightful shot. The timing on that was absolutely beautiful as well. And that's what they need, a bit more of that. I mean, we always say, don't we, it's not just about trying to crash the ball as hard as you can. Timing is very important as well. That was a top draw shot. It really was.
This time he gets the slower ball and he picks it, pushes it, and then it's been kicked twice. Well, according to Corey, he wants to give 2-run penalty for foot fielding. That would have been 4 plus the 1. The old double kick. from Sikandar Hyatt. Looking for some of the fashion choices around the ground. At the moment, it does seem like everyone's wearing sleeves. To wait and see, though. All right, last ball of the power play coming up. He goes for it. Picks out one of the two outfielders. There's Shadnan Khan down there. So Joshi will keep the strike. The skipper. That's the end of the power play. It's 21 for 1. Well, in Vienna, in their first game this morning, they were flying in the power play. They scored 44. Well, less than half that on the board after 3. I mean, they're going to have a much improved middle overs. But for me, I mean, Mehachima, he's still to come. He's a guy that I know didn't really get going in the first game, though he did get run out before he really got a chance to launch. So they've still got a fair bit of batting to go down. And I still think they'd be wanting to put that 100 plus on the board. Looks like we're going to get Naveed Hassan to bowl over number 4. Ground looking pretty as a picture. Loving the work from our crew at Spring Productions as well. And so Hassan, let's see what he can do. And Kunal Joshi, he's a guy, he's always looking good. Just think, probably hasn't scored as many runs in ECN cricket as he's wanted. What a good opportunity for him. Just trying to flirt with this one and misses out first ball of the over.
Yeah, good start from the bowler though, Hassan. I really do believe that that's the line that you want to bowl outside the off. Cuts out a lot of the shots that these some of these hard-hitting batters like to play. Those that have played a lot of tape ball cricket like to smash the ball out over mid-wicket, but it's very difficult to do with that line. Yeah, Joshi, the captain, really wants to get a good score here.
And once again, trying to dab, but beaten for pace and bounce.
Yeah, I think Hassan is probably thinking, okay, maybe Joshi, the skipper, it's not his best shot or favourite shots to be playing, so he's going to keep him outside the off stump, I think, until he gets hold of one. That will be the plan anyway. Hassan once more. This time he attacks the stumps and asks the question, and it's been given. The finger goes up. Well, the batter can't believe it. I must admit, I was a little bit surprised here myself, but they do believe there was a little bit of an edge here.
Well, I've got to say, it's not one that I picked up. Looked like he missed that by some distance. That was just my instinct. Well, the bowler was pretty confident. Ran straight through. I think the keeper was as well. And so, I mean, sometimes you get a bit of a feel for these ones. I mean, the keeper and the bowler, they were pretty instantaneous. Joshi seemed like news to him. Anyway, another disappointing end for him as he departs, and the score is 21 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit that is one that's there for the umpires. I mean, you can see that he's given it the big swing. I think that might have, the only thing that's happened there is that it just here, it just taken a very fine tickle off the top of the bat. And you can see the bowler is in absolute no doubt at all, nor is the keeper. And yeah,
it's funny, we can't tell, we can't hear anything, I suppose. So the umpire's got a lot more to go on than us. Did make up his mind pretty quickly there, the umpire. So he was certain. And so now they need to get some runs from somewhere, and this is one way to do it. New batter comes out. And,
has he stopped this?
Well,
or is that hit the rope?
Not super sure.
No, there you go. That's nice.
I thought
well
it
done.
Had to be 4, but I just
you don't want to look.
Second guessing everything at the moment.
Don't look because you got to squint because we know that this could be nasty. That could be really nasty. Actually, it doesn't
he's stepping
quite
on the rope at the time that he touches his foot with the ball.
So Shamsha, good start from him. Boundary straight away. And he's looking for another fielder coming into play. Can't get there. Goes through it. It's 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. And he lands quite heavily on his shoulder, the fielder. And that's Imran Goraya. He picks himself up after the ball goes through to him. So back-to-back boundaries for Shamsha. He's out to do just one thing, and that's to smash the ball. Well, it's got to be Shamsha, the basher, maybe. And straight away, there is another fielder going out to, in fact, he's not going out there. He's going out there to replace Goraya, who missed out on that one. Maybe Goraya did hurt his shoulder a little bit, going for the catch. So, acceleration right on cue. This is what they needed. Shamsha the basher. Can he make it 3 in a row? He certainly can. Ball! balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. You beauty. This is right out of the middle. What a lovely hit.
Yeah, what an actually amazing shot, really, to pick it up off that length and send it away over mid-wicket. 6 runs, and Vienna up and about. And so it is also the end of the over. It's 35 for 2 after 4 overs. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me. Once again is Rico Full, loving our time here in Vienna so far. And, again, there's a lot of history, of course, in this part of the world as well. We know that. But right here, we've seen cricket history made all the way back since 2020, where we had the Austrian T10 tournament. It was a standalone tournament, as well as European Cricket Series here in 2020, also in 2021. And I was just saying before, I think these players, they really love playing this format of the game.
Yeah, and I remember some of these players, of course, some names we remember from ECC. So I'm excited to see them again and seeing them out there in the middle. And at the moment, I'm excited for them to get Shamsha back on strike, and they do, because he does get there. Well, this is another wild throw, thrown in anger by the fielder. So single taken by Ranjit off the very first ball. I think that's the right thing to do, because, well, maybe we should call him Gil Smasher. Forget about Shamsha, because he's smashed the first 3 balls that he's faced. 4, 4 and a 6. What can he do with this one? Hits it pretty well. The fielders have got a lot of work to do and not going to get there. That's 4 more runs. And, well, Smasher the Basher still going strong. And now that's 3 4s and a 6. You need acceleration. We'll send him in. Look, he's having a pretty good day so far. We know he took 3 wickets as well. 3 for 16 in the first match that they narrowly lost to Pakistan CC. And now, with them really trailing in where they'd want to be in the run rate, he's come up and he has sparked some sort of revival here. This is good stuff.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah, Shamsha is the smasher. As Shinwari trots in again. This is dragged out to long on for 1. Yeah, so Indian Vienna, like I say, last year, a side that I really enjoyed watching, and their journey took them all the way to the final in the end against Vienna Afghan, now known as Donnerstadt. Shinwari didn't do too badly this morning. I think looks like he's got a bit about him. This one just a bit too wide. Yeah, but Shinwari's a man. It's 1 for 12 of his 2 overs. Just missing his spots there. But I mean, it's one of those wides. It's almost an acceptable one. You know, get the occasional one you just overcook, but you can also manufacture a dot ball if you get that just inside the tram line. Gotta keep going on with it. 100 plus, I think, the bare minimum. This one is going to be too wide this time. See, some of these guys, I will say something about these Austrian fast bowls. They like to really come in and bend the back. And there's a bit of assistance for them in the pitch here. A bit of bounce. I think we've seen that already. A bit of seam movement. He's getting a bit excited there. Losing the radar.
Yeah, but, I mean, from what I've seen already, Vinny, this pitch gives you that. I mean, it's certainly one that well, a few years ago I'd certainly not have a bowl on. It certainly gives you some reward. And that's why you're seeing these bowlers, these fast bowlers, running in and hitting the ball, hitting the deck hard. We've seen some swing there as well. So, yeah, I think we're going to see some exciting contests out there between batters and the bowlers. Bat versus ball, that's what we say. That's what it's all about.
It's always exciting watching someone running in off the long run. Is he deep in his crease? Is Shamsha. He edges and he's gone, yeah, and it's well held. Kind of reaction catch in the way from Amar Naeem, who was slightly wrong-footed. Didn't have too much time to use the feet to get across that because that flew quickly. So Shinwari gets his reward. Shamsha, nice little cameo from him, 19 off 6, but he's got to go. 3rd wicket falls, and you see there, just was stuck for ideas. Whereas Amar Naeem, who sticks out the one glove and just takes it after a couple of little bobbles. That's the main thing. And so that's the 3rd wicket down now. It's 44 for 3.
Yeah, good catch. He said it needed a 3rd opportunity to take it. And as we see, some of the the workers around the ground. Looking on that one, it's nice to see these banners going up, the ECN banners and also banners of Austrian cricket around the ground. But look, he played his part there well. He didn't waste any deliveries, did he? Shamsha, and hits the 19 of just 6 deliveries. And exactly what they needed.
Yeah, keeping wise. I mean, he's slightly on the wrong foot there. That's why, you know, for all the footwork and those things you're trying to do, sometimes the ball just comes so quickly and there's such a significant deflection that, you know, he's forced to just kind of go one glove and can't really get a step at it. So, yeah, maybe a bit fortunate that it hits the glove and bounces out, but doesn't bounce away too far. So Shimwari with the wicket, last ball of his over. Full toss, and almost bunted straight to the fielder.
Pretty high this. I mean, I'd be interested to see exactly how this was. I mean, when you've got a bowler like Shinwari that's charging in pretty fast, you shouldn't be bowling these.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the walk. It probably was just coming in below the waist if it was to reach the crease. But it's Chima who's in at number 5. And this will be the end of the over as well. 45 for 3. And then, look, nice opportunity, I suppose, for Meha Chima, who didn't really get the chance to bat in the second half of the innings. He was run out last time in game 1. He does get this opportunity now, batting in the middle order with Ranjit Singh, who has batted well, but he hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be fair, in the first half of this game. He's faced 11 out of the 30 balls so far. So let's see what happens as Abrasin Dosterhill, well, he's found a better looking shirt now. And he's in to bowl over number 6.
Yeah, this is a single taken. Yeah, he hasn't had a lot of the strike, but what Ranjit has been doing is just that he seems to be more of a correct orthodox player. He's missed out on a few out on the off stump as well. So they bowled well to him so far. This one, oh, look at this. This is the flying wicketkeeper, Aman Naeem. Well, you just said, Vinny, that he just celebrated his 43rd birthday, but look at him go here.
Yeah, and it's a nice looking take. It's a bit slow to move on the first. When he sees the line of the ball, he decides he's going to launch himself, and he does. And now we got more trouble coming our way. This is all the way to us. And once again, we're in the action. And so that one, luckily for us, bounces straight over the cube. I don't know if we picked that one up or not. Probably not. That was one bouncing straight to me. One hand, one bounce.
Yeah, look, the difference here is we know these balls are bouncing, so you don't have to dive all over your equipment. You just you did that pretty well, I think, one-handedly. Another one that's flying away, and it's 4 more. And, well, when the boundaries do come, it's like the buses in London. They come together.
Well, I was already into my emergency procedures, shutting my laptop. That previous one went to us, but this one, squarer, had just out of the grasp of the fielder. Yeah, so Ranjit, he's certainly strong through the offside. And Dosterhill, he took a good catch and dropped an easy catch last time. He's got some issues. As this one's clipped away to the leg side just for 1.
Nicely played. Gets himself into good position. The fight back is on here.
Yeah, and one thing I think, I said it before, I mean, these guys have played a fair bit of T10 cricket now, so they actually pretty much know not to worry too much about losing wickets. If that's the case, you still need to be attacking. You get value for your shots on this ground as well, as you can probably already tell.
Yeah, I wonder if we get a shot of you in action there. I think Andis, you know, and you got to watch out with Andis. Andis will catch you doing all sorts of things. If you're going to pick your nose, don't do it.
Yeah,
He'll have you.
That.
He'll have you. Andis is that. So he's a tricky bugger, Andis.
A little bit short. Chima. This might be right off the end of the bat, you know.
Oh, they're taking 2. This, if they get this is really good running. They're asking the question, but I think he's already in there. The fielders, well, they have a conversation between themselves and a cup of tea before they decide who's going to get it.
Which is, firstly, I think it's straight off the end of the bat. Look at that. Straight at the end of the bat. So Chima's looking where he thinks it's going to be. I think he's just home.
Yeah, it doesn't quite slide the bat in here. That's one thing you could be doing better here. And boys and girls, the youngsters that are watching, slide that bat in. Don't try and just keep it in the end. Just drop it down. He just makes it in the end.
Pretty
Only
close.
just.
Great camera work by the guys. And it will be the end of the over. 59 for 3 after 6. And yeah, I don't mind taking the odd ball that comes our way in the commentary box. Keeps me awake. You've got to have your wits about you. Because these guys, they love to give it a whack, and I've liked the injection of Ranjit Singh at the top of the order. There's a strange one from Chima. It was so early on it that just actually went to mid-on, even though he was trying to hit that ball sideways. Going to go back to Zia Shinwari. Here we go with over number 7.
Firmly struck, but there is a fielder right out there at long off, and no mistakes from him. That's nicely done, and that is Mohammed Kasim. Saw him take a catch earlier in the day. He dropped one as well, but he swapped places with Shadan Khan. They're the 2 men straight.
Out.
Out.
Yeah, can you believe this? This is about as unlucky as you can get. And Chima, who was run out before, he's caused a run out. And Ranjit Singh is the unluckiest guy in Vienna right now. Just watch this. It was hit back so hard at Shinwari, and it just straight off his toe, straight into the stumps. And poor Ranjit, who was walking out of his crease, just backing up. Well, he can keep on walking. And it's one of those things in cricket. And you're backing up, you're getting a bit of an advantage. But that's the flip side, as there's absolutely nothing you can do about that. A wicket from nowhere, 60 for 4.
That is so unlucky. It really is. It's still, for me, one of the most unluckiest ways that you can get out. I mean, it's not like that he was trying to cheat a few extra yards. Look, by the time he goes, he sort of almost has waited for the bowler to release the delivery. Watch here, and look, he's in no man's land. He can't believe it. And, well, poor Ranjit, he's probably just getting himself set for a big onslaught now as we get into the final overs after getting himself set on 25, and then he has to depart like that.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Chima will want to make this count now as he drives this one to cover. He'll make it. I mean, yeah, obviously not doing anything that's unsportsmanlike at all. It's just backing up. But, I mean, backing up comes with inherent risks. I mean, normally kind of 99 times out of 100 or more, you're fine there. But that is just one of those risks that you just have to accept that it's possible. These are the way things happen.
Ghani is a new batter.
Sometimes it's your time, sometimes it's not. And Ranjit Singh, yeah, he was really the catalyst. You thought of their acceleration potentially, but he's gone. And this one will be gone too. So Ghani stretches and reaches for this one, and he chops on first ball. So Pakistan CC getting a bit of luck, but then making the most of it as they get Ghani for a golden. And there's now it's 61 for 5.
One of those, unfortunately, for Ghani. It wasn't a good shot. He was reaching for it, didn't get his feet in the right position, and as a result of that, he's chops this right on to his stump. So Mohamed Ghani, he's not able to make any contribution at all as he goes for a first baller. So nothing is going right here at the moment. They had that good little partnership, didn't they, between Ranjit and Shamsher. That was important. And then Chima came in, and he continued to go with Ranjit. And now, really, all but Chima have gone. Chima's just going run a ball 5 at the moment. They need that acceleration here. Otherwise, well, it's going to be, well, they may not even get to the 100.
Yeah, I mean, still 3 overs plus to go here.
Shinwari 2 for 12.
Yeah, see that one wicket causing another, really, because Ranjit, you couldn't see him. We're getting out to that delivery, but the new batter was exposed. And now this one is a little bit unconvincing. They're going to push a pretty tight 2, but they'll get it. Fielder slipping slightly. This is Iqbal Singh, who's out there now at number 7. Yeah, Indian Vienna. Certainly a team I really enjoyed watching last year throughout their journey. As we kind of an interesting format last year in Austria. We had 8 teams originally. It's hit hard, should be stopped, and is stopped by Mohammed Kasim. And we basically had an 8-team format originally, and then ultimately they were broken up into 2 groups, and Indian Vienna ended up 2nd overall. But this is something we're really looking forward to as we get to the last 3 overs of this innings. That the ECC will be back, and we're only about well under 3 months now to the first ball of that. You can see Austria have been drawn in Group A, so we will see them from the 12th of September to the 16th. They've been drawn with Ireland, Spain, Czech Republic and Portugal. Really interesting group. I mean, Austria, though, they're really attacking. They played well, made it all the way to finals week last week in the ECC. I'm sure they want to do the same thing again, but won't be easy because only one of those Group A teams will make it through to Championship week this year.
Yeah, I mean, we've said this before. Every time we look at this, I mean, it's going to be an amazing, amazing championship. But every group is spicy. This is a spicy hit. Well, that's out of here. Well, spicy's the word and spicy's the shot. What's up? Wasabi? That's what? That is hot. What a lovely shot. He absolutely hammers this into the wheat field. And, well, there's another fielder there that has to start ploughing around, literally, to try and find the ball. He's done very well. And I wonder what the farmer thinks about all of these trespassers going into his crop.
Yeah, well, part of doing business here at this cricket ground in Saban. It's a big swing and a miss this time. He tries to aim this one into the wheat on the full, but can't catch up with it. Yeah, so those 5 wickets down, especially that key moment of Ranjit Singh. Just feel that could potentially save them a lot of runs. Here's Doster Hill. This time's a slower ball. Yeah, clever bowling there. Does mix up his pace pretty well. A lot of the bowlers have done this well. I think they know the value of not being too predictable in this form of the game.
Yeah, and I think also on this pitch, the ball comes through pretty quickly. So if batters get in and they get used to what you're bowling, they're gonna clobber you all over the place. You've got to be smart. You've got to vary it around. And this is another slower one, a really loopy one. Bat onto ball. I think the key here is to try and get Singh on strike as much as you can. I'm liking the way that Iqbal Singh is hitting the ball. He's hitting it pretty hard. He's been a bit unlucky a couple of times where he's hit it straight to the fielder. Let's see if he can find the gaps, or better still, go aerial. But he seems to like to get on top of the ball. He's got an interesting stance the way he hits it.
Well, this is high, and it really should be caught. Off comes the hat, and down goes the ball. So now we almost got a run out, and we won't have in the end. I think it'd just be 1 to Iqbal Singh, a high one. And Chima wasn't interested in coming back for a second. I think Iqbal Singh thought he might be able to get back for 2 because it went so high. And then, yeah, almost a run out, but yeah, Imran Guraya, firstly, he would have planned to take the catch. He didn't.
Yeah, Guraya not able to take the catch. Slower delivery again. Good bowling this from Doster Hill. I really do like what's happening. Oh, and taking your eye off the ball. Shadnan Khan should know better. Took his eye off the ball, and the fielders say, thank you very much. We'll take another. Let's take whatever they can that comes their way. I think that was an important one because the 2 means that is going to get Iqbal Singh on strike to start the next over.
Yeah, so 8 overs down, 73 for 5. And now heading into the last couple of overs. Yeah, so yeah, last year in Vienna, mentioned, made it all the way to the final where they played Vienna Afghan, who are now known as Donnerstadt. Bit of a trend that a lot of clubs, because there's a bit more of a diverse background of their players. So kind of starting as a bit like these guys, they're Indian and Pakistan, but I mean, obviously the clubs want to be open to as many potential players as possible. So Vienna Afghan, now known as Donnerstadt, on board with that. Donnerstadt is an area here in Austria. Here's Shadnan Khan in over number 9.
Firmly struck.
Just the one to get going now. And 10 and 10 gets you 93. Yeah, it's hard to see that 100 coming up, but you know, Chima is a guy that can absolutely bang the cricket ball. We just haven't quite seen it yet. And yeah, last year, I remember, it wasn't Chima, but there's one bat actually hit the main camera. This is hit pretty hard. And so this will just be a single. But yeah, the main camera last year got smacked with the ball. But the camera you're looking at right now,
He got smashed, right? I remember that.
Yeah. This isn't going anywhere. It's an awkward second bounce. It's a good run to take, I think, at this stage.
This slower ball, I think, also fools the wicketkeeper because I think he's dived, and it's also halfway through his dive that he's thinking, okay, I've dived too early here, but he does manage to stop it. I thought it was going to go right through him, but he does well, get something on it. The 2 batters getting in each other's way. They could have knocked each other out there, but they do get in.
He's hit pretty hard, and well, almost another one plucked away. Eventually we'll find that. I think you'll find it still in the infield.
I think they're looking for the fingers, not the ball.
Fooled everyone, that one, because yeah, I was looking for the boundary for that one as well, but I think it was an opportunity at point in the circle, but it was missed. Chima, has he got a big one in him? Wow, he gets a good slow ball from Shadnan. And so yeah, just can't judge the pace of this one.
Yeah, there's that bounce again that this pitch offers. So already, Vinny, very different to the pitch at the GB Oval in Hungary. This one has got a bit of bounce to it. And
yeah,
you can
it's
rock back.
Even though it was a slow ball. Now, this one is going to be a bit of an issue for the fielder. He does well to judge the spin of the ball. And so, yeah, Chima's frustrated at the moment. He just can't get anything going, but he will be facing up in the last. Pretty good 9th over. There's only 6 come off that, and after 9, it's 79 for 5.
Yeah, a good over, intelligent one. Remember, he had his troubles, didn't he, Shadnan? And what he's done here is differently to that 1 over of his that went for 28 in the first match. This is the very second over of the match. He's just taken the pace off. He's not decided not going to be running in. He decided to do something different, and it worked. And what a contrast, what a change. Only 5 coming off that one. So 79 on the board. Well, anything can happen. They did get 15 off the last over in match 1. Certainly something like that will help them, but it still will mean they finish under where the score they got to, and wasn't enough to give them victory in that one. They're going with Nasari to bowl the last.
All right, here we go. 10th overtime. This is pulled away nicely, and I think this one will go to the boundary. So Chima gets the boundary he wants as they head into the Grady 80s. They want to get up over 90, I'm sure. This one's just a little bit short, and Chima, he's a good player. Just kind of improvises this. Gets cramped for room, but still can get enough batter to get to the fence. 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. I mean, you said it, and he's been trying very hard to get going, but sometimes you probably try too hard. Maybe he just needs to settle down a little bit and go back to just timing the ball well. That's pretty high. He has a quick look at the square leg umpire. Square leg is not interested, and they just take the signal. We'll look at him again.
I think he wanted the strike back there. Yeah. Could be called either way. Remember now, it's waist height or above. Up to you whether you think that's below the waist or not. Certainly, I think it's one that could have gone either way. So over to Iqbal Singh. He gets the end of the bat on this, and this is going to work out just fine for Indian Vienna. They're going to get another 4. Again, not particularly convincing. It's right off the toe of the bat, I think, but plenty of pace on the ball, and it races to the fence. 4 more. Yeah,
and just as they did in the first match, just finding a way to get valuable runs in the last. And that one takes them into the 80s. The opportunity to get a few more with Nasari, who's under a bit of pressure. 17 off his 9 deliveries so far. This has been hit pretty hard, but it goes up in the air, and the catch has been safely taken. And the one that has been captured by one of our crew that is here, Diana Oros, who's taking the photographs. Got a nice picture of that. Yeah, shout out to the team here. Sam Williams, Barry Eden, Mars Baji, Michael Guntalika, and Diana as well. And also to our crew that are doing a fantastic job here as well. And this Edwards, and also we've got the man that's right up there in the tower at the moment, Dennis. And having a look at Dennis. Dennis is certainly taking on board some of the style that was seen from one or two of the players, thinking that we don't need sleeves and stuff. Well, he's decided he don't need a shirt. Why not? Make the most of the Austrian sunshine.
Martin's in Hungary, one of our cameramen. He improvised some sort of crop top. But I do like that Dennis is enjoying his time in the sun. And right now, Dad Zadran is going to enjoy this because it's going to fly over the keeper. He's a very good keeper, but he's not 10 feet tall. For Amran Naeem, and this is going to be another bonus boundary. Vienna kicking in this 10th over.
Oh, this is huge. Right on cue is what they need, and now they go into the 90s, 92. Well, I said they're going to finish short of 100. Well, they'll love, or 99. They'd love to get just slightly short. Well, actually, no, it was 100 exactly they finished on. So 92, ball to go.
Similar kind of score though, isn't it? Especially if they can whack a 6 here. And Nasiri, he needs to sort this out and quick, doesn't he? And this is the last ball of the first half of match 2. Where he smashes this, and I think this has got the legs to travel, and it will. Maximo! Now Zadran goes 4-6, pick up sticks, and they're not far short of what they ended up with in the first game. Once again, they do finish with a bang. 98 will be the score. Jeez. You can see that shot from Dowd Zadran, and you say, oh, geez, it's a pity for Indian Vienna fans. He doesn't face more than just the 2 balls. He absolutely smashed that out of the ground. And so Chima, again, he does what he can do, but hasn't quite hit his strap so far on the opening morning of proceedings. He'll finish 17 not out. Dowd Zadran with 10 not out. But looking back and early on, well, the importance of a good power play. We know all about it. This is one that Rico thought might have got a bit of bat onto the shoulder. And a few chances going one way then the other. When the addition of Ranjit Singh at the top of the order, for me, was a really good move. I mean, they lost that early one, didn't they? And so it wasn't going to be Iqbal Hussain this time with the heroics. Brought Joshi to the crease. But I've got to say, I like some of the batting. I mean, that's just a classical cricket show. And Ranjit, he looked really good, was unlucky to be run out in the middle of these innings. I'm sure we'll see that one a little bit later in the highlights. Joshi got a bit of a dicey one. The umpire felt there was a nick. The bowler and the keeper agreed. And well, he was left a bit befuddled. We'll never know. One thing we do know is it's a very similar target on the board as the target that PCC chased down in the first game of the day.
Yeah, Indian Vienna, they go with a bang in the last again and get themselves to a good score, 98. And this was an opportunity. That was Goraya who had a dive. And, well, this one, forget diving for it. This one goes all the way. And it was a really big hit. And it was a big finish that they needed. And they needed some boundaries, and they got them. I certainly did like, I mean, this was a good catch taken, wasn't it? I mean, it went pretty quickly. It was a spicy one. Gets a hand on it, gets it under control, and takes a catch. You have a better look at it here. So well done to that man. And that's Naeem. He's been very impressive behind the stumps. But, well, this one was where Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, was doing a bit of fielding. But, just out the picture here. And here it comes. Maxi gets up, says, "That's yours, Maxi." And, yeah, good handwork. And, yeah, got a good arm as Maxi. There's the throw. Thank you very much. As easy as that. This one, this is unfortunate. And sometimes, well, I said it, it's the worst way to get out. And Ranjit Singh run out of the shin of Shinwari. And Shinwari, he's pretty delighted about that. That was a big wicket, and I thought that one there at that time could have made the difference of maybe another 15 to 20 runs going on the board. This wasn't such a good shot. And that was Ghani going for his first ball. And to the delight of the bowler. So Shinwari, I did like the bowling of him. I like the bit of pace that he generated. But then that man came in, Iqbal Singh. Well, he did hit the ball pretty hard. There was Goraya, his woes in the field continued. But yeah, he hit the ball pretty well before he got out to a straightforward catch. But then, you know, there's always going to be a twist. We've seen that already. And this is where the ball would just make its way to the boundary. But there was another big shot that came to finish things off. So well done again to, well, not quite the tail, I suppose, of Indian Vienna, but they did accelerate well, and you'll see that on the scorecard. So it started healthy with Ranjit Singh, and then he was very unlucky to get out. I like that innings. I mean, can you call 6 balls an innings? I suppose so. From Shamsha the Basher, it's 19 of just 6 deliveries. He was in ruthless form while he was out there. But then Chima, he did come good at the end, did find the boundary a couple of times. But I think at the end, Iqbal Singh 14 from 10, that was good. But then Zadran, 10 of just 2 deliveries. Well, absolutely fantastic stuff. And that's what you need when you need to try and accelerate and get those runs on the board. The bowlers, I don't think anybody bowled particularly badly. Shadnan Khan, he came back well, didn't he? After that one, a very expensive over in match number 1 between these two. And 2 wickets for Shinwari. Certainly might pick the bowlers. He's got a bit of pace, but I do like the way he varies his pace. One man who was unlucky, Dostel, he didn't get a wicket. And 2 for 23. But look, you saw good bowling there right at the top as well. So all the bowlers mixing up. Amjal continued. He had good work as well. Just 1 for 13. Nasari, yeah, that second over was the expensive one. And Hassan, he bowled a good one as well, just 1 for 14. So once again, just like the very first match between Indian Vienna and Pakistan CC, this one is well poised. It didn't quite get to the 100 this time round, but only a couple of runs in it. Now remember, the first match, it was only won by Pakistan CC by 5 wickets with just 3 balls to go. So I think Indian Vienna now, if they can pick up those early wickets, especially the wicket there of Shadnan Khan early, they could make it the sheer spoil here with 1 apiece. Well, let's wait and see how this finishes. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu as we return in around about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of match number 2.
Hello and welcome back to Vienna in Austria for more of opening day here at this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo, with you for the European Cricket Network. And once again, pleasure to have your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. And once again, we got a pretty competitive game on our hands. It was Indian Vienna who batted first in this match, match 2. They ended up with 98 runs on the board, not too much off the 100, even that they scored in the first game. Now, on that occasion, in match 1, Pakistan CC, they chased the target of 101 with 3 balls to spare. The target this time is 99, but I think Indian Vienna, by their own admission, they would have said they gave away a few too many extras. Also, there was a 4 overthrows in there. I think that if they bowl and field well, they will have a chance of defending this. But I have to say, Pakistan CC, they've got the firepower to do this and do this pretty easily if a couple of their big guns get going. It's going to be Ahmed Ghani to bowl the first ball. Kasim will be the batter. Let's get cracking in this chase. 100 last time, but 98 on the board this time. 99 the target, and you can make that 93 as this first one disappears into the wheat. Maximo! Ghani drops short and challenges Kasim to hook. He does, and this one disappears. And what a start. Of course, Kasim did look pretty good to me earlier on as well for Pakistan CC in their innings. He scored 13 off 7, so he was there for a short time, but a good time. Yeah, that brand new ball didn't bother Kasim at all. He's out there with Naveed Hassan. Naveed was the one that missed out last time. He went 4 and out in the first innings of their campaign. This is Fuller, much better from Ghani. He's got a kind of a slingy action. He does come late and he really hurls that thing down. Let's say quick hello to Mandrake. And yeah, sorry, the chat, the internet's been a bit iffy here at times. I haven't been as involved as I normally am, but keep the comments and questions coming. Big swing this time. They decide to go for a single. I'm just strolling, so Chima tries to keep Kasim honest. They do get the 1, and so now we'll go over to Naveed Hassan for the first time. Yeah, but hello to you, Shrabon, and to George as well, who's in the chat. And everybody else, why don't you drop us a question or a comment? We'd love to have your thoughts on ECN cricket. Whoa, really close, really close and out. Well, I just felt it had to be, and he's going to get the message now. He was hit full. I mean, we'll see this from right behind the bowler's arm, but my instinct was that he snuck a bit too far across there. And yeah, that's to me. That looks out to me. And the only question was there any bat in it? Certainly not something I picked up live. I just don't see that missing leg stump. You see, actually hits both pads, but it hits his front pad first, and then here, I mean, seemed to me that hit him in front of that middle stump, and I think the bowler was pleading with him, and Hassan just turned his back at the wrong moment because he missed the message that he had to go, but I think it is a very good decision. And so, dangerous striker has to go very first ball. Ghani, he's overturning around pretty quickly as well. 7 for 1 now after 4 deliveries. This will bring Skander Hyatt to the crease. Let's have a look at this. First one, hits the front pad first. Hits the front pad first. Yeah, I think that's out every day of the week.
No, I just had that.
So Ghani
Hi, how are you? Good at you,
smacked for a 6 first ball, and then worked his way back in. This one sneaks past the bat. So yeah, early wicket so important here if you're going to defend this double-digit total. So yeah, Ghani, key player, the way he goes about his business. He's been much better since he started pitching the ball up. Not so sure about this one. Fielders didn't particularly convince themselves. Maybe just hits the ground, I think, as the one goes past, inducing a bit of an appeal. Shrabon picking the first ball would have gone for 6. I wonder if she picked the LBW later in the over though, Shrubon. Always nice to have you with us. That's the end of the over. It's 7 for 1 and 276 matches now without a golden ball. It's a new record. The previous record was 253. So about a week past that, we are due. I feel like at some point in Austria, we could break our golden ball drought. Of course, we had one here last year, memorable one involving the champions, then known as Vienna Afghan, now known as Donnerstadt. And so, pretty good first over. Considering the first ball went for 6, next 5 balls just going 1 for 1. So, we'll get to see over number 2 now, and it will be Gil Shamshap to bowl it. It's important to follow up a good one after having a successful over. Kasim will have other ideas. Let's just show some respect to this first one. He's out there with Sikandar Hayat for Pakistan CC. Sikandar Hayat, it's not a man that we saw featuring in that first game. This one is pulled. It's going to be a long chase for Joshi. Well, he does very well there. Does very, very well to get down to that. And that was his only play to get that. Sometimes you see fielders kind of just going with the foot at this. If he'd done that, I think he probably would have kicked it into the wheat fields. So, you know that Joshi gave away a couple of runs earlier, but he saved him there. Very, very good fielding from the captain. Next one is cut away and knocked down in the infield again. That's another good stop. That could have easily gone to the boundary had it got through. But in the end, CC Vienna, I think they'll be really keen to make sure they're not as wasteful in the field as that first game when they were defending a very similar kind of a target. Oh, this has got him. I think, fortunately, it hits him in the shoulder or maybe the chest. And, well, this is why, it's actually more like the shoulder, almost the upstairs region. And we do really like to encourage people to wear the helmets. That could have been a bit, well, more than a bit nasty. Anyway, he does survive. And he gets another one. This time he deals with it a bit better. He hooks this one out of the ground. Maximo! Sikandar Hayat was almost knocked out, and then the next one was knocked out of the park as Rico Full comes back in the commentary box. Well, Hayat, lucky to survive in more ways than one the previous delivery, but the next one, he smokes it for a big Maximo.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what we say on the ECN is what I say. I always say to these batters that don't wear a helmet, I always say, come on, guys. It's good for you as well, because we know that the women like men that wear protection. So get your lid on, play safe, and be a bit smart and be a bit intelligent. I mean, he gets away with it, doesn't he? And the bowler, he spikes this at the end of his over. He's not happy about that one.
Gone are the days that you have to look after the ball all day. He just spikes it, says, all right, somebody else have a go.
Yeah.
So in the end, it wasn't the worst over from Shamshar at all. He's annoyed that he's knocked out of the park once. And so it's going to be 16 for 1. It was 17 for 1, sorry, after that single, up to 2 overs. You can see Pakistan CC early leaders in Vienna. They want to square that up pretty quickly. Then this afternoon we'll get to see Austrian Cricket Tigers and Vienna CC. Tomorrow we'll get to see Donnerstadt for the first time. Donnerstadt are the team previously known as Vienna Afghan Cricket Club. So yeah, it'd be good to see them out there. It's going to be a very exciting series, and of course just the 5 teams this time. Last time we had 8, so you can expect that it'll be really competitive. All right, here's Omari, who bowled quite a good last over. It's his only over last time. Only went 3 balls, in fact, because they did sneak across the line. In fact, ended up getting there with just those 3 balls remaining. But now he gets an opportunity a bit earlier in the innings. Sprays this one. Again, he's another guy that's kind of all shoulder. This one seems back, and you can see there a bit of sideways movement off this pitch, Rico. There is something in it for the bowlers. Reminds me a little bit of the pitch in Prague that we saw. There's good bounce and there's some sideways movement for the bowlers that are able to get it right.
Yeah, that's better from Omar, isn't it? But, like you said, he just bowled 1 over so far.
You This one is full, and it's going to get through the gap, and this is going to be 4. Yeah, so Omari's that kind of a bowler that he can be a little bit inconsistent, I think. This one turns into a full toss, and Hyatt, well, he strikes it really nice. He's on the walk, so that's why it's fuller than it probably would have been. So the result is a boundary. Pakistan CC counter-attacking after that early wicket.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. And he walks down quickly. Like you said, he hits it on the full. But the key thing about it is the placement. Keeps it along the deck. Hits it hard, 4 runs.
This time some false shots hanging in the air. The fielder goes back and takes a very, very good catch. Running with the flight. Well, catches win matches, and we know the Indian CC Vienna, they weren't particularly good in the field earlier, but that's a brilliant catch by Down Zadran. Well, he finished the innings with a bang as he went 4 and 6 to pick up 6. Now he picks up a real tough chance. Has to take it, turning around and running with the flight. So Omari gets the wicket. Hyatt's gone for just 11. There's 22 for 2.
Yeah, well, the shot before, he did the same thing, came down, but he focused so much on timing the ball, keeping it low and getting his boundary. This time round, he loses his shape. This time round, he's thinking, well, maybe I'll go the aerial route. Comes down, does the same thing again, goes for the big shot, but he doesn't get it out the middle of the bat. Hits it low end, slices it, goes up in the air, but take nothing away from the catch. Still the fielder, Vinny, had it all to do. That is a really difficult catch, made to look easy.
And so often when you're running back with the flight, you know, the fielders come up 1 or 2 metres short, but he kind of compensates for that. I think he goes a bit further than he thinks he needs to. And then, yeah, I mean, he doesn't break stride. It's a fantastic bit of fielding.
Yeah, well done to Zadran there.
Here is a key moment in the game, though, because Shadnan Khan is coming out. He's coming at 4 because they have Hyatt in the lineup this time. And Shadnan Khan last time, he was the top scorer in the game, 42 off 23. But Omari, he's got his tail up. He'll want to remove the big man early. Good first ball. Bowlers here, they've got a bit of life about them. A lot of good pace bowlers in Austria. That's probably something in Hungary. We didn't have too many genuine kind of out-and-out fast bowlers, but I think in Austria there's quite a bunch to choose from. Pitches up, and this one is very, very high. It's a catching opportunity, and it's taken. So 2 in the over, and it's Shamsha that does the work. And unfortunately for Shadnan, he's not able to follow up his form in the morning. He tries to launch this one out of the ground, but he's out for a duck. And Pakistan CC, now they've lost 3 in the power play. It's 22 for 3.
Yeah, what a good catch this is, because you got all the pressure on you. Not only is that going a long way up in the air, but it's the key batter as well. You know, you take this wicket, you get a great chance, and I love the little chuck the fatte jig he does there. Well, he's doing a little bit of the mini Bhangra dancing. Doesn't quite get his hands up in the air there, does he? But I'm liking that. Well done, good catch, and well done also to Omari. I was saying to you, Vinny, when we saw him out there fielding at third man with his locks flowing about all over the place, I said he looks like a bowler. Well, there's that little dance again. And he is a bowler. He's picked up 2 valuable wickets.
I knew it was a matter of time till they bring him in. They waited very late last time. But yeah, he just does enough with the ball. That was no half volley. Shadnan tries to go downtown. It's always risky early in your innings. I mean, yeah, he does have 42 runs under his belt from the last game. But still, new game, new story, and his story was short. So what an over this is. 2 big wickets in it, and now, as last ball of the third, just not back to him. And that will be a dot. So Indian Vienna, they're defending like a team that really needs the 2 points. End of the power play, 22 for 3. Very similar kind of power play than Indian Vienna's. They were 21 for 1. He had 22 for 3, but for me, the key statistic is the 3 wickets, and not just 3 wickets, but 3 pretty big wickets. We know that Shadnan, very, very good last time. He's gone for a duck. Of course, Hyatt, he did some nice shots as well. He's out, as is Naveed Hassan, who never got going today. So Indian Vienna, after the power play, they're on top, but you know, Pakistan CC, I'm sure that they'll be hoping to turn things around in the middle overs.
Yeah, well, isn't it good again how quickly your fortunes can change? Remember that we saw Gil Shamsha, after he bowled that second over, he spikes the ball into the ground, wasn't very happy, and then now he is happy. We see him take that catch and he's dancing with joy. And that's European cricket for you. Everything just changes in an instant.
Yeah, well said. Now here's down Zadran with his spinners. He's been brought on immediately after the power play. I thought Shamsha might get another one, but They do like to go to spin as we head into the middle overs. I think it's important to get that variety. Something we didn't really see much of from Pakistan CC this morning. A genuine spin option, but yeah, still got to get it right. I think if you get it wrong as a spinner here, you're going to go for big runs. This is pretty well bowled by Zadran.
Yeah, there's a bit of confidence flying about Indian Vienna here at the moment. I mean, they've removed, don't forget, they've removed two good batters, Naveed Hassan and Shaddan Khan, both of those without scoring. That is huge. And, oh, this is really well bowled. He's toying with that offside line, and this quite easily could have just tipped into the hands of the keeper, Chima.
Yeah, you just got to get that length spot on. There's a slower man here. And this is another middle length. It's a good one. It's not easy to come down to, but also not easy to go back to. So, yeah, Zadran, good work from him.
Big shot coming, they're saying. Well, I feel that as well. And he plays this well off the pads, but what a good field position that is as well. They're putting the squeeze on, aren't they? And this one has gone also right across the line to play it, but straight at the fielder. They're almost like, I mean, looking at this field, they know a lot about this batter. That's why this field has been set this way. And here's that big shot that was coming. He's going to drop just short of Shamsha. In comes the throw. And it has to be taken fantastically, one-handedly by Chima there behind the stumps. It's great work happening there in the middle. I hope you're enjoying it wherever you're tuning in from.
Yeah, we're loving it at the moment. I tell you what, I'm loving it. The sun is out, Rico, so I'm getting ready. We waited a long time for summer, didn't we? But now we are really enjoying it. And I will say that in Vienna, they needed a good start. They've got a good start, but now these middle overs, you put your shades on as well. And then sometimes you talk about the men in black glasses.
There we go.
We talked about the men in black glasses last week, that some of the umpires might have wanted to trying to erase some memories. We had some interesting moments, but it's great to be back in Austria. We're loving it so far. Let's get back out to the middle because this game is in the balance at the moment.
They go with Omari again, and why not? Picked up two huge, valuable wickets. And a lot of noise out there coming from Indian Vienna, and it's pretty quiet at the moment in the dugout, if you like, of Pakistan CC. They need a few balls to travel to the boundary to get their voice back. And, well, they're not going to get it back. This is a full toss. It wasn't a good delivery, but it just goes to show sometimes even the Gandhi ball can get you a wicket. This should have been smashed to the boundary. And in the end, the batter just ends up smashing it onto his own stumps. And, well, Nasari, he has to go. His eyes lit up there, but he lost his shape completely. Went for the big hit and just hits the ball back onto his stumps. And as he walks away, he says, "Oh yaar, aa ki kar ditta? Chakka marna siga, apne stump de vich ball maar ditti."
He just loses his shape, doesn't he, Nasiri? So he'll be so disappointed about that because that was there to hit, but he misses. So similar target, but different storyline so far as Indian get a fourth wicket now, 24 for 4.
Well, Omari, well, you see, I told you just from looking at his hair and his height, I said that man looks like he can bowl. Well, he bowled one over for us, and he proved he could bowl. And now he comes up here.
It's not a great shot though, is it?
No,
I mean, still you can play with a straight back. You pretty much hit that wherever you want. But he gets a bit greedy, wants to baseball it out of the ground, swings all the way around and misses. So, well, let's see what the captain can do with it. Birthday boy from the weekend, Amar Naeem. Coming into bat here at number 6. This will be 4, and yeah, gets one early on. That just allows him to just score without expending too much energy. This is what we were talking about with Omari as well, is can be a bit inconsistent. He picks up length quickly and turns on it with no fine leg, Rico. That was always going for 4.
Yeah, it was actually a very nice shot. It's that's the difference, isn't it, between trying to hoik the ball out of here or just rely on your timing and keeping your shape. But it's intelligent shot played to get off the mark from Naeem. And this is not the best of bowling. It strays down the leg side, and for once, Chima not able to collect this cleanly. He gets away from him, so the batters make this into 2 wides. So evenly poised, this contest, Vinny.
Yeah, it really is. This is what I like about the doubleheader format sometimes, is one team gets the right to reply. So these two teams creating their own narrative this morning. Oh, this is pretty close to another one. I could almost add a 4th here, Omari. And at the moment in the commentary box, we have a wasp attacking a butterfly in the commentary ice cube. What are you doing?
I'm saving the butterfly.
Well, you scared the... There's 2
Yeah,
butterflies.
I saved them.
What is going on? What did they put in the cube bag?
I don't know.
I know there's a bunch of little Hungarian spiders that have been attacking us all morning.
Yeah, I saved the butterfly.
Okay.
I done me bit.
Right, well, this one could be trouble, although it's going to travel a long way. And in the end, I think it's going to get across for 4. So, Kasim, it's his turn now. And so, we're distracted with a kind of David Attenborough special here in the ice cube. But out there in the middle, it's another forehand to runs Pakistan CC. So, Omari has had an interesting time, to say the least.
All sorts of bugs all over the place here. Well, I did save the butterfly. I think I saved I'm going to have to do some more saving, because that one butterfly of the 2 I saved is now caught on a web. So I'm going to have to go up there a minute.
It's a circle of life, though, Rico. Don't interfere too much.
Nah, not in front of us. We can't be. No, not in front of us. I've got 3.
Well, guess what? This one is pumped, but how far? It's far enough. Maximal. Kasim saying, remember me? He hasn't had too much of the strike at all. And he's faced 10 out of the first 30 deliveries. This time he's on the walk, and he smacks it over the leg side. 6 runs. Pakistan CC at the halfway point. They're 40 for 4. A little bit behind, but with that man, Kasim there in particular, they could get right back on track in a hurry.
Yeah, well, they're trying to do what Indian Vienna did pretty well after losing some early wickets, come back and get things happening. Well, Mohammed Kasim is still there, the opener, 21 of 10 now, and of course, we've already seen Naeem play one beautiful shot for 4 as well. So this could be the important partnership. I think it's pretty good to go with Zadran again. Just keep the spin, keep the pace off, try and get the batters to make the mistake while you've got the runs on the board.
Now Zadran comes back for his second, and his length's been so good in this innings so far. This is no exception. Only allowed 2 singles in his first over. 4 dot balls in the middle of that over. I think they're going to have to take a chance against him. Naeem just really, I don't know how to describe this one, kind of shovels this one square. Showing good hands and good wrists and good eye, but you take a bit of a risk there, because if it doesn't bounce as much as you think, or a bit more, then you could get yourself in trouble. But he does get the 1. Hands over to Kasim, and I don't think Kasim is sitting on his hands here. I think he wants him. No one's gotten hold of down Zadran yet. He does want him, but he's mishit it, and this could be another catching opportunity, and it is taken. Well, cue the dance music. That's another one, and Shamsha, he's caught really well down there in important position. Kasim,
Come on, Shamsha.
I just knew he wanted some of Zadran, but he misses out. He goes for 21, and now Indian Vienna in a commanding position in match 2. It's 41 for 5.
Yeah, you get a nice shot of this here. Well, he takes the catch, but no dance this time. A little bit disappointed. I was ready to boogie-oogie with it with Shamsha, but what a good catch that is. We saw some great catches in the deep in Hungary from some great players, and we know we've already seen that this man, Shamsha, is showing us that anything that comes his way, especially when it's like that straight at him, he ain't going to drop it. So they get the breakthrough. So Zadran does it. I said that I think just keep the pace off it, because no pace on the ball. You really got to thump it hard, and you got to rely on his timing, and that's an easy catch.
Spin to win, but you got to have good spin.
Yeah.
And otherwise, you're going to go for big runs. Speaking of big runs, that's the biggest one we've seen all day. Rico, don't even bother trying to find that. Yeah, you'll need a compass, and you'll need to make an emergency plan, because that one is absolutely smashed out of the ground. Even if we found that ball, I don't think it would have been in one piece. Dosterhill comes out first ball, and he absolutely murders it.
Well, what is this? That is huge, and I like the way he starts again and says, oh, yaar, kitne challa? Aaja wapas. Nahi honi wapas. Ball gayi. Yeah, you're right. That ball has gone. There's no point even trying to find it. And Omari, they call him back before he gets lost in there.
Oh, that was one of the biggest 6s all year. And guess what? This is hit pretty hard as well. It'll take some stopping. Someone almost blows his fingers off. I've got to say that is good fielding out there to keep that to 1.
That was absolutely smashed at Iqbal Singh. And Iqbal Singh, a line that he is, says, I'm not afraid. It was another one of those ones that he just sort of almost flicks it out of his hand as ran. This time he goes with the width. Quick hands there from the keeper. Chima takes it, knocks the bails off as well, but the batter well inside, so work to do for the umpires. But I keep saying, every time there's a wicket and you think maybe this match is going in the direction of Vienna, Indian Vienna will then come back. Pakistan CC with a big shot or two. Duster Hill, what a huge 6 that was.
We're just going to see exciting cricket here. I think no doubt about that. And yeah, I mean, Duster Hill just smacks the ball so hard. To be honest, it's a bit like what we saw from him in the first game. And that time he smacked a 4 and got out the very next ball. I want to stay around a bit longer here. Still some work to do, plenty of work to do in fact. But it's going to be Kunal Joshi, captain of Indian Vienna, to come and bowl over number 7. Duster Hill in the cowboy hat, batting like a cowboy. Tries to whack this as well. Gets on the bottom of the bat than anything. Just get the 1 here. So over to Naeem. See if he can keep things going. As a bare minimum, I think he needs to get off strike. I mean, I think Naeem wants some counters of his own as well. He's a classy player. I say, looking a very good nick for someone 43 years old. Happy birthday, by the way. Wow, this one's a gift, but it might have given a gift back. No, this one's out of here. And I think this ends up going for 6. We'll have to see it on the replay.
I'm sure the fielder's running along the rope here and just gets enough on it. Doesn't try and hit it too hard, does he? Look,
yeah.
It's all about time. He says, I know where I want it to go. The fielder comes across. Well, actually, he's quite...
Well, actually, I think it might have been 4.
He's a way off the boundary. Not a long way off. Yeah, difficult one. Just slow it down. I think maybe it just bounces. Bounces just before.
Was it?
Yeah, maybe just before. Yeah, 4 has been signalled.
There we go. It's be a good shot. Yeah, just inside. So 4 runs. Good camera work there by the guys. Shout out to our group Productions, as this one should be stopped. It will be. I suppose the last one was into the gap. That's what allowed it to kind of bounce inside the boundary rather than be caught, or have a catching opportunity at least. So yeah, 50's up and running now. Pakistan CC, particularly the injection of Duster Hill, has made you think anything's possible. He's going to face up here to Joshi. You know what he's going to try and do, but clever bowling from Joshi. Bit of a risk, but it's a risk that pays off. Slower bouncer. Duster Hill way too early on that shot.
Yeah, it's well bowled. It's clever. Slower delivery. There's always caused a few issues here for all the batters, but it's the thing is about disguising them and not bowling too many of them that the batters start to pick them and see the pattern of them as well.
Well, guess what? This is going to be 6 more, and this is a slight miss hit, so it's only about 3 rows deep in the wheat, but that's a big shot, Maximal. And this guy, Amberstein Duster Hill, he can change a cricket match pretty quickly the way that he likes to bat. He is hyper aggressive, and 6 more to the total.
Yeah, well, we saw that Shamsha of Indian Vienna go out there and do exactly the same thing, and that was to throw the bat and throw it hard. We saw Iqbal Singh do it as well, and now we're seeing the same here from Duster Hill.
Last ball of the over, and this one's going to get blasted as well. Slightly misses his length. Does Joshi? It's in the slot, and this disappears. Maximal.
Yeah.
Oh, what a turnaround this has been since Duster Hill's come to the crease. Now it's the end of the 7th over, and the score 66 for 5.
Well, this one goes in the cornfield. Now you see him, now you don't, but he does come out of there okay. So, and he finds the ball as well. Well done, that man. And who we got coming up next, Vinny?
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to this afternoon. Vienna CC, the host club, against Austrian Cricket Tigers, the club that represented Austria in the ECL. So, starting with Vienna CC, you got Mark Simpson-Parker at the top of the order for them. Abdullah Akbarjan took 2 hat-tricks in the tournament last year. They picked up Arslan Arif from PCC. They've also picked up Javid Zadran, national team player who played for Cricketers last year. They're led by Quinton Norris, who'll do the keeping for them. And give you a bit of a word on ACT. Oh, they might have it. No, they should not get a second here. ACT, they have so many players I'm looking forward to watching. Usman Yusuf, captain, very clever left-arm spinner. Balvinder Singh, the cross-handed man. Imran Azif and Akib Iqbal. Mirza Asan. I'll tell you a bit more about them in a second, but You've got Imran Azif, who absolutely crunches the ball. You've got Mirza Hassan, who is like he's like a Sasquatch. He is massive, right? He can whack it everywhere. And then Akib Iqbal, who's coming off a really good T20 International Series recently in Germany. And so, yeah, looking forward to the next game coming your way in about 35 minutes. Right now, let's go back to the present. And this one is an absolute bullet as well. And lucky that wasn't cube bound. I think that probably would have put a hole in the cube, Rico. But guess who? Doster Hill murdering another one. This is 4 this time.
Yeah, he's just, I love the way he dispatches this. He just stands tall. I often say to a lot of these batters, don't lose your shape. He stands tall. He's got a lovely swing. And smashes it away. So Samsha did a bit of smashing himself. Samsha the basher. Now he's finding that it's his turn.
Here's the thing with him. You haven't bowled him a good Yorker yet. Every time it's just been a little bit short and in the slot, and he's absolutely smoked it. So let's see how he goes against a genuine Yorker if you can get it right. I feel like he's a big risk to swing all over it. And maybe miss it, but he's still got to get it right. Again, this one isn't quite a Yorker, and that's why it's hit at about 250 k's an hour in our direction. But that's the difference between getting a Yorker length and just short of a Yorker length, Rico.
Yeah, and good bit of fielding. That was absolutely clobbered.
We better be awake here.
We better be awake.
All right, here's the next one. This one is going to be caught. Wow, how about that? And it's going to be Naeem that's going to go. This was just on the length, and he hit it pretty well, but hit straight at the fielder. And I got to say that Iqbal Singh, he's certainly been in the action today. So he just hit off the back foot, hit pretty hard, but the catch is taken. And all smiles, saying, "Well, I was never too worried about it." As it's going to be the end of Aman Naeem, and so a wicket for Shamsha. And so Naeem has to go for 11, 72 for 6. And that time, actually, it was Ahmed Ghani in that position. So he switched across and wasn't afraid to flash us the pearly whites. Yeah, it is Ghani. And, this was the one that came at us. That was pretty quick. And Rico said, yeah, not too worried. But it'll be Imran Garaya. And you've had it. There we go. So we've seen some whacked at us. We've seen that one whacked at the fielder. And so Shamsha gets his wicket. 72 for 6. Garaya happy just to push. Might not be a bad single for Indian Vienna because it means Garaya will be facing and not the hard-hitting Doster Hill, who's 25 off 9 at the moment.
Yeah, you can see that the bowler, Shamsha, said, yeah, let him have it. Doesn't matter. He knew exactly that meant it wasn't going to be Doster Hill that's going to be on strike. He is the man that they're going to be worried of. He's someone that can change which way this match goes. I mean, still plenty to do. They need about 12.5 and over. But if you get Doster Hill on strike, well, he can do that quite easy and beyond if he gets there a couple of deliveries his way. He's hitting the ball so well. So I think the key here is really, like here, to put the pressure on, try to cut out the single. I can see a man that's coming close on the leg side. Mid-wicket comes in. I still think the men on the offside are too deep. One of them has to be in at least another. Yeah, look, they're doing it here now. That's better. Keep it tight. That's better. I like that. I like that.
I'm surprised, but here we go. It's game on. Anything can happen. 26 off 12 now. This is a miss hit. Should just be one. Doster Hill is just going to trot down the other end in his cowboy hat. Like he's cruising down the main street in the Western. And he's going to say, all right, let's go. And I'll tell you what, it's been a while, but golden ball, if we do get a tie in this game, 98-98, we'll go to an extra delivery. And whoever is batting will get one more opportunity to win the game. They'll need 2. Doster Hill launches this straight, and watch out up there,
watch
this
out.
is coming straight at Dennis. Wow, last year we had a camera knocked out of the tower. This one isn't far away, and once again, you see, giving him a little bit of length, and he feasts on it. And Dennis, now give us the thumbs up if you're okay, because that one almost need another cameraman. He's going to need a parachute. That one almost knocked him out of the tower.
Well, this one is certainly in the cornfield behind us. I don't know, Dennis, are you able to swivel around and show us that field behind us? It's a lot of maize grain, and when the ball goes out there, well,
yeah.
Can you imagine you're doing a barbecue, you stick on the corn on the cob, and the next thing there's a kookaburra that pops out at you.
I mean, Again, still haven't seen him face an actual Yorker. Garney doesn't want to produce it. Otherwise, they're running out of runs and running out of time. Close up, but not close enough. This is driven through the offside. He's got all the shots at the moment. Dusterhill, what a performance this is. Stefan Gooch, well, he's much better fielder when he was fielding for the blinders rather than in the match referee tent. But right now, what an exhibition of hitting this is from Dusterhill all round the park.
Yeah, powerful shot and missed out by 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh, we've seen you. Yeah, but look, too much width. Haven't bowled well to him. Take the pace right off. That we've got to be thinking about. Look at how deep he bats inside his crease.
Yeah,
look at that.
You got to get it fuller and quick. Doesn't.
Chance.
This is a chance. Well, this could be the game on the line. It's a huge one. They're going to leave for each other. No, he's dropped it. It goes through the hands, and it's going to go for 4. Well, that was the game breaker, really. Dusterhill, he went with it anyway. It was a chance, and I think that was Amari out there, wasn't it?
But Amari took over. Look, it's another fielder's getting under it. Amari's come from nowhere and says, I want it. So the fielder obliges, steps away, and Amari gets it completely wrong.
11 off 8. I mean, still you remove him here. It probably goes back to 50-50. Back to live action. Here's Garney. Gives him length, and once again, this is pounded. Stop bouncing the ball at this guy because he's going to put you out of the park or to the rope. Dusterhill 43 off 13. One of the best kind of cameo innings I think I've ever seen in ECN cricket. He has been smashing it all around the place. And now with that, only needs 7 more off 7 balls.
Oh, it's been an awesome onslaught. Look at... We saw something similar to this in the final at the GBO in Hungary when it was Zishan Kukahill who just thought he's going to lay into everything. Dusterhill.
Last ball of the over. This game's still alive. Maybe for not much longer. This is up. Could be a chance. No, this is over as well. Maximo scores tied. Garney gets the treatment. That goes magical. 25 off the over. And look, remember the first ball, it wasn't faced by him. It was faced by Garaya, who took a single. Since then, it went 6, 4, 4, 4, 6. And really, that's game over, surely, because they need a maiden to force the golden ball. Last over, it's 98 for 6 after 9. And look, one thing I will say, they couldn't get the Yorker, but we didn't really see a lot of variety to him. We didn't see a slower ball. We didn't see them try pretty much anything. And now you pretty much got to bring everybody in and hope that you can get 6 dots on Garaya. I probably wouldn't even have the deep mid wicket out. All right, here we go. Joshi needs a maiden. And, well, they're probably going to have a run out. In fact, he's going to be the one that's run out here. So I get what he was thinking there. Didn't get Dusterhill on strike, who's on 49, but he's going to stay on 49. So Garaya pushes. And, well, maybe there's a twist left in this game. It's not the best look from Joshi with the hat backwards, but he probably thought he'd only have to bowl the 1 ball. Instead, he comes out with the run out. That's 7 wickets out now. Surely not, Rico. There's a few heart attacks going on, I think, in the change room, and one out there in the middle.
That is great. Look, first of all, you got to say the run is Garaya's played it, it's called it. Dusterhill needs to go straight away. If he does, he gets in, game over. Then, I think when Garaya realises that Dusterhill is not going to make it, he's got to be the one that turns around and gets out of here. And he just says, nah, I'm not going back. You go over there. Yeah. This now means you've got a new batter coming in. All right, scores are tied, and the chances of them staying tied over the next 5 deliveries is very slim.
This would be what a finish. I mean, if you were. It's communication. You need to talk about that. You've got the end of the over break to have a couple of words and say, look, I'm hitting it and running, so just make sure you're coming. Again, you only need 1 run off the 5 balls. I'd bring even if you think you're too close, I'd just do it. I'd probably have someone that's ready to take the bowler's end stumps as well. Joshi's round the wicket. Any score wins it for Pakistan CC. That's a dot as well. Every time there's a dot, the pressure is going to go up. And this is Muhammad Ajmal out there. Now, well, you know he's serious because his cap's off now. Kunal Joshi. Still got the sunnies on though. Needing 4 more dots. Pakistan CC surely just going to hit and run here. And, well, this won't be out. In fact, they've appealed there, and that's going to essentially cost them the game. I think there might have been a bit of bat in that. At any rate, it was going down the leg side, but I think it'll be a run. And so a strange finish to this game. It's almost like, it was going down the leg side by a mile. So I don't know if it's inside edge or not, but regardless, I mean, it's almost like you know, a storm has like whipped through your whole house and stuff's everywhere. And at the end, they still just need that one more run. They made hard work of it. But once again, it's going to be a last over chase, successful chase for Pakistan CC, and they're going to take out all the points in the morning session here on opening day.
Yeah, I mean, well done to them. I mean, they've just shown they're able to up it when matters, but that innings from Dosterhill was sensational. Unfortunately, he gets run out. You've seen some massive hitting here. But that ninth over, we always say it all happens in the ninth, and it certainly did. That 25 came off it, which basically sealed his victory. If it was only 10 or something off that over, well, we know what could have happened.
Well, even if he had that last one for 6, if they had 6 more runs to play with, I mean, at the end, they made one look really hard. That just shows you the difference of getting a new batter in there. But, geez, we've had some thrills and spills here on opening day so far. Look, disappointment from Indian Vienna, who walk away without any points despite playing some good cricket. And that was a really good catch, wasn't it? Going back with the flight. And, yeah, they were in a real spot of bother, to say the least, especially when some of their big hitters went early, including Shadnan, who was their top scorer in the last game. It's, Indian Vienna did a lot better in the field this time to take some of those chances. A bit of a catch and dance there from the fielder, Shamsha. But, well, ultimately, we were getting ready for a nice bit of fun in the sun. But out there in the middle, it was a funny sort of innings, ebbs and flows. And, you know, some of these wickets turned out to kind of work towards Pakistan CC, because it meant that guy, that Dosterhill, would get out there and he sure would be ready for some action. Earlier, we saw Amar Naeem come into the crease. You see this one just snuck away and went almost all the way. But really, Rico, we'll see in a minute, that's through the middle. They were just trying to find a counter-attack, and we really felt that this one could be a close one. Ultimately, Kasim was the one that stole the show. When he felt, you said, okay, well, it's going to be game on. But then this guy came out, and once we saw Dosterhill out there, it was absolute carnage in the middle. As this cowboy, he was just throwing the bat at everything and hitting most of them, and hitting them really, really hard. Yeah, he hit the ball so sweet, didn't he? I mean, this was the cat. That was absolutely laced, wasn't it? But no mistakes there. And this time it was Ghani who takes the catch and says, don't worry about it, knew all about it. And those smiles, well, they thought maybe, as another batter came in, it was Garaya who came in, but the hitting here, I mean, that was sweet. That was the one that we thought the tower and Dennis was in danger. And this one, well, that was a key moment, wasn't it? Yeah. That was the one that you take that catch, it would have been game over. I kind of said, yeah, this is the game. You had that feeling. And then you see just a lack of communication. They were hoping for a mistake. It didn't come. And so Dosterhill had to go. And then one of the more nervous guys in Austria walked out in the middle. Mohammed Ajmal missed one, but then kicked the last one away. I think it was a leg by in the end, but it'll be the winning run. So they do get by with 3 balls to spare. Exactly the same margin last time. Yeah. They chase it down with 3 balls to spare. So a case of what might have been for Indian Vienna, but the story is still to be written this afternoon. Vienna CC, the host club, going to take on the Austrian Cricket Tigers. Lots of stars on both of those sides. Look, I'm looking forward to seeing Mark Simpson-Parker, of course, member of our ECN Blue crew. He'll be out there, as well as some other ECN faces, Arslan Arif, as well as Quinton Norris. As far as the ACT side are concerned, no, I don't know, you wouldn't have seen him since ACT played in the ACL, but Balvinder Singh, the cross-handed bandit, he'll be out there. He's listed to open the batting with Arsene Yusuf, who's a real key player opening the batting, and also very, very clever left-arm spinner. Imran Asif is a hard hitter. Akim Iqbal, hard-hitting batter and very good fast bowler. Mirza Hassan, he's a man mounted. Just wait till you see him. Umar Tariq, I mean, all the way down, they have a lot of firepower, ACT, and I think there's no mistake that they've decided to win the toss and have a bat. They want to pound the ball all around the ground. Let's have a look at this one, and they needed 99. They got there just, but thanks to the work of Abassine Dosterhill. He's my player of the match. 49 of 14 balls before he was run out in the last over. So of his 14 balls, 5 went for 6, 4 went for 4, and the rest of them were actually smacked really hard anyway, as he was the player of the game. Kasim was good early though, 21 off 11 for him, and also Skander Hyatt, good signs for him. He scored 11. In the end, they snuck across the line with a few wobbles in the last over. 3 for 21. Omari, well, he changed the game in his own way, didn't he, when he was injected into the attack?
Yeah.
Also wickets for Ghani, Shamsha and Zadran. But yeah, highly entertaining and close contest between these two teams this morning. We still don't have a golden ball though, Rico.
No, well, look, we've had 2 matches that have gone with just 3 balls to go. We've had the result. So it's certainly up there. I was convinced we were going to see that that spell broken, that record broken in Hungary. It wasn't to happen, so maybe it's going to be in Austria as we just leave you to have a look at that match summary. It's good. And, you know, it's like you expected. It's like we were talking about on the train on the way down here, that looking at these sides, we're going to have some thrillers, some close contests, and we certainly started with 2 very close 3-in games.
Yeah, it's been highly entertaining. We're going to take a quick break, back in about 20 minutes to take you into the afternoon session. Vienna CC, they'll be forced to field first. ACT winning the toss and batting. So get ready, because the cross-handed bandit will be in session. Join us for more cricket just around the corner. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Back with more cricket soon on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, Austria.
Hello and welcome back to the Sabahn Cricket Ground just north of the capital, Vienna in Austria. And it's great to have your company here on the opening day of a brand new FanCode European Cricket Series. Well, so far we've seen Indian Vienna and Pakistan CC going at it in the first half of the day, but now it's time to say hello to two new teams, to this series at least, but they're not too new to us. We have seen them before. It's Vienna CC, the hosts, who are taking on Austrian Cricket Tigers in the afternoon session, starting with match 3, and I know the captains are just over there with FanCode. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Okay, is it a call?
Head.
Head's the call. It is head. They can have a bad. Good. Nice one.
So it's the Austrian Cricket Tigers, ACT. They've won the toss and they've elected to bat first. And you see that Arsene Yusuf was pretty excited to do that as well. Certainly he has a team with plenty of firepower. Now we did see the Austrian Cricket Tigers in the European Cricket League as the champion club of Austria last year. They earned that honour. We saw them in the tournament earlier this year and they certainly impressed us. Ultimately they wouldn't quite be able to qualify from their group, but they've got a lot of good players to watch and they're really good in this form of the game as well. Keep an eye out for the cross-handed bandit, Balwinder Singh. He is a guy that always excites us. We saw him in Portugal earlier this year as well, but we'll get to see him out there for ACT, potentially opening the batting. I also really like the work of Imran Asif for them, and big Mirza Asad. Well, Mirza is a man mounted. Just wait till you see him at the crease. And also Aqib Iqbal is coming off some really good T20 international form. So they're going to be a real handful for Vienna CC, but they've got a couple of pickups of their own. Javid Zadran has come into their lineup. He played for Cricketers last year. They also have the services of veterans like Quinton Norris, you see, who will lead them. He was pretty handy at times last year. And also Mark Simpson-Parker, the Austrian international. He's one of the best fielders that you'll see this week. So yeah, looking forward to seeing a big clash between these two. The weather is perfect at the moment. Hopefully it does stay that way as we get ready for the start of match 3. Rico Full is in the commentary ice cube, and on a hot day in Austria, that's a pretty good place to be, Rico. I can tell you the news from the toss out here in the middle for match 3 is that ACT, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Over to you. Let's play some more cricket.
Absolutely. Let's play some more cricket. And thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there, Vinny Sandu, just giving us some of the key names out there. And yeah, I mean, good luck to Mark Simpson-Parker and also Quinton Norris and Aslan Arif as well. These are guys that we know very well from the European Cricket Network, been part of our team in various destinations. And well, also good luck to Aqib Iqbal. Hello, Aqib Iqbal. He's a man. He's known for his good hair. Well, we saw Omari said he looked pretty good, didn't he, with his hairstyle, and picked up 3 wickets there as well. But Aqib Iqbal was certainly, I think he's definitely known as the man with the best hair in European cricket. And no matter what he does, keep an eye on him. That hair does not move. And he was telling me the secrets of it during the ECC, saying that he uses a combination of well, a decent shampoo and a conditioner, some gel and some hairspray. Well, let's see if it does the job here in Austria, where it can get quite windy. And the Vienna CC, the home side, 102 to 98 on the bat versus ball wall. So it's going to be another close game. Remember the first 2 matches we've seen here that were won by Pakistan CC against Indian Vienna came down to the last over, all happening with 3 feet. Well, there's Big Daddy. And he's got Big D on the back. Well, I remember Big Daddy. You all remember Big Daddy? Oh, that used to be the best Saturday afternoons at home. And you'd have the boring results for the old pools. Remember that? 1, 2. And you thought they're never going to end because they did Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, Division 4. Then they went to non-league. But afterwards, it was worth waiting for because you had the wrestling and Big Daddy. Well, I never thought I'd see Big Daddy again. Well, Big Daddy, Daniel Eckenstein is coming. I'm going to call him Big Daddy. Forget that. Eckenstein, whatever that is. It's Big Daddy with the ball. And looking forward to this contest. Yeah, let us know if you that are as old as me, if you remember that. And he starts with a pretty decent ball as well. That's an absolute peach. So good start. And just gets this to drift away. A lovely delivery to the left-hander. And welcome back to what promises to continue to be an exciting day of European cricket. CC. A lot of movement, shot to catch it. I'm guessing there's a fair bit of battle into this. Goes up in the air a long way. Nice start from the big daddy. Hassan Yusuf. It's the opener. So this time he's happy to get himself off the mark. That's his first European Cricket Series runs in 2022. Well, that's a look for you, isn't it? Well, he's obviously got the hat of Big Daddy on. I mean, sometimes we saw in Hungary and other destinations, I suppose it all depends on what the local rules are, that umpires are starting to take the caps of the bowlers now, and normally the shades as well. But maybe it's just common practice now. I suppose so many teams are used to just taking the bowler's cap and sticking it on top of their own. And he's got the caps like his shades there as well. Nicely bowled again. I'm liking this length and particularly impressed with the pace as well. First touch off the ball from MSP, Mark Simpson-Parker. And a big shout out to Mark, who did a fantastic job with the scoring for the ECN crew at the GB Oval in Budapest, Hungary. And now here he is. It's his turn to play now. And it's Mars Bargi's turn to take his place. Because Mars Bargi, as you know, was playing for the Budapest Blinders. So they're taking it in turns to give each other a break. That one is just a little bit too wide. Look, this one just doesn't come back at all. I think this is all about just catching the batter on the move and just thinking that he'll try and sneak that one in. This has gone down a leg side again. It's typical, isn't it? When I say that he's made a good start, and I like what he's doing, and just to sort of underline what I'm saying, I like the fact he's not trying to bowl too fast. Good line, and of course the absence of pace means you really got to crack the ball to get it to the boundary, and that's better. That's where he's at his best. Having a go at the non-striker's end, and it's backed up, but it's gonna be overthrows, and the ball's still on the move. And well, it was a big scream from Arslan Arif. He said have a go. He said, I'm there, have a go. Well, he was there, but unfortunately for him, not able to pick it up cleanly. And Arslan will be disappointed with that. That one's swung in a little bit shorter. And we'll take the single. Not a bad start though, just 7 off the first over. And plenty of action there as well. So Big Daddy making his comeback. And here's some of the stats. And let's have a look at the batting first, perhaps, of the Tigers. You see that Arslan, he's right up there, 663 runs, 614 to the man Singh that we're talking about. Asif there as well. And the other side, Mark Simpson-Parker, 372, 340 to Akabajan and Arif. So you see some top batters there as well. And bowlers, well, have a look at some of those wickets. I mean, right up there with the strike rate as well. Up in the air, opportunity. Arslan gets under it, and he makes no mistake at all, and that's the first one. And Vienna CC get the first wicket. The Tigers lose theirs, and you just got the feeling the big shot was coming. That first over was tiki-taka. They weren't really able to get any big amount of bat on the ball. And Hassan Yusuf, well, he goes with it for the big shot and just guides it up in the air, and no problems at all. Doesn't need the shades. He's a pretty cool customer, isn't he? Here's Arslan Arif. What do you think? So don't need the shades here. It has got a bit, I mean, still very warm, but a bit of cloud. I think it's the humidity. It's made it a bit murky. And you're still having to squint when you're looking out there, but no need for the shades there. And a simple catch taken. So the first wicket falling. The score on 7. And that's a good start from Naveen Ujasakura. gets a wicket straight away. So it's a nice start for his 2010 ECS stats. And walks back to his mark, and of course, new batter will go on strike. Just in his field slightly, just wants that man that's patrolling and sweeping the offside to go a bit squarer. Arslan, he's been moved a bit straighter as well. Nice field at the moment. You've got protection out on the offside. The other man that's back is at long on, that's MSP. Sagara once more, spikes up in the air, and well, they didn't quite move him. Square enough, I suppose. I mean, that would be, I mean, where he is now would be sort of, I would say, where the standard field positioning is for somebody who's sweeping out on the offs. They've got him really, I mean, I would say, sort of in between that extra cover, and if you had a long off in between the two. Off the mark straight away. It's Singh, Balwinder Singh. We know all about him. I mean, Mr. Maximo was talking about he's the cross-hand bandit. And just have a look. I mean, we'll try and see if we can get a close-up for you when he's on strike. Just to see, just keep an eye on the hands. There you go. Get a good idea of it. It's actually quite amazing that he can bat this way. Up in the air, I think he's got enough on this. The fielder gets the sprint on, but he can't stop it. काफी कोशिश की है फील्डर ने, जवाद जदरान ने चेस पूरी की, but लग गया चौका. Well, it didn't come clean out of the middle of the bat, but nonetheless, you see, takes a couple of bounces before it gets there, but always running away from the fielder. Good chase from Zadran, but not able to get there. 4 runs, and desperately, well, I'll say badly needed 4 runs as well. Well, this is up in the air. It's another chance. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for Arslan. Yes, it is. No mistakes. He gets another. Another one bites the dust. And that is a huge wicket because it is that of Singh. So the cross-handed bandit, he has to go. Balwinder Singh. It's the sort of way he plays. He doesn't hold back. He goes out there, plays his shot, sort of leads by the sword, and I suppose die by the sword. That's his sort of attitude. But on this occasion, in his first match, he's not able to get into double figures. He will fall for just 5 on the board. And this is a good start from Vienna CC. Gives the opportunity once more just to say hello to the men in black out there. Guswat Sandhu and Pravin Kumar. Men in black being well led by Stefan Gooch. I mentioned Mars Baji, who was playing last week in Hungary and now is our digital scorer. Well, Stefan Gooch was also playing for the Blinders, both in the same team. Remember, in one match, he took 4 amazing catches as well. But he is our tournament referee and 3rd umpire. Back to the action. Vijay Zakara probably this time goes too wide. He does, and the wide has been signalled there by the umpire. Gets the ball back from Arslan. Quite happy just to let this come to him. It's Ki Iqbal. Now, he's recently had a good international knock as well in that series between the T20Is that was covered by ECN as well, between Austria, Sweden and Germany. Germany won it in the end. They won the final against Austria. But he had a magnificent time out there with the ball and with the bat. Scored a very good 45, I think. Score in the 40s. Good contribution with the bat. So he's in good form. And maybe it's a good time to have him out there. The wickets that have fallen so far is both the openers. Ashan Yusuf was caught, well, both were caught by Aslan Arif. And both of the bowling of Vijay Zakara. So it's almost like they did the double on 2 occasions. And on that note, before the start of the final over in the power play. It's Rico Full here and joined by the handsome and dashing Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, it was a great time to bring Big D back. He's going to start the third over.
Big Daddy. Do you remember, did you watch that? And you were in Australia, so you wouldn't remember it.
I'm a bit younger than you.
The best, the classic used to be, see after this ball, nice delivery, like the way he gets to swinging. But the big one, I don't know if people on the chat have come in and remembered it. The big one was Big Daddy versus, you know who? Giant Haystack.
Wow, yeah.
Oh, that was...
Yeah, ringing a few bells there.
Yeah.
That's, well, this is one Big D that they opened up with. It's kept things pretty tight. 16's the guy who's going to get pumped. And speaking of big, this is big. This has been smashed by Imran Asif over long off. Maximo. Well, Big D disappears this time. That one's into the bushes. And we'll take some finding. It was power play, running out of balls.
Good shot because you're playing this off no pace at all. So your timing has to be absolutely spot on. Great shot.
Yeah, I'd say Big D disappears into the bushes isn't something that I woke up thinking I'd be saying today, but that's exactly what happened here. Now the next one is going to be worked away behind square. It was exciting to see these two clubs. Of course, VNSEC, how it worked last year, there was kind of a preliminary finals day for the last, for basically fourth spot, a bit like a Super Thursday, although I recall it was on a Friday. And that's when they got knocked out of the competition, VNSEC. They're a bit disappointed not to make it to the top four. ACT, we didn't see them in ECS cricket last year, but we did see them in the ECL. Of course, a very high-level competition. It's the champion clubs from all around Europe coming together in Spain, and we saw them playing pretty well there. Like, they just didn't have a really good finish to that week, and ultimately wouldn't qualify for championship week. There's only one club from each of the 5 weeks did qualify. It was Eckstein. I've got to say a big thank you to everyone here at the ground for the lunch. I know you're about to tuck into yours, Rico.
Yeah, how was yours?
Yeah, it's very good. And, a little bit of Indian today. The food here in Austria is always magnificent. In fact, it's some of the players, in fact, pretty good cooks. So we get a variety of chefs looking after us during our time here in Austria.
Big Daddy. Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty. That's a nice see. Well, you don't want to be throwing the ball away like that.
Another one.
Quinton, he's going to give himself a little slap on the hand about this one. This is naughty. I don't think he's quite aware of the situation. He gets it, goes for the stumps. I mean, he's entitled to. He is out the crease, but there's nobody backing up. So maybe he won't slap his hand. Maybe he's going to be slapping the field. It's not backing up. The bowler's not amused.
I think it might have been out, actually, just looking at that.
He's out his crease.
Oh, nah, he wasn't out.
But it's worth doing just to tell him, hey, get back in your crease. But yeah, I think it is.
I think I made a promise to myself about 20 years ago I'd stop doing that, because most of the time you just hit the stumps and the batter's not going to be sleeping, and then the umpire and everyone gets really annoyed. You have to set the stumps back up. Having said that, I've seen that work probably 50 times in ECN cricket.
You make a lot of promises to yourself. I don't know how many promises I've heard you make to yourself when we're on tour together, but you never keep them. You always break them. He always says, I'm not doing that again, and normally it's over breakfast, but you still do.
That's true. I'm an enigma. Can't control me. But nice. I like the new kits as well for VNSCC. Looking really good.
New batter comes in. New batter. I'm not sure what he needed changing there, but whatever it is, he's ready to go. Gets his gloves back on.
Anyway, yeah, ACT, we saw them in 2020 taking part in some ECN domestic cricket, but we haven't seen them since then on the domestic circuit. So let's see how they go against their peers. As we're going to get Wijasekara coming back, and he is just swung to the leg side. Thing is, they've got so many options, ACT. They've got really, really strong bunch of players, nucleus of players. They do love this form of the game. But VNSCC, they've strengthened themselves as well, picking up Aslan Arif from PCC, picking up Javid Sadran from Cricketers, for example. Abdullah Rajam in the lineup as well. Took 2 hat-tricks last year. Now this one is going to angle in. It's going to keep keep going that way to leg side. The result's a boundary, and Akib Iqbal coming off a very good T20 International series. You can't bowl here. It was just too short. Straight to the wheelhouse. Bang. 4 runs.
Nice shot. Good timing. Plays it really well. Hello, everybody.
Go
It's
on.
my
Just-
little doodlebug here.
just had to
Well, there's so many bugs around. I thought, well, I'm getting my own bug. The spiders keep crawling all over us, so I've got a doodlebug now to eat those spiders. He's ready for lunch, and I'm ready for lunch. So while doodlebug eats the spiders, there's that one. Goes for 4 more runs, valuable runs. So Akib Iqbal, like you said, Vinny, he's been in good form, and that's a really nice shot. It's not a swing. It's a proper orthodox cricket shot, and gets 4 runs. Only just gets there. So yeah, lunchtime for me and doodlebug. Doodlebug on top of my head seat, and the spiders. I think I'm going to leave him on top of your head for a bit, because you've got a few crawling on you.
There's a few spiders everywhere, and it is a little bit distracting. I'm not going to lie. This is a wide down leg side. Yeah, so next time we might need to spray the inside of the tent. There's a whole, like, I'm all for family viewing, but I wish it wasn't a family of little spiders that are crawling all over us today. It's like something out of Arachnophobia, the movie. Anyway, put the Saker up. This is punched away off back foot. It should just be 1. If you're going to CC though, some really good players. I think they'll be reasonably happy with this start. I think they would fancy something around the 100 mark, a bit like we saw this morning. I think 100 seems like par. I feel like it could go up as this tournament goes on though, which is often a trend we see. This is beautifully driven away. That'll take some stopping. Gets a bit of a Tortuga bounce. I'm actually going to put that down as pretty good fielding. The bowler kicks the stumps over. But, I'm going to say that's Abdullah Akbarjan out there. Had to deal with a pretty nasty bounce, but he made sure he got the body behind it, although it does kind of knock away from him, so they do get an extra, but I think that's pretty good stuff. Say to Sundori in the chat. I see now has a spanner, so congratulations to you, Sundori. Calling Akib Iqbal a good all-rounder. Yeah, I would agree with that. But right now, it's Asif, who's going to get slightly slower ball. He's going to turn it away. Again, they're going to push for 2. Well, it's probably not the quickest, but he does get there in the end, so it's the end of the over. And ACT are 39 for 2. It's good running between the wickets. I mean, ACT, they have been playing high-level T10 cricket, haven't they? We saw them at the European Cricket League earlier this year. Quinny just trying to get a bit inventive there. And so, just a reminder, you can always catch us on our social media at European Cricket, of course, for Instagram, Twitter, and our Facebook. Also, if you don't already subscribe to our YouTube channel, please do so. European Cricket Network. And yeah, a lot of people like to send me messages at Mr. Maximo about their thoughts on ECN and things we could do and what we do well and things you'd like to see improve. So please keep those messages coming. You can also get Rico at RicoFull. Now he's on Instagram, so there's no stopping him. He's doing all kinds of content. I see him discussing stuff, storyboarding stuff. Rico. And you also get him on Facebook, rico.full.1. But Rico's Facebook is mostly kind of old man rants. And a bit of the old back in my day, you know, we say some kids didn't wear seatbelts and blah, 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 blah. But no one complained, probably because a lot of them didn't survive to adulthood. Anyway, that's a bit of a very esoteric rant to get us going. Anyway, let's move on back to the cricket. And here is a new bowler. He's not going to last too long. Akbarjan, he's going to go out of the ground. First ball, Maximo. Wow, nothing too wrong with this ball from Abdullah Akbarjan. It's absolutely smacked out of the ground by Akib Iqbal. That'll take some finding. I think it could be new balls, please time. Now, Akbarjan's a guy had a really good series last year. He took 2 hat-tricks, count them, 2 hat-tricks in the series. With his left arm, as he's normally around the mark. As soon as you give up chasing, looking for the ball, you find it. That's exactly what they do. Find that one from the crops. Akbarjan. Just checking, is that the same ball? Probably. So let's move on. Oh, yeah. next one, Iqbal almost throws it all away. Getting greedy. And well, that'll happen. You know, ACT, they bat pretty deep as well, so they won't be being too conservative. Left side, this will be a wide. Yeah, you see how good that first shot was now of the over. Akbarjan, he's not too quick, but he just does a little bit with it, and he's normally really, really accurate. This time he gets fuller, doesn't want to give him any length. Hustle through for one. The Austrian Cricket Tigers team I really enjoyed watching in the ECL earlier this year. Oh, this is a nice shot, but he might have picked out the fielder, and it's gone. So Asif just tries to get a little bit cute, daintily kind of flicks this one away off his pads, but for a powerful man, I think he'll be disappointed that he gets out in this fashion. So Akbarjan, after a shaky start to the over, he gets a big wicket. The big man, Imran Asif, has to go. He just could not get it over that fielder out there, and that's Javid Zadran that takes the catch. Never looked like dropping it. And so that's the top three all back in the hutch now. ACT, 47 for 3. Akbarjan turning things around pretty quickly. Yeah, Austrian Cricket Tigers, you remember, they actually topped their table in Group A. Ultimately, they wouldn't make the final. They'd finished third in that group. It was Dreux that were able to get to the final against Tunbridge Wells, and Tunbridge Wells won that week in Group A. But before that, Austrian Cricket Tigers, they were 4-1 and had a better net run rate than Tunbridge Wells. So yeah, they've shown they can mix it with the best teams in Europe in this form of the game. It's a little bit short, new batter out there. Here's Mirza Hassan, and this is going to be for, well, Mount Mirza, as I like to call him sometimes. He is a big unit. He's another one I always look forward to seeing out there. He makes the stumps look like toothpicks when he walks out there. Imposing figure. And he does like to swing hard as well. He's happy just to chip this one out. We get one here. So takes us a halfway point of the innings. Very interesting. First 5 overs to this one. Austrian Cricket Tigers are 52 for 3 after 5 overs. And Akbarjan does go for a 6 and a 4, but he does get the wicket of Imran Asif somewhere in the middle. And he takes 1 for 13 of his first over in the tournament. So just want to welcome everybody once again in our YouTube live chat. And you know what? I only ever do this once a day. Why don't you send us a message if you haven't been able to send us a message in the YouTube chat today, if you're lurking. And there's nothing wrong with lurking. If you're lurking, if you're watching, and maybe can't get involved in the live chat, now's the time. I want to hear from you in the live chat. Let us know where you're watching from. So I want to say hello to you and say thanks for supporting European cricket. I know we've got viewers all around the world, and I'm always really excited to hear where our viewers are watching from all around the place. Here's Zadran coming off his catch. He's got a bit of pace about him, Javid Zadran. He's another guy we saw recently playing for the Austrian national team in that T20 International Series. He's just pretty raw still with his bowling, I think. Can be unpredictable, but that can be a bit tough for batters to deal with as well. Oh, so Keeb tries to get inventive. No fine leg. He can't catch up with it. It's a tough one because theoretically with this shot, you're trying to get across and kind of get your eyes right behind the line of the ball or outside, but then you do risk getting your head knocked off with a ball like this. So I think it's smart. He just kind of sways out the way. He tries it again. Doesn't. He drives on the up. A bit fortunate. And it's just away from Big D. Oh, I was thinking of some famous Ds. Tenacious D, that's what I can think of. Big D. But just waiting to get my chat back open so I can say hello to some of the lurkers in there. Again, I only really do this once a day because I like I'd like to acknowledge some of the viewers that can't always join us in the live chat. It's a little bit on this. This is going to be another boundary. I don't know if this is on the bat or not. Yeah, it is. It just kind of throws like the bat one-handedly at this one. Mirrors up. That one, another one. It's into the wheat and using the pace. I think with a bowler with the kind of pace that Zadran's got and with some of his directional issues, I do think you can probably afford a fine leg. I think it's a run-saving position. Hello to Mandrake saying he's calculated. We got quite a few lurkers in the chat. Helix is asking about the train trip. I'm going to tell you about it. I actually talked about it already, Helix, and sorry we didn't have any footage of it, but I'll explain in a second. This is going to be a thick edge, and I think this one could go as well. He just makes the stop there. Does well. Himanshu Jha is the man who will save the boundary. See here, this last moment. Yeah, well, he almost steps on the ball. That's dangerous. But, yeah, I suppose all's well that ends well. Yeah, Helix, I will tell you all about it. I'll tell you bits about it, because I did go on about it this morning with Rico when he was here. Wow, that one has a bit on it. It was a ball so powerful, it knocked Javid Zadran off his feet. And I tell you what, here's Asan. I mean, anybody else, that would have been over their head by about a metre. That one really got big on him. So, gotta love the contest between some of these big boys of European cricket and Austrian cricket in particular. At the moment, it's the end of the over. Zadran goes for 9 at 61 for 3 after 6. You're going back to the train trip. Well, most of the time we get around without incident, and we did get here with no problem, but I believe it was some sort of 7th class train that we were on yesterday. It had no air conditioning. It had no windows that could open. There were some mix-ups about some people got the wrong train. They were getting turfed out and trying to be thrown off the train. We had the police on at one stage. I didn't even know what country we were in at one point. But what else happened? A couple of our crew were yelled at a couple of times by one of the crew. Didn't really have the best customer service. Anyway, what else happened that was funny? Yeah, Rico gave some free customer service training when he thought that the crew was a bit rude to one of the passengers. Rico's got a good sense of morality, you see, and he'll only really lose his temper once or twice a year. You don't want to miss it. So it was pretty good. It was a quick, short, sharp burst, but it was warranted. This is hit pretty hard away from MSP, who's into the attack. And so, yeah, if it's anywhere near him, he might catch it because he's a very, very good fielder. Yeah, so that was our train trip, and say that the scenery was quite nice, but let's just say the temperature in there on a summer's day felt a bit more like the Delhi to Kolkata Express, not Budapest to Vienna. Well, have a look at this for a shot. This is very, very skillful batting, as it's maximal 6 runs. Akib Iqbal just takes a fairly decent ball outside the off stump. He advances and he just throws the bat through the line of the ball, though holds his shape so well. He's been in good batting form as well, Akib. We have that very, very good international series. So yeah, that was the story of the train trip, Helix. That's why I didn't really have too much time to take too many videos. I must admit I was sitting there quietly watching some Netflix, and everyone was looking over my shoulder. I was wondering what was going on. I actually took my headphones out. Sunday's one of the few days I'm quiet. There was a lady who'd accidentally got on the wrong... Well, I think she got told she could buy a ticket on the train, and then on the train they said she couldn't. They were trying to kick her off, and she wasn't going quietly. And they said, we're going to call the police. She said, okay. So the next moment the police were on. I think it was all resolved well, and actually the whole cabin broke into applause. This is going to go straight over the stump. So a mixed bag so far for Mark Simpson-Parker. So facing quite well on ECN. He's a good cricketer no matter what he does. He's a Got a good technique with the bat. He's tall, very good fielder. This one just hits the seam, comes back pretty much straight over the stumps. Toss. What a very good ball. He's calling no ball here. And I don't know if it's for the foot or I don't think it's for the height. Yeah, don't think that's quite as high as it. Maybe it's for off the pitch actually. Bounces off the pitch, does it? So free hit coming up then. Just getting away from MSP. Always gets away with that one. MSP's watched a lot of this form of the game, so he knows it's a free hit. You don't really want to bowl in the wheelhouse, so he's just trying to keep that away from the batter, but just overdoes it slightly. Last ball of the 7th. This is a little free hit. Edges it, and he would have been out, but he's not out because, well, he won't be out because, hold on a second, he's going to say it. Hold on, I can't be out. The umpire is going to have to argue with himself here. So, well, this is the thing. Not a great time for the goldfish memory to kick in. So he said, you're out. And he says, actually, on a further review, I'm going to change my decision to not out. Anyway, I'm going to let you know where we'll be over the next few weeks. And yeah, I'm going to really enjoy our week here in Austria. Just a little bit out of the capital Vienna, but pretty close as well. And we're in Italy for 5 weeks. So 4 different locations. We'll have qualifying clubs for the Super Series. And the winner of that Super Series week 5, also in Rome, will be the ECL club for Italy in 2023. Then we have 4 weeks in Germany, 2-week series. And then we go to Belgium for the first time in a while. Now this is in the air, and I think this is going to fly into the sky and all the way out of the ground. Maximo Akib Iqbal hit the ball so well in that arc from point to straight. And once again, you see here, he's happy just to go with it. There's a man there, but he doesn't care. That was miles over his head. 6 more runs to Akib Iqbal. Got to say, I found it quite funny that every player knew it was a free hit except for the umpire who'd forgotten. No harm done. Nice ball and pretty well struck as well off the pads. Just get once, good fielding out there. This is Javid Zadran. He's got some genuine pace about him. He saw that one that really got big on Mirzat last over. This next delivery. And he just throws his hands at this one. Hangs in the air a while. Doesn't quite carry out to deep point. And just a single. That mate's still kind of hovering around the 10, probably close to 11 at the moment. Yeah, I think a lot of stars on each of these sides. Goes short, takes it on. Just hangs in the air a long time. The fielders aren't going to be able to get there. Just went into the gap, so a bit of luck for Akib Iqbal there, who certainly didn't get all of that. It's a bit of a top edge. Unfortunately for him, it fell between the 2 fielders out there on the leg side boundary. He's got the license to keep going though, doesn't he? As does this man. And he misses out on a slow one. Javid quite often just throws himself on off his feet because he puts everything into that delivery stride. See here. Doesn't quite land it, but neither does Mirza. That's the last ball, the 8th over. Slower ball, clever bowling. Up in the block hole. They may push for 2 here. It's a long chase, but they'll decide against it in the end. So it does take us to the end of the 8th over, and ACT are 81 for 3. Sundori is a big fan of Mark Simpson Parker. I also want to say hello to some of our lurkers. I don't know. And some pretty good numbers on the YouTube channel today. Of course, you might be watching on YouTube or you might be watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. But yeah, hello to Mia Biajid, who said that they're watching from Bangladesh. Hello, hope you're well, Mia. Thanks for joining us today on the broadcast. Hello to Charlie Hunt, he knows also well that Zadran carries a serious few yards of pace. Well, you know, when you're bouncing Mirza, who's about 3 metres tall, you know, you're getting him through. Also, I'll say hello to Helix, and just like to feedback on the train trip. Here's Akbarjan, so change of pace. The pace off the bat's pretty good though. It's a full toss, asking for trouble. Akbarjan has very little margin of error bowling to these guys. This is clipped away handsomely by Mirza Hassan for 4. Here, just want to say quick hello to Hello Studio. Interested to see Maxim Sapaka batting. Yeah, he's always got a good technique. Helix. So we'll wait for this one. Well, this one really should be out. He's got a little bit of room to move, and Arslan Arif will take another catch. Well, that's his 3rd of the innings, and good time to get the big man, because there still was just a tick under 2 overs to go, and he can do a lot more damage. But this one, he doesn't quite get it in the middle. You see, he goes for it, but you can tell it was a bit off straight away. So Mirza goes for a pretty entertaining 20, but he was a bit hit and miss, wasn't he? Big Mirza Hassan. He goes with 10 balls remaining. The score is 85 for 4. Helix, you can definitely ask. Oh, I tell you what, Rico's just popping back into the commentary box for the last over in a bit, and let's just ask him independently. We'll see what he's got to say about it. So I know you're interested about that train trip. Got to say a quick hello to Lance, Vance and friends, saying that they might be coming to Europe. Well, if you are, definitely hit me up on my social media at Mr. Maximo. We'd love to have you guys. So, Sandori had a good laugh at the incident where the umpire kind of momentarily forgot. Dave saw that, Rico, but there was a free hit. There was Nick behind, and all the players knew it was a free hit, but the umpire gave it out.
Really? Yeah. Oh, it all happens when I go
when you have your lunch, it's all happening. 10 balls to go. Push and run. They get away with it here. Uchiha Itachi asking about European cricket in France. Well, we don't have France on the calendar this year, but I know there are some plans to have a series there next year. So I know we're super excited about that prospect. Is this out as well? Well, I think he's gone. So yeah, up goes the finger. And so, I'll have to check this one. Not sure if this actually flicks the stumps on the way through, because the bail goes off. Have to wait and see. It can't be that. Actually, the batter then goes back, I think, and knocks the bail off. Let's have a look. Roll this through a little bit.
Where do you see the bail come off?
Well, it comes off here. I think then he just steps back, and that's what happens. But I think by then he's already out. So I think it's accidental from Akib Iqbal, but it is a pretty good innings that comes to an end. He ends up going for 35 off 18. So Akbarjan getting it right in the 9th, and the score is 86 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a quality player, isn't it? Akbarjan, I mean, you mentioned him before that he took that the hat-trick. Twice he took a hat-trick, but he's taken the 3 for here already. And that's nicely bowled right in the block hole again. And, despite that partnership between Akib and Mirashan, they've never really got on top of the bowling. I mean, the catching and fielding's been good as well. Another catch there taken by Arslan.
Nice ball the over here. The thing is that Akbarjan, at his pace, he can't be too off. And I think a couple of times he's gotten it slightly wrong. He's been pounded, but I mean, ends up with pretty good figures, all things considered. 3 for 19 of his 2 overs. 9 overs down now. It's 87 for 5. Remember Tariq's in there, and he had a pretty good series in the ECL, actually. But I'm not want to talk about it right now, because you went here when Helix, he was actually really interested last week about our train trip. He wanted maybe we could take some videos, and we didn't get a chance to do that.
We would have got thrown off the...
Yeah, Rico, and
I
know you didn't hear what I just said, so I want to give your version. Give your version of the train trip, but you got to be quick because there's only one over. MSP, okay. Maxim Sapaka coming back for.
It was. If you've
over.
ever been in a bit of transport, which it feels like you're sat in a sauna, well, that's what the train was like. It was very, very warm. This one's been hit. They take the single. So remember, last overs have been special. Oh well. Are they going to get away with this? No, they're not. He makes amends. Well, that was a Himashu Jar. And, well, he was a criminal. And he was the guilty one. He was the villain, but he becomes the hero. He makes a glaring error there. Look, he goes backwards. Then he says, I know I did this on purpose because now I'm going to get you out.
Well,
and he nails it.
You know how you can have like a no ball, but this was a no ball throw because he went to throw it and he didn't have a ball anymore. But I tell you what, it is pretty good strategically because it does keep, I mean, they had a chance of getting a run. And I know they don't really necessarily want to lose wickets for no reason, but they had it to play with, so I don't mind that at all. And so same batter gets the strike back. New batter comes out there now. It's Adnan Haider. So for the fireworks we've seen, they'll do well to get 100 here. And they won't get any runs here. Mark Simpson Parker is tall, gets some good bounce. Yeah, okay, so pretty hot.
But the thing, let's just put it this way, what was lacking was the customer service element of the staff, or particularly one member of staff on the train.
Yeah.
He was just a tad on the rude side.
And how did
I react
just let
to
that go, or?
Well, you know me. If I got something to say, I say it. So I just very kindly pointed out to him that he needs to be nicer. That I mean, it was unfortunate. A couple of people have made the errors of getting on the wrong train, and they would have been
confusing.
They would have been distraught to realise that and wondering how they're going to get to their next destination, rather than. And this guy had no care about that. Just
called
said,
the police and thrown them off.
You have to get off. Off you get. Off. And we were saying, yo,
We're in the middle of nowhere. I don't even know what country we're in. Oh, hello. This is gone.
Oh, yeah. Balle. Well, that's what the guy on the train wanted to do. He just wanted to throw you out of here, just like that. Kookaburra been hit out of here. Well, I tell you what, the good thing about it, we're stronger together. I think a lot of people on that train stuck stronger together and told this person where to go.
Never been involved in a mutiny, but I feel like that would be the modern day equivalent that the passengers were going to rise up against the oppressive cabin crew. Anyway, this is in the air and well, be a catchable ball, and it is caught. So it's Hamid Khan that will do the job. So a bit of a 6 and out job, but it was good while it lasted. And so Haider, he comes and he goes. He becomes the 7th wicket in the innings, and with 1 ball remaining, it's 95 for 7. Interesting how all the scores today have been pretty close. You could throw a blanket over them. Yeah, we had, what do we have? Hey, 198 and now 95 with the ball to go.
Here's a question for you, because you're a man behind the stumps, and you know that wicket keepers have a lot to say. Now, Quinton Norris, we know that he plays a big part in Austrian cricket. He also plays a big part in managing and doing a bit of coaching with a lot of the national team players.
Yeah.
What about the likes of Akib and also of Ashan, having to bat with him behind the stumps? What do you think? Do you think he's giving you tips?
I think he's just friendly banter, which is just meant to just needle you.
Put you off.
But he's a pretty nice guy. All right. Anyway, let's get into it. Last ball time.
This is nicely struck. MSP, I think he's bowled well here. I mean, he likes to charge in. Oh, this could have been close.
Keep running here, but they overran, so they're not going to get to. It was a spicy throw. It was a tough bounce for MSP to deal with. So they're going to finish with 97 for 7 off their 10 overs. Like I said, very similar
score,
kind of a chase to the first 2 today. Pakistan CC got over the line in both of those earlier on. But, I mean, it's a pretty good finish by Vienna CC to keep it down to double digits. I felt like it was pretty unlikely earlier on. But, well, there's the big man there. We'll probably see him with the bat for too long. Well, Rico was ready to go. His little doodle bug on the head. Now, that's not twins. It's just, that's one man in a purple shirt. But one man in the action early in this one was Arsene Arif. In fact, he took 3 catches during the innings. It was an innings that promised a lot, but ultimately didn't quite deliver the 100 for the Austrian Cricket Tigers. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of shots played. That one you can see. He knows straight away as soon as he's hit it, he's going to give another chance to that fielder. And, well, he's already shown us that Arslan Arif is a very good catcher of the ball. And they took a couple of easy catches. Quick note before we get to the end of the highlights. The last one was actually 1 short. So it won't be 97. It'll be 96 in the end. You'll see that on the scorecards very shortly. But before that, this one was taken nicely out there on the boundary. They've got a lot of hitters, ACT. They love this form of the game. Imran Azif, he didn't quite come off for him in this innings, but I'm sure he'll make some runs during the week. Big Mirza came out, and you know that he's a powerful striker of the ball. So the big shots and the big hitters kept on coming, but the NCC seemed to just have a knack of pulling it back when they had to. Yeah, look, if you
I sometimes feel intimidated standing next to you, Vinny, because you're a tall guy. But Mirza Ashan, I tell you what, when you go to shake his hand, you're looking up a long way. He's tall and wide. He's a big unit. And if he can get going in an innings, then you got problems. Well, there was a catch there. And that was a little bit of the explosion. Takes the catch and does the explosion. That was, man, I'm talking about there, the big unit. Ishan having to go. But once again, it just didn't quite get the acceleration in that they required to try and get to the 100. Certainly didn't do themselves any favours. Just running one short there towards the end. How important could that be in this one? Well, this was where it went wrong. Here he goes. Oh no, किधर गई ball? आजा. फिर कहता ना मैं और देख लो मैं जान के कितना मैं उन्हें आउट करना सी देखिए मेरी प्लान थी पूरा पक्का प्लान. Got the wicket. Well done to Jar there. And throws it backwards, recovers and gets a run out for himself. So no extra runs run on the ball, but they did take a wicket. This one goes up in the air a long way. It's another comfortable catch. There was a big hit in this over as well, which went a long way from the bowling of MSP, but he does well, doesn't he? He picks up a couple of wickets, and we'll just have a look at that scorecard coming up for you here. And once again, you see the batters did make starts, especially the mid-order. Look, both the openers went early, and Yusuf and Singh not really able to capitalise, but then look, a good little innings there from Asif, and also from Aqib Iqbal. It was Abdullah Akwajan who got in the wickets, taking all the important wickets. Not only did he get Asif and Iqbal, but he got Mirza Ashan as well. And that little recovery in the middle, then they just needed something big towards the end. It never really happened. Maybe they just missed what the likes of the Indian Vienna were able to do low down the order. If they could have recaptured some of that in the last over, then the 100, 105, 110 would have gone up on the board. Bowling figures, I think, well, Big Daddy doesn't get any wickets, but he was very economical. Just 17 of him. 2 wickets there from Vijay Sakara. I think he bowled really well and got a bit of pace about him as well. Akbar Jan, well, what can you say about him? Taking those wickets as he always does. 3 of them, again, all happening in that second over of his. Dananwi was wicketless for 19 and 1 wicket there for MSP. No bowler really got taken apart there. I think it was just a good all-round performance and supported by some good catching there in the deep as well. So it's Vienna CC that will be going out there and trying to chase these runs down. It was a Tigers that was successful in Budapest. The Royal Tigers were the champions there. Congratulations to them once more. Well, we know what the Tigers in Budapest are like. They're like roaring all the way to the top and winning. Are the Austrian Tigers the same? Well, Austrian Ticket Tigers put 96 on the board, but they're going to have to defend it. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu as we return for the conclusion of match 3. Volvemos en más o menos 10 minutos. Hola, muy buenas, bienvenido mi familia y bienvenido en eso de campo de cricket. Aquí es de campo en Austria. El nombre es Siban y hay un partido aquí que es muy guay. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Siban Cricket Ground here in Austria, Vienna. And speaking of Vienna, Vienna CC, the home side, they'll be hoping to knock off 97 required for victory. It won't be easy. We saw 2 matches already this morning between Indian Vienna and Pakistan CC, which was around about this sort of score. Pakistan CC chasing won both of those matches, so maybe that's a good sign for Vienna. But on both occasions, it was with 3 balls to go. One man who would not make it easy for you has the ball in his hand. Keep Iqbal. And let's have a look. It's blowing pretty strong wind. Have a look at his hair though, it hardly moves. Then he comes, Iqbal. Starts with a wide. And a bit of a bluff from the wicketkeeper, Chaudhry. Just trying to distract the umpires, but they're not having any of it. Shout out to our men out there, they've been very good. And Guswak Singh and Pravin Kumar. This wind really has picked up. I'm getting a bit worried about this ice cube. Okay, this one has been hit fairly firmly. And that's Daniel Kinstein, who, well, is Big Daddy. I'm just going with what's on his back. There you go, Big D. Reminds me instantly of Big Daddy, and I'm going to stick to that. That's his name for me for the duration of this series. He bowled very well. Well, he opened the bowling and opening the batting, so he's obviously one of their key players. Mark Simpson Parker to face his first ball. Plays a nice looking shot, but well fielded out there in the short cover. No run. Certainly liking the combination of the shirts we've seen today. There was a few combinations in design from Pakistan CC. We certainly did like the look of the sleeveless number. It's a bit of a fashion show as well, but liking the yellow of Vienna CC and Australian Cricket Tigers, their sort of traditional red and blue. Actually here, gets himself off the mark. And, tidy start. We want to be around about, I suppose, 30 minimum, but 35 to 40 would be ideal. That will keep them just slightly up, ahead. Means that they can afford a little blip in an over if it were to happen. It's been firmly struck, sort of a straight pull from the Big D. Fielded out in the deep. Only 2 men allowed inside the power play, and that was Balwinder Singh firing it in. Yeah, if you are new to this format, a couple of things you need to be aware of. First of all, the power play. So the first 3 overs is when you can only have 2 men outside the 30-yard circle. Short. This one, I think, will be, well, first they're going for the appeal. I don't think this catches anything. If this catches anything, this is flying over the keeper. But what this will be is probably definitely one for the over. And yeah, look, the signal straight away saying, yeah, that's one for the over. And so, yeah, if you are new, that means that the bowler now cannot bowl another delivery that bounces higher than the shoulder. If he does, it will be a no ball. You're only allowed 1 short delivery in the over. Also, all the bowling is from one end. It just means that we get the cricket in quickly for you. Oh, well, he gets lucky here. Will he get it past the fielder? No, he doesn't. That's a good stop. Good bit of groundwork there. Speed. Hoping that he could get a cheeky boundary. Talking about cheeky, well, we'd love a cheeky golden ball because we've been without one for a while. 277 matches. It's the longest run we've had without a golden ball. It's definitely a ECN record now. Will that get broken here in Austria? This marvellous Siban ground. First over is out the way. It's not a bad one from Aqib Iqbal. I think they will know that he's the danger man, trying to avoid him picking up some wickets and you give yourself a chance. And they've done that. 5 of the first. as we welcome back Vinny Sandu into the ice cube.
Thanks, Rico. And we're going to get Hassan Yusuf bowling over number 2. He's a very, very clever bowler. You probably remember him from the ECL Group A. A very, very clever bowler. Was able to keep some very, very good bats quiet. So let's see how he goes here. Dealing with a bit of a breeze. Kind of blowing, I'm guessing, right to left more than anything, and a bit behind him as well.
Yusuf, I mean, bit of a breeze, did you say? Just a bit.
I was going to say, well, I say a bit of a breeze compared to last year. Now, last year we had crazy wind. That was my first real big wind experience in Europe 2021 season. Toss down leg side. I think this will be a wide unless it's hit him. Yeah, it's a wide.
He goes down like a sack of potatoes.
The wind blew him over.
It was potatoes behind us last year. This year, potatoes have gone, and we got corn on the cob, sweet corn growing there.
I like it, crop rotation. Yeah, this cube I'm a bit worried about it, actually, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, but you do hit hard. There's a man out there. I think he starts to come, then makes a decision straight away that it's better to stop the boundary than commit on taking the catch. I think that's probably a good shot there from the field. I think it was sort of flat batted and on the downward trend.
And if he dives for that, he's probably bouncing over his head for 4 on the bounce, or into his head
I think
and then over the boundary for 4. So either way is no good.
MSP doesn't quite get where he wanted. He's played some nice shots, but hasn't been able to get the boundary shot in at the moment, and that's what's been missing in this inning so far. So the power play is not being very powerful. Yeah, I was just telling some of our newer viewers about the different concepts that we have. So we do bowl from the one end. This one, how far is it going to go? Will it go all the way? Fielders should stop it. Certainly will be 3.
I think it's a leg by, actually.
You think it's a by?
There you go. Flicks a bit of the pad.
Okay, fair enough.
Not as bad as you think. Well, the difference between that, it would have been 3 wides, but it doesn't hit the pad. Right. It does hit the pad. And just grabs a bit of the big D on the way past. And he's done well to leg that out and get a couple. Back to live action.
Gone. And he goes for the big shot, and he has to go. And Yusuf, he's loving this. Gets a little bit excited, doesn't he, Hassan Yusuf? Once he gets the wicket, I think he lets Big Daddy know about it. But Big Daddy, he has to go. It's not Giant Haystack that does him this time. Here's the bowling of Hassan Yusuf.
Yeah, sucked him in, and he makes the big D disappear, doesn't he, Yusuf? And so, he was pretty thrilled about it as well. It crashes into the top and middle stump. So off he goes. And so, end of the over as well. 11 for 1 off 2 overs.
Yeah, we do like the celebrations, don't we, from the bowlers. I mean, it means a lot to them. It's their time out there. They know this is their time to shine. I always say that, no, you take it back. Don't bring a cap out. I want to give it away straight away. Go on, take it back yourself.
Yeah, well, that's the
but
thing.
Anyway, I think
it's going to blow off. So the helmet, maybe that'll stay on my head. Maybe give me a bit more protection. And I think with Aki Bikbal coming back into the attack makes very good sense to wear a helmet.
Good decision, I think. Yeah, 11 for 1. So, in contrast, we were the Tigers here. They were
at this stage. They were 14 for 2 after 2 overs.
Yeah.
So, not a whole lot of difference, I suppose. But I mean, you can see it's tough to get after this attack. I mean, you got someone like Umer Tariq. He took 15 wickets in the ECL that week, and he's probably someone that we might see as their 4th or 5th bowler. So anyway, back to this battle. Good one. Aki Bikbal versus Mark Simpson-Parker. Over number 3.
Nicely played. Very, very nicely played. The timed epically, and the fielder's timing was just as good. Well, this is great bit of cricket. This is quality. Quality delivery, a quality shot from MSP, and then the fielding here from Bulwinder Singh was superb. Timing, good timing all around.
Yeah, look, and he never quite touches the rope. He threatens to. Look, have a look at that. This is where if he touches the rope at all, it's going to be 4, but he just literally 3 blades of grass, I think, between him and the rope.
That was the brake system of the Fiat Ibiza I used to have. Not Fiat, it wasn't a Fiat Ibiza. It was, you know what I'm talking about, Fiat Ibiza. Well, this one is going to go all the way. It's a couple of bounces and to the boundary rope 4 runs. It doesn't matter how you get them, but you've got to get them. Now, if you want to know how windy it is, well, look at all the wheat there waving at us. It's rocking from left to right. Izquierda, derecha, porque el viento es muy fuerte aquí. Well, that's the yellow corn on the cob as well. The wind is coming. There is a storm brewing, but at the moment, the only storm that Vienna need is one coming from the bats of the Batadores out there.
Yeah, it has certainly been a change in weather over the last hour or so. We've gone from all blue sky to a fair few clouds. I reckon there could be a storm on the way, hopefully. Goes around us. This one is going to be more runs. It's going to be 4 more runs. And MSP, good shot this one on the up from Iqbal. This isn't easy to do. Well, boundaries in consecutive deliveries. The first one not particularly convincing, but this one, a really good bit of power play batting.
It's a terrific shot, this is. It really is. I think that shot underlines one of the things I always say. I say to batters, don't move around too much. Stay focused, stay switched on, eye on the ball, and that's exactly what he does. Good shot. Well, everything else is playing around, apart from that here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. His hair is like granite, isn't it? Like a big ball. Oh, here comes a dust storm. All right.
Yeah, I wonder if you can capture that. This is happening to the right of us. Maybe you
There's a tornado,
get a chance to see this.
Is this cube tornado proof?
Oh, this is getting closer to us, Vinny. Oh dear. Well, this one goes through. I think you might just see this on the camera here. We'll see if we can get Edwards, who's up there, to catch some of this.
I did not prepare. I did not dress for sandstorm. I'm telling you that much. I don't know what's going on.
Where was this weather? Where was all this breeze when we wanted it yesterday in the train? When we were being barbecued.
Away from us.
Well, here we go. And he misses out on this. Just loses his shape a little, MSP. And maybe this is slightly quicker as well.
Where's it? That's picking up from somewhere down there. I don't know if they're pumping something out over there or something. There you go. Some sort of construction which is going on and blowing the dust. So maybe it's not a tornado, but still feels like one at the moment.
Bit of a bridge in the making over there.
Austria is such a tease with the weather. Last ball, the over.
Beats him again. It's a good way to recover for Iqbal. He got hit for a little beautiful 4 from MSP. And then he just never gave it to him again. 15 of his spell of bowling, 21 on the board, end of the power play. So 10 coming off that over. And well, they've got him out the way now, and it's time, I think, for them just to be looking to play a few shots now. Just starting to fall behind the rate.
Was a pretty good over. Here's Akib comes to field towards us, and I can see his hair is barely moving. And well, gotta say, here's one of my favourite hairstyles in European cricket. Right now, we're going to go to another big player. Imran Asif is going to bowl over number 4. It's a little bit behind where they need to be as far as the run rate required, but we have seen a couple of big overs are possible on this ground. So it'll be our first chance to get a look at Abdullah Akbarjan. He's a very, very good cricket player once he gets himself going as well. So looking forward to seeing this battle of a couple of, I suppose you could say, veterans of the scene.
Okay, here we go. Put it on the chat. Is our cube going to blow away or not? Yes or no? What do you reckon? What are the odds on this?
Well, I'm voting.
Well, there's a man coming over with a few more hooks. And well, we've already done a bit of hammering here. Already hammered these things.
Rico, you're the one that did all the reinforcing here. So this is your handiwork. If it blows away, this is 100% on you.
Hey, listen, it's here because of me as well. Don't forget that.
We need to fill it up with concrete, not air. And then maybe we'd have a chance. Yeah, Austria. And this isn't, I wouldn't even call this windy yet. Wait till it gets actually windy. This is just a wild swing.
Hey, listen, I tell you what, you mentioned the wind. Let me tell you an interesting fact. Now, this is a country, right, that there's no sea around. It's not on the coast, right?
Yeah.
But half of the energy in Austria comes via the via wind.
Only
hydropower. Over half. Over half of the energy.
I believe it. It's good conditions.
And now you know why, because of this wind.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's good. Sustainable. The wind exists. Might as well harness it.
Well, I know that I told you there's a lot of nature around here. As this one's trying to get through the gap. Oh, there. Will they stop it? No, they won't. Oh, this just gets deflected. And Akib here intact, of course. makes a desperate lunge to try and stop this. He gets wrong-footed. He's backing this up all the way, and then look, it just takes a bit of the legs off the fielder.
He does well to react the first time. See here, he reacts the first time, but he only gets a fingertip on it, and it's not quite enough to knock it back into play.
Yeah, I was just saying to our viewers, I know that I've said there's a lot of nature around here. That's not a woodpecker. You can hear we're safe. We're not going to get a hole in our ice cube and be blown away. That's well, that's one of our crew members. And Sam Williams doing a stern job in pegging down the cube a little bit more. Thank you very much, Sam Williams, and all the crew here. This is in the air. He's in that area. Keep second time. Lucky. Oh, he does it, and he does it basically roll style as well. Loving that rock and roll, making the stop and getting the ball in. What a great cricketer he is.
Yeah, rock and roll fielding, but still good running as well from the batters who do get back for 2. And that's important as well at this stage. So I want to say a quick hello to Lily Pounder as well, who's in the chat watching from New Zealand, as well as Kitty, who's watching from the USA. And everybody else. Drop us a line. Now this one is going to disappear. That's out of the park. That's going to pick up with the win, Maximo Akbarjan. Well, he was creating a bit of wind of his own when he came in and was swinging wildly early. But this one is right into his arc. It's just a bit too straight from Imran Asif, and he disappears. It's will take them up into the 30s, so up to 33. And, last ball, the 4th over coming up. Again, they want to be about that kind of high 30s after 4 overs. They're not far behind now.
No, they're catching up. I tell you what, I wouldn't be parking my fancy cars over there, would you?
No, definitely
not with the wind blowing in that direction.
We've seen some balls disappear.
Especially to the left-hander as well. This time it's been hit into the deck. 2 fielders coming across to make the stop to do. Yeah. The action. Now they're right where they want to be. They're on at the right rate. They've only lost just the 1 wicket.
Yeah, so 34 for 1 after 4 overs. Vinny Sam to here, Mr. Maximo alongside me is Rico Full. And we've even got Sam in here. Come on, Sam.
He's the hammer man.
MC Hammer. This is you got to show the hammer. There we go. And well, there's a bit of hammering going on here, a bit of hammering going on in the middle as well. But it's funny, for all these times that it seems like the batters should be well on top, scoring big scores. There's always been a kind of a kink in every innings, hasn't there? Yeah. And we've only really seen 100 or so, just the bare 100 or some high 90 scores. So let's see the NSCC at the moment. They seem to be coming back in after a bit of a shaky start, but they're not too far away from the required rate now. They're going to have to deal with a lot more good bowling options still before we see the end of this one. And this will be Umair Tariq, who's going to come in and bowl the next over. He took 15 wickets in the ECL, so you know he can bowl to good players. And this one's up and under, and it'll just be 1 first up. Yeah, so Umair Tariq, yeah, I was really happy for him. He performed so well. Again, the ECL is a step up, I suppose, when you take on the best clubs in Europe. And some players step up when the competition goes up. And he was one of those that really, probably a bit of a surprise packer for me. Maybe not to his teammates, but it will give him a lot of confidence that he'll take back to the domestic competition here.
Yeah, just making a slight adjustment. I think he wants his point to go more backward. Slow delivery and turns it into a full toss. It must be. He's a tall lad, isn't he? I mean, sometimes he's really, his reach comes into play well, but he hasn't really, as of yet, been able to hit one in anger, has he?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he hit that nice one over mid-off. That was a drive on the up. But now that we're out of the power play, that's a shot that will probably only get him 1. Look, I think it's just a matter of Simpson Parker normally runs very hard, give you the occasional aggressive shot. But again, they use him as a bit of an anchor. This is well bowled. It won't get a wide for this.
Clever.
Yeah, batter just kind of locking up there. Akbarjan kind of sees it, hopes it's going to float for a wide, but never quite goes that far. And so that one uses up a delivery. I think already what we're seeing is a lot of high-quality cricketers in all these sides. And Donosh start, the defending champions tomorrow. That's going to be no exception.
Yorker length. And it's been played away onto the onside man at mid-wicket. That's the job. Variation, that's what it's, when you get a pitch like this, it is going to give opportunities to batters to get in and score big runs, but I think it also gives opportunities to the bowlers if you're clever and you're wise. And by that I mean you use variations, you change the pace of the ball a bit as well. There's wickets out there, we've seen that already. 3 bowlers have already picked up 3 wickets, and we're only into the third match. This could be a wicket. It should. Oh well, the wind I think has caught this one, Vinny. I thought this is going to the fielder, and the next minute is just taken off. And adios, Balota. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, it is. I think you're exactly right. That's pretty much the direction the wind's going. So if you're going to swing hard. He's a big man, Mark Simpson Parker. And unfortunately, you see, fielder had no hope of stopping that one. So 4 more to the total. Again, the halfway point, they'd want to be, what, 48 or so. So, I mean, yeah, they're hovering behind that rate. It hasn't really been getting away from them. But you also feel that if ACT could remove these 2, get a new partnership out there and maybe keep them quiet for a little while, and this required rate could become problematic for Vienna CC. Good cricket though, as Lily Padner said in the chat. Yes, it's good to see. Some good cricket. Good to see so many people enjoying it. I've got some big viewer numbers today. His last ball the over.
Well bowled. It's a length that is very, very difficult to play. Now there, MSP, can he get round and turn? Well, he tries. He knows he's got to be quick to do it, but he slips as well. So he's got to. He goes a long way past this, and then he's got to take some stopping. I think he would have made it in.
Jeez,
but
he's
just
such a giraffe, isn't he?
There he goes.
Might be a good. He might be a good slip, because he might have got run out trying for another one, because he did run through. 42 for 1 after 5 overs. He gets down there so quickly. That's one of his real benefits to the team, is he can run really hard. And if there is somebody else that's kind of playing more of the big shots, he's pretty good at getting them back on strike. So 42 in the first half. They need, what, 55 in the second half? So they just need to up it slightly.
Yeah, they've got wickets in hand though, haven't they? But you make a good point. New batter coming in, has to make a start. These 2 are in the groove, and haven't seen any real risks taken, certainly not from MSP so far. Akbarjan, I think he's just playing a nice sporting role. I think they're happy where they are. They don't want this rate to go too far above. They don't want it to go to 12, 13. It's just about 11 per over at the moment.
He's Balvin to sing, cross-handed bandit.
Oh, this is big. Well, I said he hasn't hit one in anger. He's hit this one in anger. This goes all the way. Shaba, Shaba, Kinna, Sona, Shaka, Lagya.
And he's a classical batter, and this is a classical cricket shot. I mean, it's just a bit too short from cross-handed bandit first up, and it was MSP going up and away. New balls, please. And what a way to start the 6th over.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot from MSP, and pressure on Baljit Singh now to get it right straight away. Just a little bit too short. Let's see what he does here. Short again, but this time takes a bit of the pace off it. MSP very cleverly says
Smart
here.
cricket.
Yeah, it's good cricket. Takes
Temperament. And look, this is one thing I noticed for Mark Simpson Parker playing for Austrian national team in the ECC last year. I liked him at the top of the order, even at the international level, to deal technically with some of the good bowling. Because one thing to say, just send someone up there to swing away, but I mean, he can do it with actual cricket shots, as you're seeing so far.
Hey, what do you think of that shirt? I'm liking that.
I'm liking that.
You know, I like the Tigers, as in the Wild Tigers. I like that shirt. I'm liking the look of that.
Tigers have had an interesting time lately. Tell you why in a second. This one's going to be scooped over into a gap. Should be cut off, but they will get 2 again. That's good running. I mean, we're starting with the Stockholm Tigers. You see the ball almost decapitated by the throw. The Stockholm Tigers, they set a record for the lowest total successfully defended, 62. That was, I did that one with you in Stockholm, Rico. And then the Prague Tigers beat that record in the Czech Republic, only defending 60, which is pretty amazing. Let's see if the Austrian Cricket Tigers have something for us. Now this is high in the air.
Good luck. Keeper gets under it, and it's always going to be difficult. I tell you why, Vinny. Not easy this. I mean, I know he has plenty of time, but the wind is blowing this ball all over the place.
Yeah, and predictably for me, it ends up... So this wind's going right to left on your screen, right? So by the time that comes down, he just misses it because he hasn't accounted enough for the wind. And that's a real tough catch. I know it's easy to sit at home and say, catch that, but you don't know how windy it is down here. And so even though he's got the gloves, he can't get the gloves in the right place.
Yeah, unlucky there for Chaudhry.
So, well, let's see if they can make the most of that. Akbarjan survives. He's dropped on 17.
It's a good comeback, good delivery. This is it, you see, every time you get a couple of dot balls in together, and just quieten things up a little. And the balance of play goes back into the favour of the fielding side here, the Tigers. They're there. You can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to keep that rate required around the 11-12 mark. Well, this one is going to help, or is it? Has this got the? This is now going against the wind, and that's what the difference is here, Vinny. You saw the ones that go the other direction. The wind just take it and it goes. But this time now the wind comes, and I think that's helped the Austrian cricket Tigers here a lot. It slows this one down. It keeps it in the field of play, and the fielder takes a catch.
Yeah, and you caught it exactly right. Well, if only Mark Simpson-Parker was left-handed, that one would have flown into the car park. But this time he takes on the breeze and loses. Look, you can hit a 6 into the wind that way. We saw it earlier in the over, but you got to get it exactly right. This time he doesn't, and he does find the fielder. Having said that, I like that contribution from MSP. 27 off 19. He didn't use up too many balls. Was pretty productive while he was out there, but he's the second wicket to fall. That's both openers back in the shed now for VCC. They're 52 for 2.
Yeah,
as
look,
Arslan Arif comes to the crease.
I'm pleased for MSP. I know when we spoke to him in Hungary after he came back from that tour and that T20Is that involved Austria, Germany and Sweden, he was a bit disappointed with his form with the bat, and I think he was looking forward to getting out there and with bat in hand again and showing what he's really capable of. I think that's a very good innings. He's put his team in a good position, and now it's up to some of the middle order hard-hitting batters to bring it home.
Into the over as well. Nice catch by Umar Tariq. And he's going to celebrate by grabbing the ball, walking to the bowler's end and bowling the 7th over. So yeah, judged it well, knew where he was on the field. And this will be Akbarjan who's on strike, because it was the end of the over. New batter goes to the end that the previous batter hit the ball from, but then of course is the end of the over. So yeah, crossroads here now. See if these two can build a bit of a partnership. Arslan Arif will be the new partner for Akbarjan. Umar Tariq, huge over here. So what are we at? Run rate wise, 11.25, so it's not really out of the question. I think they're pretty used to playing in the wind here. That's one thing, but still not particularly easy.
No, it definitely isn't.
Also, it's hard for Umar Tariq not to get too leg side-ish to the left-hander. He's the first ball of 7th.
Struck firmly, bobbles around, and it's going to go through the fielder. I just said it there, it's bobbling around. You can see it's always difficult. Aqib Iqbal wants to attack this because he doesn't want to give the 2, but what he doesn't do, he doesn't tame the ball first. Look, just there.
It's that last
doesn't
bounce.
Quite come up, does it? It's bounce, 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 and then not bounce, but he hasn't got his body behind it. 4 runs. He'll be disappointed to let that go to the boundary.
Akbarjan gets another break. It's okay. Maybe not.
Ooh, well, that's a tight one. It's difficult when we're looking at it straight on. Does it go past the line before or after? I think, tight. Very
Just
tight.
okay, honestly. But I mean, the umpire gets one look at it. It's often difficult, like you said, to know exactly when it goes past the line. And look, if you're going to play those games, you know, occasionally the umpire's going to give you a rough one.
Up in the air, and this is going to race away for 4 more. So we saw the slightly suerte boundary. A bit of luck involved with the fielder makes the misfield, and then this one again. And I don't think this is not where he's looking to play this. So maybe the luck is on the side of Vienna CC, the home side here at the moment. But big advantage for them playing on this ground.
Yeah, I mean, I think yes and no. The thing is, ACT would have played here quite a lot as well.
Yeah.
And obviously a fair few internationals that play here as well. So I mean, I think all the players probably know it pretty well. But yeah, VCC always a bit special when you're playing on your home ground. Umar Tariq.
Oh, this one, wind assisted and hit powerfully, goes all the way, Shaba, and not a bad catch there. Well, we know this man can catch. He took 4 matches in 1 game in Hungary, and that is Stefan Gooch. He's, of course, one of the blinders players, and this is what he did pretty well. But first of all, credit to the batter, 6 runs, Shakalagya, and Stefan Gooch there. Well, I'm not going to say he took this very cleanly, but he takes a catch.
I think it was pretty clean. Steph's got a good pair of hands. It was just a bit too straight. Akbarjan said it had to go. He's 32 of 14, and he's going to get more runs. Again, wind assisted. I think left-handers are going to love that wind right to left at the moment. I certainly won't be loving it if the rain comes, because that's my side. I'm going to get wet. But at the moment, Umar Tariq just finding it a bit tough to settle. Now we'll get to see Arslan Arif, the new batter, to face his first ball. So, you know, Akbarjan, such a good player. I mean, not only his batting, but also, you know, he took 2 hat-tricks with the ball last year. Very good fielder. Brings a lot to the table. Now, Arslan Arif has his role to play. 2 to come in the 7th.
In the air, gets it through the gap. The fielder's got work to do and he can't get it. Well, he's got a long way to come, hasn't he? I mean, he's obviously had to move with the right-hander coming into play now, but ends up going where he was, to the left-hander, but can't stop this. 4 runs. So the first ball from Arslan goes to the boundary. It was a bit uppish, but a big gap there in the cover area. And slight adjustment to the fielder doing the sweeping on the offside. And up in the air once more, and again he gets it through that gap. The fielder was umming and ahhing to think about getting a dive in here. He doesn't. And it's 2 more. So not bad strike rate. 2 balls faced, 6 on the ball from him.
Yeah.
These 2 teams will be doing it all over again as well. But which way is this going to go?
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, 23 off 18, but you can see there's a lot of high-quality cricketers on show here in Austria, and we'll finish the day with game 4. And it will be Vienna CC who are batting first after winning the toss. Their captain, Quinton Norris, had no hesitation. And Austrian Cricket Tigers, they'll be chasing in the last match of the day. I know that Quinton at the toss, he won the toss, and then he said, we'll have a bat. And then he kind of motioned to play a shot, but then he left it alone. He played a leave to say that he'll be having a bat. But I don't think they'll be leaving too many. Zishan Arif coming into the lineup for Vienna CC in that one. ACT, looks like a pretty similar lineup to the one we've got right here, right now. So here we go with Imran Asif. And they just need a good over to get back in the contest.
Look, about 2 overs ago, and it was about that, the rate required was creeping up to 12. And now all of a sudden, 2 good overs, and it's just below 8. And that just goes to show just what can happen and how quickly it can happen. But just as quick as it goes up and goes down, the same thing can happen again here. I think a couple of good overs here, and that rate can go back up against, and that's exactly what I think the Austrian Cricket Tigers need to do here.
Every over is important. I think Akbarjan's the key for me. He's really exploiting this leg side boundary to the left of the screen. And I think he'll enjoy this angle from Asif. He's got to be really careful to not get too straight. Otherwise, I think it's going to spell trouble. Better. That's where you got to be. And we'll take that result, I think. Akbarjan just gets the 1. Hassan Arif, though, well, now they think of a dodgy second, but I don't think there's any need for that, especially with Arif coming out and hitting a really good shot. First ball he faced for 4.
Yeah.
He's no mug with a bat at all. He's a specialist batter.
I wonder if they haven't. Well, they've actually pushed another man back. In fact, they've taken a man out from the offside. Where is he? Oh, here he comes. I was going to say, there was 2 shots that Arif played. I would be tempted to get 3 in the circle there out of the off. Or even maybe if you want to be looking to defend the boundaries, pushed a backward point in on the boundary, because that's where these shots from Arif have been played. Yeah. See what happens here. Does he play in the same zone again?
Just play through the line of the ball. Pressure's not really on Arif here. Just doesn't want to create dot ball pressure. Wants a minimum of 1. If you get more, that's a bonus. Here he is. It's Asif to Arif.
In the air, how high does it go? I think this could go all the way, you know. This could be a maximum. And
I think it has.
The decision here?
I don't know if we even got that. It's 4, but yeah, that one almost goes for 6. And I don't even think that anyone knew where this one had gone. See, probably wasn't the best shot, but that is in the slipstream. Look at everyone just completely perplexed. I think everyone there signaling 4, so it must have just been 4, but still handy runs. Arif gets a second boundary. He's 10 off just 3.
Yes, if he has to push this one right up. He doesn't want to be giving any room to Arslan. Let's see what happens here. And well, it's a better delivery, isn't it? And gets that one through. I'll give him a bit of positivity about his bowling. He can't focus on the last one that goes to the boundary. I mean, that was like it could have gone anywhere, could have gone into the hands of the fielder.
Yeah.
With this wind blowing, do you think if you're going to have a third man, you have to push him on the boundary?
Yeah, I probably would, especially the way Arslan Arif is swinging. I'd want to encourage him to try and go leg side. That's what kind of made an error there earlier in the over.
Nicely bowled, but
I just can't believe how similar the 3 games have been. I mean, we've had 100, 98 and 96 posted. And in the first 2 games, it was exactly 9.3 overs that the second team chased it down. And right here, right now, it would seem Vienna CC are in the box seat, but don't forget the kind of options ACT have got to come back. Asan Youssef, he only went for 4 in his first over. Left arm spinner.
Yeah.
See who else they go for. Maybe cross-handed bandit again. Yeah, very interesting match here in match 3.
Asif once more. Nicely played. And the last 2 deliveries, actually, in terms of the length, have been spot on. They've been right up there. And you can see the difference straight away. The ball's not going to the boundary. The batters are playing nice shots to them, but not getting the boundary. And that's all to do with the length. I know it's sometimes very easy for us to be saying you've got to pitch it up or it's too much down the leg side. The bowler's got to make the adjustment. Sometimes, as hard as you try, you just can't do it. This sort of day, I remember it as a bowler myself. You know in your mind what you want to be doing with the ball and where you want it, but the ball just don't want to go there.
It's frustrating.
It happens.
Nothing more frustrating.
Asif, he's been good. Can he finish well?
Yeah, last ball of his spell.
And again, it's very full. Well done, well bowled. He was under pressure, remember. Think about taking him on, but that's a really good throw. And Aslan Arif, it's like he's on the old skateboard, or he's surfing here, surfing and loses his bat. Well, he's surfing at the Seabarn cricket ground. Here we go, watch, here he comes, surface delight.
Whoops.
Oh, well, he had to slide that foot in, didn't he? Because if that ball fell on the stumps, it would have been interesting.
Been a victim of the bat plug. All right, so it's 8 overs down, 82 for 2. What were Vienna CC? I mean, what were ACT at this stage? After 8, they were 81 for 3. So you can see how close this is. The last 2 went for 6 and 9. And don't forget the 1 short on the last ball.
Yeah.
They should really be chasing 98. Instead, it's 97. Now, I still think that the captain, even though he's a spinner, I still like him having one of these overs. Problem is, I think, a bit worried about left-hander Akbar Jan hitting to the leg side with the spin, with the wind. So they're going to go for Balwinder Singh here. So a bit of a gamble to bowl him in the 9th.
He didn't bowl too bad, did he? I think he went for 10 in his first.
I mean, look, here's the thing. He went for 6 first ball. It's a good pull shot from Mark Simpson Parker. But the rest of the over, they only went for 4 runs, and it finished with a big wicket. So, yeah, huge finish coming up, I think. 15 required off the last 2.
Here we go. So Balwinder Singh is bowling to Aslan Arif, who is throwing the bat at everything, and he's had a bit of luck his way already. And, that's well bowled. Aslan trying to hit this one on the up. The third man has gone onto the boundary. I like that move, and well, this is what's eluded us for a record period of time on ECN. The golden ball. Are we going to see it on day 1?
Yeah, could
in Austria.
be. We haven't had one since the 31st of March. Rika, that was golden ball 29. Are we heading for one? This isn't going too far. They'll just get 1. Yeah, we got a golden ball last year in Austria. Will we get another one here? I mean, what we have seen so far, 3 really tight contests that have all gone to the last over.
Singh takes a deep breath, has a look around at his field because he knows he's now bowling to the left-hander. And they've got to keep an eye on how are they doing on time here, Vinny. One thing that I've just got a feeling that they're running it tight.
Yeah, have a look. I think they'll be okay. They've probably got 3-4 minutes to finish this over.
Shot. Is this going to go over the fielder? Iqbal, and oh, this is brilliantly done. Absolutely superb. Top draw from a top player. Well, he's made amends of the error when the ball went through him. This is what it's all about. It's about sexy cricket, and here in Austria at the Seabarn Cricket Ground, we've seen something special. What a great catch that is from that young man. Absolutely brilliant. This is class. Watch this again, and then give him a round of applause.
Well, his hair might not move, but his feet have to move here. And see, throws it away before he steps out, then he's back in plenty of time. We'll take a bow. And look, if he somehow messes that up and it goes for 6, you can pretty much hang up your boots. I think this game's over. But now, ACT storming back into contention, maybe even their favourite slightly, because they've removed the danger man, Akbar Jan, who goes for 35. Balwinder Singh, he comes up with that big wicket, but he can owe a big debt of gratitude to Aqib Iqbal for that bit of fielding. 83 for 3 off 8.3. And now Javid Zadran is going to come to the crease. And normally you'd say, okay, be smart, take one here. Javid Zadran will just be thinking, I'm 2 and a bit hits away from winning this game. He's going to come out, and a bit like we saw this morning with some of the hitting. And I know that Dosterhill was pretty good this morning. Javid Zadran's that kind of a player. But let's see how he approaches it. 14 to win, 9 balls left.
Got him. Oh, this is an absolute beauty. A boogie, oogie, oogie, kookaburra, 5 ball, and it's time to juggle the putte. The castle has been raided. Ginny Sony bowling, Ginny Sony line, Yorker length, juggle the putte. Castle Turkey, that is class, and Bulwinder Singh takes his 3rd wicket. Most importantly, he's removed a big hitter. Most importantly, no runs, dot ball, game on.
Yeah, well, you do this long enough, you get to know your players, and I just knew that Javid wasn't pushing for one there. He tried to send it into the cornfields. Instead, he's the one that has to take a walk. Hat-tricks in 2022, we've had 11 of them. The last time we had a hat-trick was Naveen Gunasekaran back in the 6th of June. That was Prague Spartans versus Prague Tigers. Could we have our 12th hat-trick of the year right here from the cross-handed bandit, Balvinder Singh? And you can trace all of this back to Akib Iqbal, who turned a 6 into a wicket.
We always say a moment of magic changes the game. Here we go, hat-trick ball. The new batter is a left-hander, which I think is a good shot. If you can get going with the wind behind him, anything's possible. But first of all, he's got to see out this delivery. Look where he's standing.
Yeah,
Yorker length here is in trouble, Vinny.
Wijesekara on strike.
Oh, that's a good ball. Quality bit of bowling. And we see a lot of bowlers get it wrong with a hat-trick. We've seen a lot of wides. We see a lot that go down leg side. But he gets his right on the money. He's saying, you can show me your stumps. I know where they are already. Did you not see? I knocked them over already.
He's got a trigger that kind of, he does get across and cover him a bit better. Right, 14 off 7.
This time it's a little bit shorter. I think Winder Singh knows exactly what the batter's going to try and do here.
Now
what
who do you
a
bowl?
good over.
Okay,
what
so
a good over.
There was only 1 run off that over, and there were 2 wickets. So what a fantastic over that was. And what a decision to bowl Balvinder Singh.
Yeah.
And this is where I thought, ordinarily you'd bowl your captain, the left-arm spinner, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think they might be a bit risky. But nah,
hey,
they're going to go back to him. I like it.
Hey, do you remember going back to, what was it, the second match in Hungary?
Yeah.
How many were needed? 15 of the last. And what happened? Boom, boom, boom. It's that sort of feel about this. It is not over. 14 runs needed of 6 deliveries.
Oh, yeah. I'm absolutely sure this game's not over. In fact, I think 13 off last over is the most likely
I'm going to whisper this.
ball.
I'm going to whisper this.
Come
here. This is golden ball.
Rico's got the tingle. And why not? I mean, Hassan Yusuf, though, is a really economical, really clever bowler. He's bringing an extra fielder to the onside. I think he wants to encourage the batter to go leg side. That's why there's only 3 of the 9 fielders available to the right of screen. But Arif is strong through the offside. Does he go with his strength, or does he maybe try
go
leg side?
He
goes over cover. That's his shot.
And this one goes through. Is it going to go to the boundary? No, it doesn't. I think this is a nutmeg, isn't it?
It goes through his legs, I think.
Nutmeg buys.
The tough one to stop. That's Ahmed Chowdhury, because you lose complete sight of this. See here.
He needs to put some new batter on strike.
She does well to at least get something on that and block it. Could have easily been 4 byes, Instead it's 1. And now I think this is interesting, because I don't think Wijesekara should care where the fielders are. He should just be trying to hit over them, because I think that's his shot. And you'll see that Yusuf he'll try and get it right outside off to make it hard for him to drag to the leg side.
He just tries, being drilled, and the fielder's got to get down and does really well. This is class, absolute class. Maybe the batter should be still chancing the arm for the 2, but look, that's how important that stop was. Brilliant cricket.
Clean pickup, that was the key. And you just knew they didn't have a chance for 2, because it went so quickly to him and he had the ball in his hands. So now, Arif kind of took the bait and went leg side. I think Arif's good enough to go over cover and find that gap here. I guess it just depends what you bowled. What you bowled. And he's batting well out of his crease to the spinner here. Then this is total gamesmanship.
12 required of 4.
He starts a metre out of his crease and then jumps back. I think maybe the umpire was in position.
Yes.
Maybe not. And then Here we go.
Goes for it. This is catchable. Big moment in the match. Take this. Yeah, he does. Well, he tries to get funky, Arslan Arif. I don't think he needs really to be standing there. I think on this pitch, that just makes it harder for you because of the bounce on it. But he wanted to try something different. He wanted to try and put off the bowler. He doesn't. You said it, Yusuf is too good, too knowledgeable a player to be put off by this. And look at that delivery. It's hardly got anything on it at all, Vinny. And that's why it just goes up in the air. And the man that we saw doing some brilliant fielding is the man that holds onto the catch as if.
Yeah, and it's the length. It's the length which is the key. It's not quite drivable, not quite comfortable to drive. So a lot can happen from the time it bounces to the time it intercepts the bat. And you can see it's a riff. Yeah, it just didn't get it anywhere near the middle of the bat, sliced it up. So now, here's a guy that can whack a 6 or 2. We've got some captain on captain action here to finish this one. It's 85 for 5, 12 runs required in 3 balls. And you can bet that Quinton Norris, who's out there, he'll be trying to whack a 6. And he loves to go leg side. He just loves it. So you can bet your bottom dollar Arslan Yusuf is going to try and sneak this just inside the tram line and make Quinny go fetch it.
Quinton deep inside his crease. He has a go, and they're asking the question, does his foot stay down or not? I think this may be one that we'll be looking at.
Yeah.
Certainly Stefan Gooch will be keeping an eye on this.
Probably worth a look.
Foot on the line. No, it's down.
He's always down,
It stays down. Yeah, he does well there. Loses his balance, but keeps the foot down. It's just another dot. So now 2 big Maximos to win.
Yeah, 6 or bust for big Quinny.
And that's really well bowled, and that's clever from Yusuf. He bowls a line which there's no way you're going to get underneath this delivery and smash it to the boundary. Well, Vinny, you know this is the Chinese year of the tiger, and the tigers are roaring. We saw them roaring in Sweden. We saw them roaring last week in Hungary. It was the Royal Tigers that were victorious, and in this one, it looks like it's the Austrian Cricket Tigers that are going to win the first match between the battle of these 2 top
What
clubs.
a game, though. What another really good game. That's 3 good games we've had. There's still one to come. Last ball, and they're not going to get anything here. So they're going to end up winning this one by 10 runs. And that is what ECN cricket's all about. The toing, the throwing. The pendulum was all over the place. I mean, you felt that they were cruising at one stage. I mean, they were 79 after 7.2 overs.
Yeah.
So they needed kind of 18
Bawinda's
18
over.
off 16.
That
and
over from
there,
Bawinda, the 9th over.
from there, no more boundaries. 3 wickets fell. And
Yeah.
look, credit to the Austrian Cricket Tigers. When it came down to the crunch, I think their big game experience maybe just kind of getting them across the line. But entertaining stuff in match number 3. It's ACT who get off to a winning start. It's Austrian Cricket Tigers 96, Vienna CC 86. And going back, well, Big D opened up. And you know that he is quite an imposing figure at the top of the order. But he got knocked over early for just 3. Mark Simpson-Parker and Abdullah Akbarjan, though, put together a pretty good partnership for the second wicket, which got this chase on track. In fact, more than on track, you felt that they were favourites for a long time in that innings, Vienna CC. But there would be some late over drama.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, you know, little things like that, we know there was a horrendous misfield as well. But little things like that in a close contest, I mean, it was all about 10 runs. You can see easily, look, you just watch these highlights, you'll see where a lot of these runs were saved. I mean, that one, Akib, was unfortunate, couldn't get it. There is one that went through him as well. But then you also saw some magical stuff in the field as well. The win was against them as well, the Austrian Cricket Tigers, but they just stuck to the task. They had to break that partnership, though. Mark Simpson-Parker was batting really well, and then he went for that one when he was closing on the 30s. 27 he made of just 19 deliveries. That was all about the win that held it up. The catch was taken. Well, then there was that misfield, but you know what? Don't worry about it, because Akib Iqbal is top class.
Yeah.
And, well, this one was from another man who's top class with his catching. Stefan Gooch, the Blinders, our tournament referee. Well, this was the one. Have a look at this. This is outstanding. This is terrific. The alertness was there. The confidence is absolutely fantastic. And that player, I can tell you now, Akib Iqbal, that name you will hear again and again and again. He is going to be a big star in this series.
And look, that could have been the difference between the 2 teams. You know, save 6 also removed Akbarjan. And
Well, the next
Javid
ball,
Zadran,
wasn't it?
well, he wasn't in a defensive mood, was he? Despite needing to just overrun a ball, he went for broke and came up broke. And then towards the end, this is another good kind of catch in the last over. Imran Azif very experienced player. And in the end, they had just enough, 96 to 86, but shows you not too much between these two teams, Rico.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the rematch, which will be the last match of the day.
Yeah,
starting in about
likewise.
15 minutes.
It's going to be a sensational again, contest between these two teams. But go back to that last one as we just have a look at those players once more. Go back to the last one. I think I said it at the time. Sometimes when you got teams that are so close, a moment of magic changes the way everything happens. And that moment of magic from the catch there from Aqib Iqbal was absolutely sensational. Took that catch, and then the next ball was another wicket from Bhawinder Singh. Take nothing away from him. We'll have a look at the scorecards in a minute, but you'll see there was 2 main contributors with the bat and 2 main contributors with the ball.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, it's just very hard to pick between these two teams. Also see that Ali Rahimi coming into the lineup for VCC in match 4 for the first time. That'll get underway in about 15 minutes right here. Akbarjan top scored with 35 off 18. 3 fours and 2 maximos, and he did look to exploit that leg side boundary that was wind assisted, but he fell to a fantastic bit of outfield improvisation from Aqib Iqbal, and 27 for Mark Simpson-Parker as well. That's they were the 2 key players, got them in a position to win the game. Arif also, I think he batted pretty well for 13. They just lost wickets towards the end, and it was just too much to do in the end. Look, discipline stuff as well from ACT, only giving away 3 wides in the innings, and you can see that in the end they were 10 runs short. 2 for 6. Ahsan Yusuf, he held his nerve, didn't he, at the end, with only 3 runs off that last over. But Bhawinder Singh, for me, he was the real surprise packet in that one as he was brought on as the 5th bowler. He was only allowed 1 run in the 9th. He ended up with figures of 3 for 11. Good work also by Aqib Iqbal. He went wicketless, but only conceded 15. Well, those of you that can stay with us, don't go to bed just yet, because we have 1 more match today, and it'll be the right reply for Vienna CC. They'll be opening up with the bat after winning the toss in match 4. So see you very, very shortly. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full is with me, and you're watching ECN. See you soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Seemann Cricket Ground in Vienna, Austria, and it's time for the last game of opening day, and once again we'll see a matchup between Vienna CC, the host club, and the Austrian Cricket Tigers. Well, I'm out here searching for kookaburras. I think there's a few of them about because a lot of them have found their way into the crops, but what I can tell you is that out in the middle, Stefan Gooch is with the two captains for the coin toss for match number 4.
Okay, is this the call?
Heads.
Heads the call. It's heads.
Okay, this time, yeah, we'll have a...
Okay, good stuff. Is he on the toss? They're having a bat. Good lead.
So it is Quinton Norris that's won the toss, and he said that he wants to have a bat. Well, he might have been shaping to leave the ball there, but I can't see them leaving too many balls in this innings coming up. So they do get the chance to bat first, though, so a reversal of the innings order from the last game. They're always relying on Mark Simpson-Parker to create some stability, but also, you know, he does play traditional cricket shots, and he can handle technically a lot of the bowling that is going to be thrown at him this time around. Of course, they've got a few good middle order hitters as well. I've got to say, I really love watching Akbarjan every time I come here. Gets a bit of tap with the ball, but often he has the last laugh. We saw that with 3 wickets in the first game. So I think it should be a really interesting one. We know that ACT have a really powerful array of strikers. Got to say, Aqib Iqbal, his form continues to impress me this season in 2022. He's a great example of a European cricketer with the opportunities that we're seeing him get out in the middle. He's getting better and better and better. But I will say that I always love to see Big Mirza Hassan whacking them as well as the cross-handed bandit. But we'll have to wait for the second innings because the news from the toss in match number 4 is that Vienna CC, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Over to Rico Full in the commentary Ice Cube as we get ready for the last game of the day from here in Vienna.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there. Vinny Sandus, get ready for this. Match number 4. I tell you what, if he comes in here itching and scratching all over the place, I will have no sympathy for him at all. He's got to be careful, you know. He could have a field mouse go up his trouser leg and, well, then, well, you know that some mice like nuts and he could be in a bit of trouble. But anyway, let's go back to this match. This is going to be an interesting one, I think. I think Vienna are going to be looking to bounce back here straight away. And first thing they want to do is get some good runs on the board. Mark Simpson-Parker, he looked good. And I think he'll be happy that that wind, that probably was courtesy of his ball not going to the boundary last time around when he was caught on that boundary on the leg side. That's died down a little bit. And maybe Big Daddy himself can make a better start here. This is the expected scores. Well, Vienna, the bat versus ball wall, saying we'll win this 102 to 99. Again, it's going to be another close match. And maybe this one could be the one that ends the long period of time, the record-breaking time that we haven't had a golden ball in a long time, since March. You heard Maximo talking about that. When are we going to get that broken? First, the only thing I think the Austrian Cricket Tigers are thinking about is breaking this partnership. Iqbal to starts with a wide one. And the umpire thinks it's okay. I'm just saying that from where the wicketkeeper takes this. Let's have a look how wide this ends up. And a lot of movement. I think just staying inside. The batter saying, are you sure? I like that. He's thinking what I'm thinking. He's saying, well, look back there. Look where the wicketkeeper's taking this. It's got to be a wide, surely. But no, that ball just moves a lot. This time, he's thinking, I'm going to play at it. If you're not going to give him umps, he said, I will use my bat. I always remember saying that to a batter, saying, hey, don't be looking at me. You see that thing in your hand? That one there? Yeah, that bit of wood. He's got a bat. Use it. And don't be expecting me to give you any charity for nothing. That's exactly what Big Daddy does there. Plays his away, gets 4 runs. Aqib Iqbal, he won't like that. Top player. We've seen that already in the last match. He was took an outstanding catch. Wants the single, plays it out, and there's the throw, and hits it onto Big Daddy, but he won't mind that. Big Daddy's saying, I felt the force of the giant haystack. This little piddly kookaburra ball is not going to hurt me as well at all. He's saying, did it hit me? I couldn't feel a thing. Gets a single, well run, good rotation. So Mark Simpson-Parker goes on strike. He batted very well. Loved the way he played and executed some beautiful shots, authentic cricket shots as well. He's got Iqbal to deal with first up. Short, firmly struck, and there is a fielder out there who's there particularly for that. And, another single. Just to give you an idea where this field is at the moment. So you've got both men on that leg side boundary. Long on, and sort of in between, well, I would say between square leg and mid-wicket. Not quite mid-wicket. Just giving himself a chance to get to both sides. Big Daddy hits this firmly, but it will go to one of those fielders I'm talking about. Does very well. Watches the bounce and attacks the ball as well, not allowing the batters to even think about two. And now comes the change. They're very, with those two men straight, it almost looks like that to Big Daddy, that long on goes back, and to MSP long off his back. And this is why they know that probably MSP plays the more authentic cricket shots. And with that in mind, the ball is going to be going more into the long off area. This is the batters so far between these two after match number 1. So let's just focus here on Vienna. Bajan, who's not out there at the moment, he made a good start in the 35, but MSP, you see there, 27. He's looking to carry on in the good form he's in. And then other than those two, it was only Aston Arif that made 13. So a lot really depending on, I think, these two openers, and maybe then number 3 will probably be Akbajan, who's had a terrific start to the series already. And top bowlers, though, on the other side was, of course, Balwant Singh. He bowled really well, and of course the captain as well. And here he is, speaking of El Capitan, Ashan Yusuf, terrific bowler. He's got so many tricks up his sleeves, but this time, well, this has been stopped by Rico Full. Thank you very much. There you go, Keith, you can have that. Did you see that? Anybody see that? Straight in the hands, Bob. It doesn't matter, you can have tables in the way, furniture in the way. Straight in the hands, nicely done. Well done, Rico Full. Yeah, no problems. That's because I've been to the fielding school of Barry Eaton. Thank you. But no, yeah, and he's a lovely guy as well. Here's Yusuf. But now he's got a, oh, that's clever bowling. After bowling the fuller length delivery, this time slightly shorter, and not a lot of bounce on this as well. He's trying to, that's exactly what he wanted MSP to do there. Goes across the line, but gets bad onto ball. And this one's not the best of deliveries, and the fielder, he's taken one on the shin, and the ball will go over the boundary line. It wasn't a good ball, but still, having said that, though not straightforward, needs to be stopped. Hits it pretty well, and in fielder, he ends up sort of falling over himself trying to stop it, and gets a big rebound off his body. Ball goes over the boundary line. Yusuf, expensive so far, and this one is called wide, so it doesn't get anything on this. Yeah, unusual to see Yusuf bowling this line. He's got it all wrong at the moment. Surely he's got to be trying to get this one out the off stump. He's trying to attack the stumps at the moment, but just getting it wrong. And this one ends up being a full toss, which well, Big Daddy decides he's not going to throw everything at it. Just watches it cautiously onto the bat, sort of paddles it away onto the onside. MSB, seeing those last few deliveries, will probably fancy him coming down the wicket and turning this one into a full toss, but it's shorter at him. So definitely there is a plan in the mind of the captain. It's very full to Big Daddy. And well, this could be Big Daddy and Giant hairstep batting. The giant of a man, MSP, is a little bit shorter to him. Let's see if he does the same thing again. Now he does float it up, and this one is a nutmeg. It gets through the keeper, and it won't quite go to the boundary. It's interesting, some parts of the ground seem to be a lot quicker along the deck than others, but that would just be byes. End of the over, and 13 come off that one with those two byes, and the score moves on to 21 without loss. 2 overs gone. We'll have a quick look at the tables coming up here. I'll tell you what's happened so far. We saw 2 wins out of 2. Pakistan CC, they sit at the top with 4 points, and then the Austrian Cricket Tigers winning their first match against their same opponents in this one, Vienna CC, by 10 runs, meaning that they're right behind them, looking to do the double themselves. Keep continues with the ball. A little bit shorter, doesn't want to get the ball pitched up. To Eckenstein, who just plays that away for a single. Nicely played, just uses the pace of the ball. No real risk. This was how the innings for MSP went in the first match. Didn't really take or make any risk until he was well into his 20s, and then he was unfortunate to be caught on the boundary. Firmly hit. Oh, this was too hot and too spicy to handle for the fielder. He's thrown everything at this. It's not the best of deliveries. I don't think this one comes up as much as what Akib Iqbal wanted, but again the fielders letting down the bowlers. We saw one from Yusuf, again not a good ball, it wasn't from Yusuf either. The fielder should have stopped it, doesn't, and the same there. So really you're saying that that could be 6 runs that are on that board already. That shouldn't be. So that's one thing that I don't think the captain Yusuf will be very happy with. Goes for the short one once more. This time it's better directed, it's away from the body, or particularly the legs of Big Daddy. Seems to be the plan here. I mean, it was very much the same also when Yusuf was bowling. But it's nicely played, and it's a good bit of fielding. In comes the throw, and oh, well, thankfully there is some backing up there behind the first field. The ball still rolling. And in the end, it comes to an end. It was like watching a bit of tennis at the same time. 2 games in 1. First of all, it's a lovely pickup. In comes the throw. And you have to have a go. I think if this was direct, it would have been curtains for MSP. Even his long legs and long reach going to get him there. But it gets past the first backing up fielder. Up in the air, shouts to catch it. But I think you've got to stop it first. It's, well, I don't know if they've stopped this. If they have, this is incredible. Now, the question for me is does the fielder plant any part of his body outside the field of play before contact is made? Keep an eye on this. Where does he hit this from? And I think that is okay. The foot is in the air. The ball stays. That is a great bit of work. Well, we've seen that on 2 occasions the fielder should have stopped it. And one of those men that should have done better last time is in action there. That is a really good bit of fielding. That is sensational. And that is also the end of the over and end of the power play. Excellent bit of work there. I think that'll be 2 runs, so we go to 31. So they're going at around about just over the 10. And that will get to a... So on course for the sort of score that we've seen quite regularly here. I mean, 105 was the average inning score on this pitch, and we've seen that on 2 years consecutively. And this year it seems to be there or thereabout again, doesn't it? And I think the scores certainly as we progress will go higher. This is into the pads, and he's going to have to hurry out. Well, they've got him again. Well, Big Daddy, he's used to being wrestled. Well, they think, well, okay, we can't get you out. Maybe we'll try and knock you out. And this one was thrown even harder. And once again, he says, didn't feel it, didn't feel a thing. What was that? Was that a little butterfly that just touched me foot? Now, he's making some signal now. I wonder what he wants. He's probably thinking, they keep throwing things at me. Can I have another pair of pads? I'll put them on back to front, the other way around. So I've got protection all the way around. He seems okay. Overpitched. And he's got to be quick here again. They have another go. And this is a direct hit. or is this the bowler breaking the stumps? I don't know. I want to see it again. Yusuf asking the question. I think it may. Is this a hand of the bowler? Me initially, I thought it was the bowler. That's not the stumps over. Have a look. Keep an eye on those stumps. Where's the ball? Oh no, I think the ball does hit direct. Have a look. And keep his hand. That's the ball hitting direct. I think he's out here, MSP. I don't think he gets the bat down. Bat in the air, bat in the air. Oh, he's gone. And look, you can see now that leg moves out the way. That bat is nowhere near the line. It's going to be Curtin to MSP. He's had a couple of close calls, but this time it will be out. That is super work from Yusuf. And does really well. And the decision will be given. So Mark Simpson-Parker is going to be out to a good bit of fielding. Look, you thought there for a moment, I'm thinking that Yusuf is going to pick this up and fire it down to the wicketkeeper's end, because I think you'll be looking to aim at the end Big Daddy's running to. Bear in mind that he's worn a couple on the back of his shin. He's probably not the quickest, but he backs himself. He knows that the batter who's running to the bowler's end hasn't had the best of starts. Look, he's got the acceleration in. I don't think you can fault MSP for trying to get there. It was just great work from Yusuf. So Yusuf, though it wasn't, he didn't perform at his best with the ball in hand, he does when it comes to his throwing. So they get the second wicket. Bawinder Singh is the bowler. He won't get credited for it. But Bawinder Singh, all he did was stop the stumps flying around all over the place. He played, watched the bounce, and does well. No mistakes this time from Aqib Iqbal. So Vinny Sandhu, with his fan club of flies from the field, comes into the
Why they're picking on me?
Why is it? Because you went in the jungle. You go in the jungle without any of the jungle juice on. They're going to come with you now.
About this.
They're all over. They're all over us now.
Let me talk about that bit of fielding from Aqib Iqbal. He got in a bit of trouble before with a kind of unpredictable bounce. He kind of dives forward to take that on the half volley, which is easier than kind of letting the bounce play out. So that was really, really smart work. I like the way he did that. Anyway, Bawinder trying to keep things a little bit quiet here at the moment. He's a good player.
Full toss. This will be called. Surely this is going to be called.
It'll be no ball coming up.
It's too high. And
has to be a no ball. I think it was called straight away at square leg.
Square.
Yeah, and there's the signal. See, this is miles too high. Bang. It's kind of going to hit them in the logo. A little glance and saying, yeah, I know. So we've got a free hit coming up. So I'm going to just kind of overcooking that one. Akbarjan, not the first person going to beam a first up today. Over to Big D. I think he's the kind of man. He loves an excuse to wind up. Here we go. Free hit, sound the horn. He hits it leg side, but doesn't get too much on it. Oh no, he's fallen down a wormhole. What's happened here? Just the last minute. So how about that for something from nothing? The last bounce did him, and he ends up flat in his back, and the ball ends up at the boundary.
Yeah, this is another one. Should be one, and it's just got nothing behind him. It's a bad approach to the ball. I think you always, no matter where you're playing, you always have to allow for the fact that the ball may not get the bounce that you quite want. Vinny, that's 9 runs, I think, that have been given away here because of some sloppy fielding.
Well, this is in the air. This isn't a free hit, so this is going to be curtains for Big D. He's going to have to go. So it is Bawinder that has the last laugh in the end. He went to the well once too often. Does his job, though, I think, at the top of the order. He'll be disappointed to depart at that stage. So Bawinder, he's had the Midas touch more often than not today. He had a bit of an unlucky moment, let's say, on the free hit, but this one is skied. And yeah, Bawinder probably could have caught this one cross-handed. It was a pretty easy one. And so that's 2 wickets down now. Vienna CC, 38 for 2. It's an interesting one for me. They've sent out Javed Zadran at number 4. They're obviously sending an out-and-out hitter in the number 4 position, so a bit earlier than usual. Maybe a sign they want to get things moving. And I think, where was that the end of the over? I have to wait. And yeah, it's 2 down. So yeah, well, it must be Zadran who's going to face up here with 1 ball to go in the 4th. But yeah, Javed, he He doesn't block too many. As you saw, he's on a king pair because he was out first ball before. And just explaining to the batters.
Ball to go.
Unless I've got one ball to go. Am I crazy?
Over, maybe.
How's my counting going? Yeah, no, Javid, he's going to face up.
Yeah.
Hey, how good's Balvinder Singh been, though, with the ball today? He's just a really clever player. And, yeah, this will be good. Javid Zadran, again, normally you'd say, okay, I'll probably just play this one out. Be careful, maybe knock it for one. Feel like Javid will probably try and whack this into the bushes because that's what he tries to do every ball. So let's see. Should be interesting. Here we go. Oh, doesn't help that he's on a king pair, coming off a golden duck earlier today. There we go. That's a batsman's shot. Pat's back a full toss, end of 4. And Vienna CC, 38 for 2. Hope you're well, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. And alongside me in the commentary box is Rico, full first day in Austria. Well, I have to put the sunglasses away for a little bit because the sun has gone away and there was some threat of a thunderstorm at the moment. But at the moment, for the most part, it's staying pretty dry. And I hope it does because this is a really entertaining contest between two cricket teams. Obviously love this form of the game. They're providing us a lot of entertainment. And look, it won't just be here in Austria that you'll catch your ECS over the next few weeks. We'll be here just until Saturday. Then we'll be in Italy for 5 weeks. We've got 4 weeks in Germany, 2 weeks in Belgium. And then we're going to have our ECC adventures. And we'll probably have a few of these players here. I'm sure Aqib Iqbal is one that we'll see in the Austrian team there. I mean, someone like Javid Zadran now. I mean, he's well suited to this form of the game. Maxim Parker as well. That's another thing that these players are looking at, I'm sure. This T10 series is a great opportunity for those that are qualified for international cricket to press their claims for the Austrian national team.
Absolutely. And the other thing is, of course, it's for those that didn't quite make it, likewise, gives them the opportunity. Well, you can see here, it's the captain that has come back on, and he's wants to get the left-hander here swinging at this ball wide outside off. But he's just let himself down a little bit with the, just going a bit too wide. But he'll stick to it. He's got a plan.
This is cat and mouse here. Because he wants the leg side, Akbarjan, and Hassan Yusuf doesn't want to give it to him. So I don't know about cat and mouse. Maybe it's two cats stalking each other. That's what I think when I think of this contest, because there's no, I don't think there's any mouse in these two.
No, I hope there's no mouse in your pants. Are you going in that cornfield? Listen, you talking about cats and mouse, and cats particularly, big day in America. Take your cat to work day.
What?
It is.
What?
I mean, we sometimes have some American viewers. Now, if you're watching in America, back me up here. National Take Your Cat to Work Day in America.
The thing about America is they can have spirit, like, what do they call it? Support animals on planes. And you get all sorts. You get people taking squirrels on planes.
Yeah.
You get, I don't know what sort of support they need. This is whacked, and it's going to be away from the fielder. And I think this is going to be for Aqib Iqbal. He tries to leg it down, but he won't be able to catch that one. Akbarjan goes offside then. And Yusuf pushes him out there and says, go through the covers if you think you can. He says, I think I can, and he does. 4 runs. Good shot.
Yeah, good shot. Nicely done. Aqib.
So hold on. See, I'm really allergic to cats.
Yeah,
I love cats, but I'm really allergic to cats. And so I don't think maybe that's why I'm sniffing so much today. Either that or hay fever. Big swing.
There's no cats here.
But I'm just saying.
Can you imagine it's National Take Your Cat to Work Day. So you take your cat to work. The cat's there on the table. You're not doing any work. The boss comes down and says, come on, you should be working. Say, hey, Gov, I'm taking a cat nap.
Sounds strange. I mean, I'm just saying it wouldn't work everywhere. For example, I went to a really nice Chinese restaurant for dinner last night.
Don't.
That's all I'm going to say.
Don't.
I'd say maybe some places the cats. I mean, I love cats. Time and a place. I've said.
Listen, I'm going to call Diana over. Diana is a cat lover. She's got a cat of her own. And I'm going to tell her what you just said. She won't take no more pictures of you. Hit hard, trying to get it through the gap, and this is a thunderbolt of a shot. Really hard. It is a sort of a flat pull, isn't it? Really creams this, muscles this to the boundary.
Well, you don't have to be a clairvoyant to read Javid Zadran's mind. And he's just thinking about hitting the ball as hard as he can all the time. And that's exactly what he does there. Smacks it to the boundary. And so what a good way to finish the over. It brings up the 50 as well for Vienna CC. They're 51 for 2 after 5 overs. And it's been so strange. That 10 and over today, just see everything always gravitating towards that 10 or so and over. And at the moment, they're on target for 102. You'd say that despite the fact that MSP ran himself out earlier. And obviously, X-Team was good while he was there, but he's departed. These two, just the early stages of a promising partnership.
Yeah. I'm going to ask Diana. Diana, you ever taken your cat to work? In America today, it's take your cat to work day. No?
I think you're starting to make these
He
up.
don't like cats. He said bad things about cats. So I want you, next time you go home, can you bring your cat's blanket with you? Make sure there's loads of cat hairs on it. And I'm going to make sure I've always got it with me in the commentary box. And I'm just going to put it right next to Vinny's hand in his chair.
I love cats. Just make sure I've got take my tablet. And this one is going to take a while to get back. Well, that's launched. And it's bounced off the fence and almost come all the way back to the middle. I mean, that's how hard he's hit that one. And that fence, well, let's just say it's seen better days. It might not last a lot longer if Akbarjan's going to keep hitting balls like this.
Yeah, this is a big hit. And like I said, I certainly wouldn't be parking my cars anywhere around that. There's some nice motor vehicles over there. But I hope they've got good insurance policies here in Austria, especially near the Seabahn cricket ground.
Wants to go again. And this one is going to be touch and go. I think it's going to go all the way Maximo. Back-to-back, Akbarjan taking the game on and winning at the moment. Back-to-back sixes to start the 6th over.
And acceleration right on cue. It doesn't look like a big guy at all, does it? When you look at him there, you think, nah, he's not going to hit it that far. He's only little. But, when he hits it, it stays hit. And Akbarjan, he's having a good day here today. And goes for another one. Chase on for the fielder, and they're not going to get there. And he's hit a couple of sixes, couple of fours. Gives the batsman, the next batsman to come in, an opportunity to play a nice looking forward defensive shot. Well, forget playing any defensive shots when you come out here. Well, here we go. Let it keep rolling. Let it keep running. He says, I'm going to get in line. And he says, here we go. Look at that pure class forward defense there from Arslan.
Match ball practice is the best kind of practice. This one is better location from the cross-handed bandit who gets it outside the off stump. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really exciting series. I think you can tell that already. The fact that we have 5 sides here in Austria. The talent is high. The contests are high. I just don't think you're going to see too many dead contests. And this one is hit pretty well as well. Might have picked out the fielder. He backs off it in the end. It would have been a tough one for Hassan Youssef. Never ends up really trying to make that into a catch. Happy just to keep it to 1, which he does.
Yeah, makes a good stop there. It's a difficult one to contend with, but keep the ball in play. They've just changed things slightly, didn't they, in this one, the targets? They've gone for Bhupinder Singh to bowl earlier. Remember in the last match, I think he certainly bowled the 9th over and the 6th. So they bowled him, used him earlier here, and it hasn't quite worked. This one has been pretty expensive. And wow, that is gone. Well, watch out, watch out. This is going in the directions of Edwards. Well, Edwards, he was doing the old dancing the other day with his shades on. He's a real disco diva. Well, he's got to be ducking this one. This has been smashed. That ball is not coming back. Well, that's another one that is going to be circling our planet for years to come. That is big.
Was massive, absolutely massive. I think it'll be like a corn maze soon. Back there, because the fielders have been searching for balls all day. That was a beautiful straight hit. Almost knocked our camera out of the sky, as it is 74 for 2. And they've gone above that to a ball kind of rate.
Well, look, the highest over in the top 5 was 13. It was 13 again of Yusuf's over number 5. So we've had 2 overs of 13. That one from Bhupinder Singh went magical. 23 off it.
Yeah, didn't see that coming either. Bhupinder had some good moments today, but his first ball and his last ball both disappearing. And now they're going to go to Imran Asif in the 7th over to try and stop the bleeding here.
Asif just making some changes. But yeah, I mean, look, that acceleration in, well, look, they've just got 36 in just 2 overs. And they just want to keep going at that rate here now, really looking to put a big score on the board in this final match of the opening day of this FanCode European Cricket Series at this beautiful Seabahn cricket ground. the home of Vienna Cricket Ground. So they're playing on their own turf. And they want to finish the day with a win as the sun starts to come out. And it's, well, the clouds that we had hovering around have been burnt away. So this talk of the storm has disappeared. And, well, now we're going to get baked again.
That was a perfect delivery first up from Imran Asif to Akbarjan. He just has to watch it, kind of locks him up. Let's a quick hello to a few people in the chat as well. Imran Asif, one of the thinner number ones you'll ever see on a shirt. And he goes for this, but he hasn't quite got him. It's a long chase, though. He has to go a long way, Balvinder. And he won't get there. And, yeah, gave it everything. But in the end, he couldn't quite get in time. Akbarjan, a lucky one, but he gets a single. So I will say quick hello to Rio, who was asking who was the top scorer for Vienna CC in the last match. Well, it was Akbarjan, the left-hander. I also want to say hello to Shrubon in there. We'll get lots of good questions and comments. Keep them coming. ACN European Cricket Network. Sometimes we talk food at the end of the day. Raj Kumar is watching from Vatican City, he says. So hello to you. Hope you're well.
Hello, Raj Kumar. Yeah, Akbarjan scored 35 of 18, but he also, don't forget, he took 3 wickets for 19 as well.
The next ball, big swing from Zadran. And this I told you what we could expect from him. And we got Tom Cruise in the chat as well. Oh, there we go, Tom Cruise.
I didn't know. What?
Maybe Tom Cruise wants to be an umpire because the comment just says over.
Has he taken his cat to work?
I do not know. I'm surprised that's a thing.
It's a thing, I'm telling you. It's a thing. You ever take your cat to work day, dog to work, but just happens to be take your cat to work day today?
It's well bowled.
Great bowling. Really good bowling.
But I think full straight, if someone's whacking you like this or trying to, it's always a good option. It's something that we didn't see. If you remember, Abussine Dosterhill earlier in the day for Pakistan CC, he was feasting on length. A good Yorker takes care of it. Bit like your grandma at Christmas. She can sit there and whack a few around, but she can't really handle a good Yorker. So that's where you got to slip it in sooner rather than later, I think. That's what Asif does there. And once again, full straight, but this time the keeper has a few issues with it. Ahmed Chandri, but he does get a glove and just keep it to 1 bite. I like this from Shahabuddin Khan Afridi saying, commentators dressed like ice cream sellers. Well, I wish. And I tell you what, we are going to Bologna, which is the home of gelato, in just 3 or 4 weeks. I can't wait. Thank you very much, Shahabuddin. That's the ultimate compliment. This one we dragged out. And so it'll be the end of the over. 77 for 2 after 7. Well, I do like that. Shahabuddin saying that we look like ice cream sellers, and you look like somebody that would go, if I'm asking for ice cream.
What's wrong with this?
We're going to be a role play. What sort of flavours have you got for us today, sir?
Well, we've got strawberry, vanilla, raspberry, and we've got cookies
plum?
cream.
Professor Plum?
Plum.
What else? Okay.
Cherry. Hey, listen, you're dripping yours already. What's this? What is this? What's this?
Appreciate it. Anyway, let's talk about what's coming up tomorrow. And we have Indian Vienna against Donaustadt. And now they have the team formerly known as Vienna Afghan. They are the defending champions, and they're up first in the morning. And then ACT versus Pakistan CC in the afternoon. Join us for another exciting day of cricket, entertainment and fun and adventure from Austria tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 a.m. in Central Europe, noon in India. Right, here's Umair Tariq for over number 8. He's lucky to get away with this. It's on the pads. It stays that way. Throws for no particular reason. No big problem there. It'll just be a leg by. And Imran Asif, what a good over that was. That last over just had 2 runs and a bye in it. So really stopping the bleeding after the previous one went for 23. So you're going to have some overs that are big. You're going to have some where you can bring it back. But, I mean, you just got to keep focused on the present at the moment. ACT, after look like it might get out of hand, playing themselves back into this contest. Still, this should be interesting. Because Zadran, I think, is going to try and hit this one back to Hungary. And he almost gets the ball he can. And this will be a wide down the leg side. There's a slow ball gone wrong.
Oh, this is a slower ball. That should never have been seen again. He totally misses this. And well, Zadran just trying to hit this one too hard. Gets another chance because that was a wide, and he comes once more. And this has been whacked. It's gone a long way. Shaba Shaba Kinasona Shaka. Well, the fielder's out there. Oh, he's found it. Well done to a keep.
I'll say this again. Bounce the ball at your peril against Javid Zadran. Bounce the ball at your peril, because if it bounces, he's going to get under it. And that one absolutely disappears. And so, yeah, Ima Tariq back to the drawing board. Got to get fuller. Does much better. That's a harder ball to put away. It turns out it's a low full toss. So makes you avoid the damage. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, single it is. Once again, opportunity to say hello to our umpires out there. I'm in black. And that's Rajwinder Kumar and Lakeith Hira. They're doing the job for this one. Been absolutely great start for them as well. I'm in black.
Loving these comments at the moment. I'm going to come back to them in a second. There's a lot happening on the field at the moment. And Akbarjan wants to go after this, but this is miles in the air. Fielder goes right back, but he's not going to get it. Maximo! Akbarjan, he's a bit of a run machine, and he's loving this win today. This one, he gets it up in the slipstream. I don't know, it's into the stratosphere or whatever's up there. But when it came down, it was the other side of the rope, and 6 more runs to Vienna CC.
Yeah, clean hit, isn't it? And dangerous times. You saw that one good over from Asif that just, as you said, it stopped the bleeding a little bit. But the gain again, and after Tariq, this one was there again. It just doesn't get his feet into movement, just reaching for it. Needs to just take a little step towards the ball and crunch this.
Yeah, that's I mean, you can get carried away with that leg side. I would if I was left-handed. I mean, the wind's not as strong as it was before. But he's good enough to drag it sometimes. Anyway, Tariq's gone for 14 in this over. Last ball of it coming up. On the charge, this one sliced up. It should be a simple catch, and it's taken. Well, a bit of the crocodile style, but still, it is a safe catch.
That's why he takes it crocodile style. He can't take it orthodox. We saw you. We saw you. We got it. Well, the umpire can't take it either. But look, he says, I take it crocodile because crocodile Dundee, no problemo. But when he tries to take it, look, stay on him, we see.
So
and
just
this time around,
right technique.
He said, this is the proper way to do it. And he said, that's why I don't take it.
Oh, well, 1 out of 2 ain't bad. He did take the one that mattered. And so it's the end of Akbarjan, but not before another pretty handy innings from him. And he ends up going for 32 off 17. That's following up from his 35 off 18 earlier. So a pretty important contribution. He departs at the end of the 8th over, 92 for 3. And so still a couple of overs left. I've got Lucky Poco saying, I look like a strawberry seller. Oh, you're selling ice creams, I'm selling strawberries. We've got Tom Cruise saying nice commentary. Well, thank you, Tom. Big fan of your films Tom. As well. What else have we got here? Unknown man accused us of overacting. I don't think
when we're doing ice cream
I'm normally
selling?
an underactor, so I'll take that as a compliment. Sun's come out again now. Here's Imran Asif, who's going to bowl over number 9. All right, some more comments. I'm loving the comments.
What did you dribble on your jacket? What is that?
Oh, yeah, what is that?
That's what I was saying to you when you were doing the ice creams. I thought you've had a quick one already.
That was the coffee you made me drink, and I wasn't really interested.
I forced it down you, did I?
All right, where's your sanitizer?
What sanitizer?
Do you have any sanitizer?
Oh, dear. Let me see what I've got in my bag.
Thanks very much. Playing the blame game. These Standard Hooja suits, though, they don't stain very easily at all. Yeah, good spot. Anyway, we're into the 9th over. It all happens in the 9th.
You try some of that.
Yeah, this will work. Not a great moment for me. Normally I'm pretty good looking after my suits. Here's Asif, gets full, straight, and this one, I think, watch him go down here. The umpire tries to jump over it, loses the walkie-talkie along the way, and yeah, this wasn't really, probably not the most graceful effort you'll ever see. Goes the thing, then there goes the walkie. That probably won't work anymore.
Well, all of a sudden, just here, watch, bang. That's when Stefan Gucci's ears exploded.
This is hit hard at us, and that's coming all the way. Maximo, well, I don't even think I'm going to bother looking for that. That one was whacked straight. Zadran, he is a powerful striker. I told you, look, misses the length by 1.5 meters. You got to get block hole. If you don't, you're going to have a bad time. That one almost decubed us, Rico.
Yeah, terrific shot. You're absolutely right, doesn't he? If it's there in his zone, he absolutely smashes it, doesn't he? And he needs to now, doesn't he? I mean, especially now he's lost his
he's got the ball.
Partner.
These guys are so good.
How did they find it so easily?
These guys are so good at finding the balls. They're going to just have a look at that, and I'll say, yeah, it's got a bit of wheat around it, but that's fine. So 100's up now, and they're motoring. I'll go back to the chat because I'm try and get back into it. But there's a lot of viewership on YouTube, especially today. You know, there's always heaps of people watching on FanCode, but great to see everyone getting involved. It says hit really hard as well. It's a bit awkward bounce, but Barwinder does well. Hello to Kisma and Danush saying, want some Rico facts. Well, you've had a few already. Got wow videos watching from Pakistan. Got Lucky Poker asking me for my favourite Europe destination. That's a really interesting question. I might think about that. Here's one of my favourite comments though. Which I'll wait for this ball from Asif first. And this one's whipped away nicely, and this one's going to be 6 as well. Maximo! Well, Zishan Arif comes out and says, well, guess what? Whatever you can do, I can do as well. This one does drift into the pad slightly. And yeah, plays it very, very well. Just a dismissive flick off the pads for 6.
Yeah, well, that's 6. Yes, they call it out here. 6. Big shot.
Again.
6.
Yeah. Wow, Rico, man of 1,000 languages.
Yeah.
That's very good. I like this from Shawan Sarawak saying all the players very attractive. I agree, it's been some attractive cricket, and this is a nice looking glance, but also well knocked down. So, yeah, I'm sure the players would appreciate that. I know that Alamin Sorpon likes the sound of Shaka Lagia. There's been a few Shaka Lagias and Ma Manamas. So, hello studio, enjoying the Shaba Shaba as we get to the end of 9 overs. It's 108 for 3. And Shahabudin Khan Afridi would love to hear some commentary in German from us. Well, I got to admit, my German is poor. I can understand a little bit, but I think maybe during the week we'll get someone in here that can do a bit of German. Maybe MSP. MSP might be a good one. He's always hanging around. He's done some commentary with us before. So yeah, we'll give you some German when we get a chance. I mean, Rico already saying, how do you say 6 again in German?
6.
Wow, I mean, that is the kind of language skill
Let's talk
that
about
you'll only get from Rico Full, your best bud.
Baby. Let's talk about big hits, maybe. Oh, yeah. And I said hits. I don't want any complaints. Okay, yeah, it's sex, like the word sex, I suppose, but not spelled like that at all.
Thanks for clarifying.
Listen,
House in the chat.
Tell you what. Yeah, go on. Hello, Housey.
Great bunch, the VCC guys. He came and played in the pre-season competition he organised at La Manga. Drank most of the beer and had a great time. Surprised me they only drank most of the beer. I'm surprised I left any behind, but they like to play hard off the field.
Last overtime.
Yeah, last over.
Biggest score on the board so far today.
Takira Sif is the bowler. And he gets a big, filthy full toss, but he hasn't quite got it. But I think he's got enough, and he has Maximo. Vale, vale, vale. Manos arriba, mi trampa. Eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, boom, shaka. Yeah, it was a gunny ball, and he gets dispatched out of here. So 114, eyeing up the 120. Told you the scores would go higher. That's exactly what's happening here.
He'll be trying to get to the 120 this ball. Well, how's this got here?
This is going to be a wide, and I always say, well, if it's going to be a wide and you play at it, well, hit it to the boundary. How that has gone over there from a ball that looked like it was going to be a leg side wide, I never know. Have a look at this.
It actually seems back at him, you know, and then somehow gets in a real muddle. I couldn't even
I think he hits it.
Yeah, he hit it.
Once it's gone behind him, it's hit it. Watch.
Yeah.
Watch here.
It's just it's the most leading of leading edges you'll ever see, but it does get him 4. Takes him to 118, 4 balls remaining.
Oh, it's boundary time, 6 and 4. He wants some more, and he can have some more maybe. And it's bobbling away. They should try and get 2 here. I mean, that's not good running.
No, I think it's fine because Zadran is going to try and hit this ball 200 metres. And I don't even think anyone's ever hit a cricket ball 200 metres, but Javid Zadran's going to try. And they kind of gambled on him at number 4, came in a bit early, but even though he hasn't had a lot of the strike, when he has had it, he's been exciting. Here we go. Now he tries, and this one, I don't think it's quite the 200, but it's just enough. It's Maximo time. Zadran takes them past the 120 with a bit of style. And once again, they get the length wrong. They just hadn't had enough balls that have yorked him. And anything that's bounced, he's smashed, and that's 6 more.
Well, the fireworks are certainly going off. They've started a little bit later today, but we knew they were going to happen. 125 for 3, 2 balls to go in the innings.
Yeah, well, strap yourself in. He wants more, and this time he whacks it, but it's higher than it is long. Iqbal is coming around, and he drops it for 4. and that might be a nasty one off the end of the finger. There was just a little bit of doubt about who was going to catch that, but I've always felt it was Aqib's going to his right. He just had to turn. He's been so good today in the field, but he can't pull off the magic this time. And even worse, it goes to the boundary for 4.
Yes, 4 more. This could have been nasty. I thought for a moment the fielder here, when he goes down here, I thought he's gonna do him, and he just stops in time. But look, that's already left a nasty mark on the hand of Aqib Iqbal. Difficult one. He's trying to take his side on, and I think he would have, at the corner of his eye, been aware of that other fielder that's encroaching on him.
Exactly. Last ball, and this one is also smashed. And I don't know where this is going to land. We'll never find that one. He just hits it and walks off like it's nothing. Maximo to finish. Zadran with 42, not out of 15. And have a look. As soon as he hits this, he is just walking off, and he says, I don't care where that's landed. And I tell you what, he pretty much had his pads off by the time that bounced, because that went a long way. And Vienna CC bringing it in the first innings of match number 4. They're going to finish with 135 runs on the board. And big thanks to that man, Javid Zadran. They gambled on him at number 4. The gamble paying off. And he hit some really, really huge maximos during that knot.
Oh, he's absolutely thumped the ball to all parts of the ground. And I love the reaction of the partner who was batting with him. And the way that he just puts his arms out and says, hey, let me give you a hug. That was Zishan Arif. And he wanted to give him a hug before the ball had even gone past the boundary. But, of course, he does. He played his part as well. When it all started with a bang from the Big Daddy, he scored 24 of 15. It was a good little opening partnership before MSP got to run up. But look at that for a field. You can't. I mean, the Tigers, they threw everything at this. And there was the run out. And this was the one I was talking about, the first wicket. Yeah. Excellent bit of fielding from the captain.
But, you know, it wouldn't hurt them too much. Ultimately, that's the price of doing business in this form of the game. And he's saying, well, how dare you run me out? Normally it's only about 3 or 4 steps for MSP to get from one end to the other as well. And then this one had a bit of the confusion raised on about it. But Big D, eventually he would fall. Got the 4 out of the free hit, but then had to go. Now, at this stage, they decided to send Javid Zadran out. And, well, Lily Panda's saying, well, it wasn't bring your cat to work today here. It was bring your bat to work day. And he certainly did bring it. And he was swinging away from ball 1 between him and Akbar Jan. They really got things moving for Vienna CC.
Yeah, I mean, some of the hitting out there was absolutely awesome. I don't think the bowling was particularly bad. I mean, like this one, it's not a bad ball. But I think it's just that length, and if you don't get the ball full in Yorker length, if you give them room to manoeuvre and get into a good position, it's going to be absolutely smashed out of here. And, well, there was some highlights, but then there was an expensive over as well. Well, that's a highlight as well. Takes it crocodile style, and then in the celebration mode, goes to take an orthodox, and he drops a dolly, but never mind, it wouldn't count. Only the crocodile one does. This, well, was big, and this was the final over. And both the batters capitalising on it, and the ball being sent to the boundary. This one was unfortunate. Well, unfortunate but fortunate. Unfortunate he doesn't catch it. Unfortunate it goes to the boundary. But fortunate that that fielder on the ground doesn't slide into him and knock Aqib for 6 as well. But the runs on the board, and plenty of them. And there was me saying I can see more runs being scored in the day, and the final match looks like it's going to be a run feast. 135 for 3. Contributions all round. In fact, the only player that lost out was MSP, who was run out magnificently by Ashan Yusuf, the captain. But just look at that. I mean, Ekenstein 24 of 15, 32 of 17 from Akbar Jan. But Javid Zadran, we saw him get a first baller. And Vinny Sanders said he only knows how to bat one way, and we saw that. 42 not out of 15, supported very well there by the energetic, lively, and very happy Zishan Arif there towards the end as well. 19 of 6. Some of the bowling figures, some are hurtful. That 1 over from Tariq Asif, that was a really expensive one, the 8th over. And that is going to hurt them. 27 that went for. 30 runs of the bowling of Balwinder Singh. He wasn't as good this time. I think he was used in different parts of the match. Wasn't as effective, but he did pick up a wicket. And Umar Tariq, he picked up 1 for 14. But it's Tuqir Asif, he's expensive over. That really got them going again. But still, though, I will say this. On this pitch, from what we're seeing, I was saying that I think an average score is going to be around about 110 for me. A good score, 125, 130. And, well, this is a good score, but I still think it's gettable. I think Vienna CC are going to have to be at their top, at their best with the bowling, because once again, we know all about the power of the Austrian cricket Tigers. We're going to be set up for a good finale, the final match of day one here at the Seaborn Cricket Ground in Austria. And we are, of course, in Vienna. And join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, as we come back for the conclusion of the final match of today in just under 10 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers. Thank you for joining us for the final innings of the day. And it was day one here in Vienna. And what a fantastic day we've had. And it's my first time here in this Seebahn cricket ground. And doesn't it look absolutely amazing? Thank you once more to the Federation here in Austria. Certainly have put on a great venue for us. This ground, founded in 1991, was a turnip field, and then it was turned into a cricket ground. And a good partnership here between the European Cricket Network and the Federation of Austrian Cricket, the chairman. And Mohammed Ashfaq has been absolutely amazing, and the tournament manager Quinton Norris also in the field of play out there. He's the captain of Vienna CC, national team manager, also one of the coaches, and heavily involved in coaching the national women's team as well. A lot of good things happening on the cricket front in Austria, and Quinton Norris is involved with a lot of it. Thank you as well also to Simon Birch, who is the Vienna CC chairman, and of course to another man who's out there playing, Mark Simpson-Parker, also the groundsman here of this ground. So plenty of people playing cricket and also doing a lot of work behind the scenes as well. Really appreciate it. It's time for us to see Big Daddy. Well, Big Daddy's an important player for Vienna. We see him doing the work with the bat. He had made a healthy 24 or 15 deliveries. Now he's turned to see if he can do the damage with the ball. And looks like he's going to be bowling to Balwinder Singh. He's the cross-handed bandit. He's out there with his captain, Yusuf. This is sort of angled into Balwinder. Plays it on the onside. No run there. But the sun, well, the day started this way. It was hot. Well, now watch when he puts his hands together. Watch what happens here. See that? I know. How does he do it? You tell me. I tell you what. Go get yourself the broom or the mop, whatever it is. This is smash out of here. Balle, 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 kinna, sona, shaka, lagya. Well, just like that. Yeah, look. Go to the broom cupboard. Get yourself the broom, the mop, or whatever, and you try hold it the way he's holding that bat, and see if you can hit a shot. See if you can hit a shot like that, or just practice it. And if you break any windows or anything like that, I won't take responsibility. Or if you knock the wife's cup of tea over and stain the carpet. But look, just try it. It's quite amazing. I tried it. I remember trying to do it when I first saw him in the ECC. And I'm thinking, all right, if you can manage to hold the bat that way, but how do you play those sort of shots? Incredible. And well, that's what European cricket is all about. It's incredible stuff. And an incredible person to join us back in the ice cube. He's got rid of the stain on his jacket. He's had another ice cream and now he's stained his shirt. It's Vinny Sanders.
Still don't quite know what that was. But anyway, let's have a look at some Big D against cross-handed bandit who whacks one down the ground. This will be 4 as well. And this is absolutely smoked, isn't it? And he just plays all the shots for someone that has his hands around the unusual way. I won't even say it's the wrong way because it's working for him. It's looking oh so right, and he's got them off to a flyer in this chase.
Yeah, I wonder if he must be double jointed because it's unnatural.
I have seen, I think, 3 or 4 people do this, and each one of them has been really good at it. Obviously, you don't keep doing it unless it's working, Matthew. There he is again. This is well bowled. And to be honest, I didn't see enough of these deliveries from ACT in the first innings, especially when Zadran was going both barrels at them. But yeah, 136, a lot of runs to chase, but you wouldn't put it past this club, which were the champions last year in Austria domestically. That's how they ended up in the ECL. This one, big full toss, swings in and grabs some of the pad of Balwinder. That'll annoy him. Yeah, but that's poor cricket in terms of from Yusuf. He needs to be calling this and running. That's a run, you've got to take that. And it's a big chase on here. You're needing a fair number of runs per over 13. So you've got to take whatever comes your way. He's not alert here. He's not backing up. Last ball of the over. It's a better ball. And, well, he's going to make him run. Oh, this might be close, you know.
Oh, I think he may be in trouble here.
I think he's probably in, and he should be in. but. Is he in? That's the question.
Where's the bat? He's not. Look, he's ball watching the bat. He's starting to come down here.
He should be in. I think he's just in, but wow. Not by much. Close call. Cross-handed Bandit survives. And I think they'll just confirm that he has made it. But not by too much. End of the over. It's 11 without loss. And have a look at this streak we're on. All the players are aware of it now. Well, they're saying, well, maybe this is the game that will make history. It'll be golden ball number 30. We've had to wait a long time for it. But 278 matches. Our last golden ball was a match that the cross-handed Bandit played in. Brothers Portugal against Indian Royals all the way back on the 31st of March in Portugal.
Did he play in Portugal?
He did play in Portugal.
I wasn't aware of that.
He gets around a bit. And yeah, he played very well there. His favourite little number 7 shirt. Also, he saw him playing for Fighters the year before in Portugal. Anyway, here we go with Wijasekara to start. He starts the big top edge, and I think this one's going to fall safely. It will. And where does it fall? I think it's gone all the way. Maximo! Well, turns it round the corner, not off the middle of the bat, but still it angled into his body, and the cross-handed Bandit will grab 6 more.
Yeah, look, it doesn't, not quite where he wanted it from, but he hits it well enough, and it still goes over the rope. It doesn't quite go into the
What we haven't really
field.
seen from him yet is, he carves the ball away over point with an unrealistic bat speed. I don't know how he does it with the hands the wrong way, but this time he's just going to whack it straight. He's going to get 4 more. Well, at the moment, it's an exhibition, isn't it? Of doing it his way, and at the moment they're on the way to a very good power play. This was just in the slot and it disappeared down the ground, whacking off the sight screen. 4 more.
Yeah, beautiful straight drive. He's played 3 epic, classy straight shots already, and you can see that Big Daddy who's supporting the shades now. Funky shades. I think those are the shades off the bowler. And Wijasekara says, "You can have me hat, you can have me, look after me glasses," and well, Big Daddy says, "I'll have them." Puts them on. So yeah.
Hello, Taranjit Singh said he can't believe what he's seeing. Seeing is believing. And the thing is, he's got all the shots. You know, I thought originally when I saw him, you know, something like that, just your natural plane of the arc coming through in the hands.
Yeah.
I think he'd struggle for full straight balls, but you see he's banging those down the ground pretty confidently as well. So I just don't know where to bowl to him. So one thing you can do is bowl to the other player, which is Hassan Yusuf finally will get to face a ball. You talked about him maybe not hustling through for a single in the first over, but I think he also knows Balwinder, he's there for a reason in the power play. So the more strike he gets, the better. At the moment, he's done all the work. 22 runs out at 22 off his bat.
Not bad gain, eh?
Now over to the captain. Just pushes, and this one almost goes back onto the stumps, but he does survive.
Yeah, he's looking at Balwinder, thinking if he's coming or not. I think he needs to be focusing where his ball is going. Look, just what hits his back heel, and oh, look at that!
Missed by about a stump for width. But yeah, that one comes off his back heel. We had one last week in Hungary. It came off the back of the bat and actually rolled into the stumps, but didn't knock off the bails.
Didn't knock it off
on finals day. This time he goes after it, and he hasn't quite got it. The fielder, he couldn't quite locate this, and he will keep it inside. That's Aslan Arif. I mean, it's a difficult one over your shoulder. I think normally it goes a bit further than you think, and that's exactly what happens here. You see, he's kind of looking for it there, but it's always a metre or two further. Some of the best fielders I know, they just actually say they try and run too far on those. And maybe your overcompensation will land with...
Yeah, and I think they always like to say that when they know it's going over, then they get the dive in, because you can get lucky.
Yeah, if you can. Slow ball, driven, and we'll get through the gap. Just run around that. Think of a second. They won't take it in the end. That's Ishan Arif who's doing the fielding there. It's the end of the second over. Entertaining game on our hands here. I mean, they all have been today, to be honest. It's 24 for no loss after 2. So Balwinder will retain the strike. Having a look at these 5 teams, I think it's going to be a cracking series. I mean, we've already seen Indian Vienna and Pakistan CC in a close fought morning session. It was Pakistan CC twice. They were able to chase down the target with 3 balls remaining exactly in both of those first 2 games. You see, Austrian Cricket Tigers, well, with a win here, they can go to the top of the table. And as far as Vienna CC, well, they'll just want their first points of this series. They certainly have played well enough, certainly through the first half of the game, thanks to some of the big hitting of Abdul Akbarjan and also Javid Zadran, who we haven't seen with the ball yet. I'm going to turn back to some Big D now. It's over number 3 with Eckstein. This is hit hard, as per usual, and it's going to be a bit of work for Mark Simpson-Parker. And yeah, he's a very, very good fielder, isn't he? Often see him in that long on position or long off position down the ground. Between him and Arslan Arif, I think they've got 2 very good fielders down the ground. Right now, though, Yusuf, the left-hander, he'll be hoping he can get a few away on the charge. And this one might, given a wide. Look at this on the replay. Wasn't convinced live. Thing is there, you can't tell when it goes past the popping crease, so it probably was a wide, but certainly because he advanced, had me thinking maybe it was okay. And he's gone. This time it's the Big D that does the trick as he removes Hassan Yusuf from the equation. He gets full and straight, maybe a slight slower ball from Eckstein, but he does knock over the ACT captain. He goes for just the single, and it's the first wicket for Vienna CC. Austrian Cricket Tigers, 26 for 1.
Yeah, clever bowling. It was a slower one, and slow, and starts off, we sort of gained that leg side, and that's what Yusuf is shaping up to hit. But doesn't pick the speed. Look, he's a long way down the track as well. Doesn't pick the speed. The swing takes the ball away from him. And, well, I suppose it sort of bangs into the stumps, not with too much force. And the Big D, Big Daddy, turns round and gives us some love. And also some love to his supporters that are watching him and supporting him. Well done to him. He's had a good day. A couple of these players, I mean, Big Daddy, he's been in good form, hasn't he? And also somebody like Akbarjan as well, and it's been a good day for some of the players we've seen. But it's one of those days, and it sort of, for me, tells you a little bit about this pitch. We've seen bowlers taking wickets. We've seen 3 threefers taken already in this the day's play, and we've also seen batters getting in there and getting some runs as well. Some of them classy players, some of them big hitters. So there's going to be plenty of good competition out there between bat and ball.
I just think at the end of the day that was a good change of pace that does Hassan Yusuf. He wasn't really wanting to play the sheet anchor role. He also wants to smack it around. And he falls for just 1. Brings Imran Asif to the crease. Again, very powerful hitter. They keep coming at you. That's the thing. You still got, after this, Aki Big Bowl probably to come in. Mirza Hassan, Big Mount Mirza.
Yeah.
And that's before we get someone like Umar Tariq, who will probably bat 6. Anyway, right now Eckstein needs another wicket, I think. He wants one. I'm going to see if Happy just to play this one back.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting ready and getting into position to play the big shot, and then all of a sudden, like he decides against it, thinking, well, hang on a minute, it's my first ball, I won't do it. But well, you can't make too many decisions like that. This rate is getting away from you. It's 14.5 now.
Yeah, I've got the batting to do it though. Run, pushes, runs, has to hustle. Well, this could have been pretty close. And in the end, he's backed up. So, yeah, runs off the mark. Yeah, the wicket, even though it shouldn't really affect Cross-handed Bandit too much. Still, I just feel like he's lost a bit of momentum while that's gone on at the other end. Cooled him down a bit. Let's see if he's still got it. He faces Eckstein with 2 balls to go in the power play. He's hitting this one pretty nicely. Top of the bounce. Hassan Arif will handle it. No problem at all. Player that we saw playing for Pakistan CC last year. Also a national team representative historically in Austria. So last ball, the power play coming up. They've done well to bring it back here, haven't they, VCC?
This has been so far a top over from the Big D.
Oh, this one's top finish though, as it's going to be escorted out of the ground. Maximo Imran Asif. Once again, Big D gets lost in the bushes. Last ball, and that's the end of the power play. It's 34 for 1 at the end of 3.
Yeah, that's a big shot. Boom, shakalagya, and this ball, well, that's created a bit of shredded wheat as that's gone through there. Forget trying to find that. You can plough through as you want. Come on back, boys. And, that's gone a long way. I think they're getting another ball ready already. Now, hang on a minute. Oh, he's found it. Give him a lollipop.
I can't
Hasn't he
believe
done
how many
well?
of these balls are being
How
founded
did
so
it?
quickly.
Yeah, they do
they've
so
got
well.
Got little microchips on them. I think the players are doing
Do
a very good job.
you reckon that the ball leaves like a little channel that it goes through that they just follow?
That's quite possible. It leaves like a heat trail of burnt wheat on the way through. Anyway, 34 for 1 after 3. Yeah, I mean, their pace they need to be at is 27 off every 2 overs, so 54 off 4 just to be on pace. I know you can make up a little bit at the end, but you don't want to leave it too late. Looks like we're going to get Wijesakro, who's going to bowl out here in the 4th. Got to say, now that the potential storm's gone past us, the sun's out. It's getting pretty warm in here. Currently got 28 degrees. Wijesakro. Well, this one's coming straight at us. And oh, what a good catch that is by Arsene Arif. And he takes that to his right, and he takes it so easily as well. That was not an easy catch for a minute. That is top quality outfielding. The VCC recruiting machine has got Arsene Arif out in yellow, and they're happy they have because, look, that's a big wicket to take at this stage as well. The cross-handed bandit whacks it down the ground, but Arslan, he was on the prowl, and he takes a memorable catch.
Oh, this is a great catch. It really is. This ball has been hit really hard. I don't think he's going to get there, and we're getting ready to maybe protect some of our equipment again. What a good catch this is. Well, it's an unlucky number 13 for Balwant Singh because he goes, I mean, he's batted well, hasn't he? Got to 25 or 13 deliveries before that catch sees the back of him. Catches do win matches.
Yeah, well, he saved all of us here because the cube was under attack, but what makes that catch so good is that he's having to move. He can't really set his eyes, so he kind of glides around the boundary. So you're trying to kind of, when you're running, you're trying not to move your head because it affects your perception of the ball. But yeah, he just took it, and the way that he got his hands in the right position, perfect position. There's nothing crocodile style about that. It made a beautiful sound when it went in. And Arsene Arif, well, he was pretty excited about it as well because he's already had to find a few balls that Balwinder whacked into the bushes, but now it's Balwinder that has to take a hike, and it's 34 for 2.
Class, isn't it? Top class. And haven't we seen some great catching? We saw some brilliant stuff in Hungary, and now it's the same again here in Austria. Slower delivery. He goes for it. It's up in the air, but is it going to go all the way? It does. Boom, shaka, lagya, kinna sona. Well, it hung around in the air for a while, but it had the legs, and it goes over 6 runs. And this is the way this is going to be. I think every batter, he can't hold back. It's a big score. You've got to keep attacking.
Yeah, and Mirza doesn't need any invitation to do that. He picks the slower ball. He knows it's going to bounce a bit because of the overspin on this delivery, and he just helps it out of the ground. Javi Zunrod was around there, but he wasn't tall enough. Mirza is going to go launch again, and this one's gone as well. Well, it's over a tall giraffe, but he's going to have to go fetch that. Maximal back-to-back. Mirza has come out, and he's kept the pace up. He's gone 6 and 6 of his first 2 balls.
Well, what a lovely shot that is. And he's a powerful man, isn't he? I mean, he's one of those, look at the way, just like the way he holds the post there. And he says, come on, shot at the mark. Wickets. No, well, if we can get you in the frame, we will. He's a giant of a man.
Yeah, he's experienced as well, especially in this form of the game now. Once more, false shot, 3rd time. Going to be lucky still, though. Mirza Hassan, who'll get 4 here. This could have gone absolutely anywhere. It's Manib Ansari who's down there in the circle at 3rd man. Mirza catches a break, and he gets another 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, look, he throws everything at this, including the kitchen sink, and the ball just keeps on going. And I think from what we've seen here, maybe the way the ball's coming onto the bat, etc., I think this is a ground where probably you do, if you're going to deploy the 3rd man, I think you've got to have him on the boundary. Oh, this is hit hard, but this time the fielders will get there. And that's not a bad thing. It just gets him a chance to maybe just have a breather at the other end. And he's probably saying to Asif, well, there you go. You can have 1 ball. And, well, hit it to the boundary. So I just take a gentle walk up and face the start of the next over. Well, a bit of carnage going on here at the moment.
Yeah, we're loving it, though. 1 more ball in this over. Wijesakro to take the big wicket, but he's been expensive. He's gone for 30 plus this. Last ball of the 4th. It won't be because this will be a wide. Oh, this is... I know it maybe takes a bit of a movement, but let's have a look. That's wide.
Yeah,
I hate to
that's
say,
not
that's
a good call.
big wide.
Not a good call from the umpire.
Well, to be fair, it didn't get any of the line. It's because it missed the line. But anyway, it's the end of the fourth over. And it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. Well, sun's out. We're ready to party here. I'm enjoying it at the moment. And
you're a bit of tutti frutti now.
yeah, I'm feeling it as well. Yeah, these guns, you can't keep them quiet too long.
Feeding the tutti frutti.
No, I'm really loving the fact that
Yeah.
all these 5 teams we're going to see, they've all got firepower, and they're all competitive teams. We've seen some really good bowling as well. So we're seeing this kind of bat versus ball battle.
Yeah.
I think there is something in this for the bowlers as well. Now it's Akbarjan who's going to start the new over. And this one's going nowhere. And he's a really interesting one. He's a good example of the fact that, okay, you don't need a lot of pace to be successful if you have accuracy. And he's got such good control, Akbarjan. And right there, I mean, this could have quite easily been bowled or LBW, but just gets the bottom of the bat on it and survives.
Yeah, good stop this from Quinton as well. Look, he plays it into the ground. Really good. Very important. Get a glove onto it. So Quinton Norris doing the stopping, and all this happening. 50 came up in that over as well. This one's been sort of not where the Giant was trying to hit this Arshan.
Because here's the thing with Akbarjan. You feel like you should be hitting every ball for 6, but he just doesn't give you the one that you want. You can see these ones, they kind of look like you can whack them and then kind of drop into the block hole. Very clever bowler. Same thing here. So it just worked away for one. So change of pace I think is working. I think these two both like a bit of pace on the ball that they can then muscle it up. Just a slight change in the rhythm required.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see, also give you an indication. See this ball first.
Bowled him, and this has bounced off his pads and it's flicked the stumps. So that's a big wicket at this stage. Mirza was aiming to clip this one away on the leg side, but he got himself in a bit of a muddle, didn't he? And he ended up being a human battering ram as the ball bounces off the pads onto the edge of the off stump, I think. And so Akbarjan, well, once again, he's the money man, isn't he, for VCC? See the replay. Yeah, it just bounced off that back pad, flicks the off stump. That's the end of a dangerous hitter. He goes for 18 in quick time, and now 3 wickets down. It's 53 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be disappointed. That's a risk that you take if you lead by the bat and you don't get your positioning right. I mean, if you get your positioning right on this, if you miss it, you're going to get a wide. And he lets it hit his pads.
He'd been so good getting across and clipping stuff away on the leg side as well, so that he backs away, and so often that just gets batters into trouble. I think if he looks back at that, he'll agree. Anyway, new batter comes to the crease, and Akib Iqbal, so it's no mug with the bat at all. Often we see Iqbal batting above Mirza domestically. I would have thought maybe he would have batted at 4. They switch him around this game. Akib will get off the mark with this single. It'll take him to 1, and he'll be on strike as well. End of a pretty good over by Akbarjan, who ends up keeping things very, very tight and getting a key wicket. Only 3 singles off that and the wicket. So 53 for 3 at the halfway point. A few comments in the chat. Well, some people thinking I've been forced to wear this shirt by my mother. Well, Mum doesn't dress me. Not on Mondays anyway. That's my day that I get to choose. But thank you for your comments. And what about Rico's ice cream salesman shirt as well? It looks like a blueberry. And I've got to say, I've been enjoying everyone there.
Don't try and get personal on me just because you don't like the comments.
James Stewart as well, watching from Estonia. Hello, James. I hope you're well. Welcome to another new week in European cricket. Now here's a guy that's an excitement machine. Javid Zadran going to come on to bowl over number 6. And he does have a bit of pace about him. This one hits the batter kind of coming forward.
Oh, they're going to take 2 here, but it should be taking 2. One of the batters.
Maybe hit the batter on the way coming back. That's why they don't. It's a pretty good shout, you know. Comes back, probably maybe just missing the leg stump, even though it's hitting the back pad.
Yeah, I think if the umpire's got a bit of doubt about it, if it's going to go on to hit the stumps or not. I think, I can see, put it this way, I can see why it's not given.
Yeah, I think it hits him in line with leg stump. And I think it's a good decision, angling down the leg stump. Now this time it's sliced in the air, it should be caught, and it is caught. So there we go, another big wicket. This time it's Imran Asif that's going to have to go. So VCC trying to avenge their loss in match 3, and right now they are in the box seat. That's 4 big hitters back in the sheds. And this time it's Zadran continuing his fairy tale experience in match number 4. It's 55 for 4.
Yeah, well done. I mean, dare I say it, you should have taken the 2. You would have been on strike. Well, okay, that's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. But I think he'll be disappointed to get out in that way. And they're just, look, you can understand it. Every batter that is coming out there is knowing they're going to get a move on. That rate is over 16 required per over. And if it goes any higher than that, it's a point of no return. So you can understand it. They do have to play their shot. But at the same time, you have to be a little bit sensible. One thing we haven't talked about today is net run rate, because when you get teams that are going to get bunching up there at the top of the order, well, net run rate can be important. You don't want this to be a big loss.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Got to say, it's a good catch by Zishan Arif. It was, you had to back. It's a slightly awkward one when you have to head backwards. Anyway, new batter comes to the crease now. And it's Umer Tariq who's there, and he gets a pretty quick full toss first up that he just paddles down. That won't cost him a run in the end. Some panic when that was first fumbled down there. That's Ali Rahimi down, who's into the lineup this game as well. Hey, also, I want to say a quick hello to, I think I mentioned James already, but I always want to mention to anyone that's new and watching us for the first time. What a good delivery that is. Also, Grismak Sandhu, who was umpiring earlier on and also played for Indian Vienna last year. So nice to see him in the chat joining us. That was a really good delivery, wasn't it?
What a seed this is. Comes in and then moves away. In fact, it was so good, he misses everything. It was too good to play.
Good contest this. Zadran to Iqbal. This is in the block hole. Now, might as well have a ping. I probably would have. Someone was backing up, but I suppose Zadran, just holding himself back for the first time in his life, decides to hold on to it.
I think he does a press up here in the process of trying to throw the ball. I think, well, he gets there and he thinks about throwing it, ends up doing a press up and falling on top of it, but he's okay.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, entertaining cricket. Here's the last ball of the over from Zadran. Well, it's not a good one, and Quinton does well to at least get a glove on that. Now, a bit like feeding time at the zoo. It's Quinton. He was a bit slow to move, but he got there in the end. He was able to at least get a glove on it and saves 3 runs. That'll be 2 wides.
Yeah, he does well, actually, and I think he felt that on his a little pinky as well.
All right, take 2. Last ball of the over. Oh, come back, because there's still action going on. There we go. And this one is down the ground. He didn't miss much, just a single down the ground, and so it's the end of 6 overs. So 60 for 4, pretty much on the pace we've had all day. About 10 and over seems to be the pace out there. And historically, that's about what the average run rate is here over the last couple of years in ECN T10 cricket. But the fact is that VCC got a real flyer, mainly thanks to Javid Zadran in the first half of this innings. Now, you're at the point where you need 76 off 6 overs. You pass that point of no return. But with someone like Akib Iqbal there, just count him out just yet. Mark Simpson-Parker's going to bowl over number 7. So let's see kind of length that he bowls, whether he challenges Iqbal with a short ball or maybe just keeps it simple and tries to go full. Well, this one is slightly ill-directed, but they've got some protection down there.
Yeah, Vinny, you up to doing a bit of stretching? Because I think it's time to. I'm just saying that your shoes would be absolutely perfect with those tops, the yellow tops of Vienna. And whenever Andis is ready, I think we can have a.
Got a better way to do it here.
Got a better way? What are you going to do here?
I'm going to stand on my seat.
Oh no!
Yeah, this is the way to do it.
Okay.
All right. Up to this ball then.
Okay, I'm not holding you. You balance yourself.
Well,
this is up in the air. It's a chance, and it just gets away from the fielder. I think he's lost his shades in the process.
Pretty good effort. It doesn't carry to him in the end, Rahimi. Have a look at it here. You get a pretty good view, but at least he gets behind it, because I think if he lets that bounce even, it's going to be a real awkward stop. So, yeah, Mark Simpson-Parker just been a little bit leg stumpish here. Let's see what happens. Bowls back and he smacks this high, but it could be a chance. Quinton Norris has called for it and he will take the catch. And does he hold on? Yes, he has. So what a good catch that is by the veteran. Repair your divots. Quinton, that was good wicket keeping. He decided that it was his and he was going to have to get there, and he did. And so what a nice bit of work in the field defensively. I think Iqbal tries to go leg side. He knows he's in trouble, doesn't want to turn around. And when he does, you can see Big Quinny He gets there and takes it. I love the way he cushions the ball. And, well, Quinny, seeing plenty of him there. We'll be seeing plenty more of him during the series. The pads come off and maybe a slight wardrobe malfunction, but ultimately it is a catch that is taken.
Speaking of wardrobes, come on. Let's have a look at this. So these shoes should be worn.
It's a lot harder than I
by
thought.
the end. Come on, come on.
There we go.
There
That's like umpire shoe. There you go. I've got the yellow shoes. But, I mean, I've also got some of the red for the Austrian Cricket Tigers. I'm trying to be fair.
You're trying to be fair. You're trying to be
look,
neutral.
look at me. I'm Mark Simpson-Parker. Anyway, here we go.
Well done there to Quinton Norris, the captain, El Capitan behind the stumps. And takes a good catch. So they remove a dangerous player.
Got away with it. Here's Hyder for the first time with the bat. I'll just push this away, and it gets through the field. So maybe a couple here if they run hard. They do. But yeah, you just feel VCC have done enough now. It's all about holding your chances as well. And, you know, think about some of the good catches that have been taken in this inning so far. Arslan Arif, you know, key wicket of Balwinder Singh. And another good catch taken by Zishan Arif. Then that one by Quinton Norris. That had to be a keeper's catch. He does very well to get there. Here's MSP. Bowled a good over here. This is a challenge length though, and it's going to be the batter that's up to the challenge. Maximo
had to say it.
Yeah, well, he knows what he did wrong there. He just that slower ball, if you don't get the length right, you're going to end up in the corn. Yeah, a bit like Children of the Corn going after that. It's a really nice shot. Maximo time. There's ACT. Hope to keep their miracle alive.
Yeah, it will be a miracle now, won't it? I mean, with this rate, I mean, we're in the 20s required per over, so you can imagine what you're looking at there. You're looking at, what, 4 boundaries minimum per over from here on in.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's the kind of ground that if someone gets on a heater, they can pull off at 25 or even, you know, high 20s, supersonic 30 over, something like that. Just shows you the margin of error for the bowlers. You know, probably gets it wrong once there, MSP. And Hyder, even though he's new to the crease, he's able to whack it away for 6. Here's the last ball of the 7th. This time he pitches up and gets it right. So all things considered, a very good over in the circumstances, because he does get the big wicket of Iqbal. 10 come off it. The score is 70 for 5 after 7. Tomorrow, if you're enjoying this, you'll enjoy what's coming tomorrow, because the defending champions, well, last year they were known as Vienna Afghan. This year they are known as Donnerstadt. And they are on first thing in the morning against Indian Vienna. They're also the team that gave us a golden ball last year. Yeah. And then in the afternoon, we've got ACT back on the rack against Pakistan CC. So, you know, all of these games, anybody can beat anybody in a given game. I think that's what makes this series so exciting. 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for more FanCode ECS Austria action. Here's Joey Zadran with some thunderbolts in the 8th. Full. And outside the off stump, but somehow he's manoeuvred this away, and he's going to get a boundary here, Tariq. Well, it's actually not a bad ball from Zadran, but the batter was alert to it. And this is smart. I mean, I think he just realises he's just got to get any bat on this, and it'll probably fly away somewhere quickly. So a boundary to start the 8th over.
Yeah. It's, like I say, it's all about, okay, the wind may not be on, but get close, because net run rate is going to be key. Keeper just instructing his bowler to wait a minute. The fielder is still coming back from his position.
Full straight again. Jeez, he's hit this so well. And Arif is going to do very, very well to knock this down. Saves 2 runs there. Amazing outfielding. He's already pulled out a great bit of work in the air, but that was probably just as good, as that was really motoring towards the boundary. But Arslan said, no, I'm going to make sure I cut this off.
Yeah, and the man who took the superb catch in front of us, Arslan Arif, now makes a splendid stop. He's a man on fire at the moment.
This time he goes length and gets pounded into the gap, and this is going to be 4. So just trying to mix it up. Zadran, who'd gone full a couple of times. I don't think they were bad deliveries, but he decides to change the length. And, well, much in the manner that he went about his innings, I think Tariq thinks the same thing. Cuatro, quedadas más.
Yeah, just losing his shape there. This time the bowler, Zadran, you can see that the way he ends up slipping down, to trying to bowl just a little bit too fast. And I think that's what Arslan Arif had just suggested to him, that he just tries to take the pace off a little bit. He's going to try coming round the wicket. I don't see how this will help. Be bowling into the slot.
Oh, he gets it completely wrong. Good keeping to spot that early and make sure you make the stop. Hey, I've got to say though,
tell me.
That's the yellow shoes seem to have got the chat going.
Yeah.
A few people call them the banana boats. I think
Yeah, the banana.
Siraj,
Well-
he's a VCC man. He's thinking I'm showing my support for them, but also I've got the red trousers on.
Ice cream with the banana split.
Making me hungry now.
Yeah. Well, look, if I'm making you hungry, as this one's played out, we are in Austria. So there's one dish we've got to be talking about.
Okay.
It's, of course, schnitzel.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many different types, but it's got to be schnitzel with the boiled potatoes. And you normally got to have a bit of onions with them and sour cream.
Who doesn't love a good schnitzel?
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you my favourite schnitzel restaurant back in Australia now. But first, I'm going to see another wicket because this is straight down the throat of Arif who drops it. And
no
I don't
way.
know how he's
Never.
dropped that.
Never. All right, I've lost my house because my mortgage was on that catch. I put it on there. Aslan, I've lost my house because of you. Unbelievable. There's no way you can drop. I think he's trying to say he got put off there.
Well, he probably got put off by me saying this is definitely going to be a wicket. So if anyone's
both put him
going to
off.
be blamed, it's probably me.
Well, both. You said he's going to. I said out before he took it, and there's he's saying, no, they put me off. Come on. Play fair, Arslan. Play fair. It happens.
Let's just remember the good moments, Arslan. You set up what looks like to be a win
Can I
at the
state
moment.
yours tonight?
What? There's.
Can I state yours, please?
I would have thought
I'll bring
actually
my own duvet.
he might have caught that with his eyes closed. But I mean, there's no easy catches when you're on global television. Anyway, Sadran has to be understanding. Last ball of the over, and this one is pounded out of the ground. So what a way to finish the over. That over had pretty much everything, didn't it? But Umar Tariq finishes it with a wallop. He moves to 19. 8 overs down. It's 89 for 5.
Shall I go give him a cuddle? Will that make you feel better?
Well, I don't know
Arslan.
if he's in the mood.
I'm going to go give him a cuddle.
No,
I said don't worry about it. Hang on, I'm going to go.
Rico's going to try and talk him down off the ledge. Well, Rico's going to give him a cuddle. Well, that's nice. Well, I think Rico might be congratulating him for the easiest drop catch of the day, but I think we already saw an easier catch dropped back in match 1 with Doster Hill. That's very nice of you, Rico.
I actually asked if I could stay at his place. I said, so I've lost my mortgage. Mind you, I don't think I was quick enough to get the bed in there, so I'm all right.
Well, you said that you'd lost your house on it. Now that you're homeless. I wonder if we asked
It's a
for a
funny
pay rise.
game, isn't it? It's a funny game.
That's cricket.
He's
fielded so well.
He's taken 4 catches today.
Yeah.
The last one was a blinder.
MSP, yeah, he's back.
Last
Starts
one was
with
a
dot.
blinder. We've seen him make some amazing stops, and then he drops an absolute dolly. Nobody could believe it.
Called a wide. Was it a wide? I think it probably was. Yeah. If it gets any of that line on the way past, I'll call it a wide.
That's a fair
The
shout.
ball's got to be completely inside the tram line when it passes the popping crease. Still, MSP's been pretty good here. And this is so high. Well, who wants this? Well, Big D is going to make a play, and he's going to take it. Well, the gravitational force of the Big D pulling that one into his zone. And Hyder, well, you can't really fault him for his approach. He tries to go large. It was their only play, needing a couple of magical overs. But MSP, Simpson Parker, he's been brilliant here towards the end of this innings. The batter just losing his shape there, gets skied. And so that will be a wicket in the 9th over. 6 down now. And it looks like VCC are going to square this contest up.
Yeah, and they thoroughly deserve it. Well, Big D, one of those caps is trying to come off. Well, he has to hand it back to the bowler anyway. I'm certainly liking the shades of the Big D. I'm liking that colour. Sort of the yellow and that lime green goes pretty well together. Like I say, he's the one. If he had your shoes on, he would look the business. He really would.
I think I bowl in these shoes in the net sometimes.
But there he goes. Look,
but have a look at
keep
this.
an eye on the cap. Look. Look at that. That's a good look, isn't it? He takes a catch and the cat he has no idea how he looks there at the moment.
Big D's head is so
idea.
big, he needs a minimum 2 hats to cover it. He does well. Anyway.
Right. Who's in now? Tariq. Adil Tariq.
Yeah, well, I think he's going to try and smack boundaries. But he won't be able to, because that one will be called a white. And you can always tell the bowler, MSP's pretty experienced, he has a little sneaky look around the umpire, because he knows that there might be something coming. Just can't look away. That one was a pretty clear one. Got to say, I've really enjoyed the engagement on the chat today, guys. Keep it coming. And Tessaraj, particularly good to see you again. I know that you following things very, very closely as an Austrian yourself.
would have been another wide there, Vinny, and the batter gets a bit of bat onto this. Just needed to let this go by, Tariq.
Got to say, though, based on what we've seen 4 teams today. You're right, that would have been a wide. All been really competitive. I mean, Indy Vienna, they'll be disappointed to not take away any points. But remember, they were finalists last time here in Austria. And we haven't seen the reigning champions yet. Oh, this is a really nice shot. He gets danced on and gets hit out of the ground. Maximo! Well, just showing you. That's ACT, do bat all the way down. He tries to make the play. Strolls down the wicket like he's on a Sunday saunter. And that one ends up in the long stuff. 6 runs. Big shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. Like that from MSP as well. He knows a good shot. Says well done to the batter.
And this time, it's a slightly fuller length. So say if you're going to come at me, I'm going to make it tough for you.
Ouch.
And then MSP almost has his fingers broken by Javid Zadran. Javid does everything fast. He can't do anything slow.
Well, you've been talking his girlfriend.
He does. Hey, it's not that late in some time slots. Keep it clean.
Okay.
He does
I'm talking about the washing up.
everything
He does the
fast.
washing up
He
really
bats
fast.
fast, he bowls fast, he throws fast, he runs fast. And often his innings are fast. Anyway, here we go with the next one, which I think is just okay. I think it sneaks in. MSP with a sneaky look around. And has called a wide really late. Oh,
he shouldn't have looked back. He shouldn't have looked back. He should have just carried on.
I think, to be honest. Oh, actually, I think that might have been wide on the second look.
I don't.
I think it grabs a bit of the line.
I think that was okay.
I think the worst thing that
You know,
hurt
I like
the
this
most,
umpire. This umpire saying, "I'm going to wait for you to turn around before I give it."
it was borderline. I think I agree with the call. I looked at it a second time.
Yeah, this one is a wide.
Yeah, this time he doesn't even bother looking around.
Yeah, he says, "I'm not going to look. Maybe he won't give it if I don't look at him. Don't make any eye contact."
But what I was going to say is all 4 teams today have been super competitive. They love the T10 format. Donnerstadt, formerly Vienna Afghan, just wait till you see them tomorrow as well. They've got some really good players. Names like Sahel Zadran, for example, was brilliant for them last year. Big swing and a miss here. So we'll continue. There'll be one more. But yeah, I think it's going to be a really entertaining series. I think when you have a 1-week series in a place which has as much cricket talent as Austria, you know you're in for some fireworks.
100 has come up, courtesy of those wides, 101. And you just think if they could have found up to this point another 10 to 15 runs somewhere, they would have been right in this going into the last.
Goes for this, and it's a little push, and it's going to go out of the ground. Maximo! And so what a good way. Just a little push out of the ground, really. These guys are so good at timing the cricket ball. Even when you get into the middle order, it's just missing his length by about a metre. And so it'll be the end of the over as well, 107 for 6.
Yeah, nice shot. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, in this match, we've seen the highest run scored so far on the day. That was by Vienna, 135 for 3. And this is the second highest score. So you can see, even though, I mean, anything can still happen here. 29 needed. And that's why I said, you know, if they could have found 10 or 15 runs somewhere, this would have been a really close finish. But all depends for me, what happens with this next ball. If this ball goes to the boundary, if it goes to a big Maximo, all of a sudden there'll be a few jitters.
Akbarjan's not going to go for 29. But ACT will be trying to make him. You just got to go one at a time. Starting here. Yorks himself essentially by charging at this. And they thinking about 2. They won't get it. So, well, I guess we'll see what happens. I don't think it's the worst thing. It's one batter can't do it. The other will get the chance to be a hero. Got to say, Desiraj saying you shouldn't order the schnitzel with boiled potatoes.
You shouldn't?
Maybe not the boiled ones. I don't know. Well, this one will be a 6, I think. It's going. It's gone. Maximo. Well, there's one. I said you just need to try and do this time and time again. And yeah, well struck out of the ground. Takes him 114. Adil Tariq doing his best to keep him alive. I was going to say
You're saying it's fried potatoes, you're going to say. Yeah? Boiled or fried?
Hunter was talking about my wardrobe, that's right. He said he wanted to see blue shirt, red pants, and yellow shoes the other day. Well, I've got 2 of the 3 of those, Hunter. All right, wants to go again, but I don't think this one has the carry, and it will be taken. So, yeah, ACT throwing the bat to the end, but it'll be Tariq that's going to go for 13. Akbarjan, just another wicket, put it with the rest. And so, it's running out of steam. And, looking at Javid Zadran, in that first innings. He's probably the difference between these two teams ultimately, because he had a chance and went on with it when so many have whacked a few and got out. He lasted all the way to the end of the innings. Right now, ACT running out of resources. 3 balls left in the day. They're 114 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, look at John. He's just a wicket-taking machine, isn't he? Just a very clever bowler, very deceiving, pace off. And even though it's one of those, you know, he gets belted for a 6, but he just doesn't stop what he does. Said, okay, you got that one. I'm going to just keep going. I'm going to do something different.
I think he's a robot. He just seems to
just
not be
programmed,
affected, not afflicted by human emotions, Abdul Akbar Jam. When he's on the cricket field anyway, he's a lovely guy. That's well, 3 balls to come. And they need too many. They'll still be trying. That's what they do here. It's just be a single down the ground. Yeah, so everyone that has your wardrobe selection, little tips for me. I do love them. And I've got a little bit of blue in my shirt as well, Hunter. So he wanted a Romanian kind of colours combo. But,
now, do you decide, do you just wake up in the morning and say, this is what I'm wearing?
I normally decide the day before. I try not to be too similar 2 days in a row.
I was going to say, if you've got a list of made up what you're going to wear.
2 to come. Umar Tariq gets himself in a bit of a mess here.
Yeah, this could have been almost a similar dismissal we saw earlier where a batter plays it onto the stumps. This doesn't miss by too much.
Yeah,
have a look.
again, it's the footwork gets him in trouble. I think it actually goes straight through his legs. And Quinny does well to cover the line, but just forgets that he's got gloves. And if he catches this, then we'd have a stumping.
Oh,
in fact,
the
it bounces
bails
onto
don't come off. The bails don't come off.
It hits the heavy base, and that's why the bails don't come off. And so now we'll get to the last ball. Look, we've had, including this one, would you call this a close game? I call it fairly close. I mean, but 3.5 real close games here on day 1. Ultimately, it will be BCC that will get some revenge on ACT, and they're going to win this one 135 to 116. Really exciting, entertaining cricket all day long. We've had great weather. We've had the games played in really good spirits as well. And I think if that's a sign of what to come, we're in for a really exciting week here in Austria. And I would expect nothing less.
Yeah, there's going to be some fun here, and there's going to be some entertaining cricket, some fun. And there's going to be a bit of spice as well, a bit of drama, and there's going to be some thrillers. That is for sure. And I think this contest between these two is finished the way it should. I think both teams showed they're capable of winning. I think the series won apiece. Vienna CC, the home side, very important. They got something out of the day. They picked up their first points as well. That means that Pakistan CC, they're going to be right up there at the top, winning both their games. And then these two teams sharing the spoils. And Big Daddy there, I'm liking these looks, especially with those shades. Those shades, I think, actually belong to Vijay Sakara, and he just hasn't given them back. He says, no, I'm keeping them, I like them. And maybe they're bringing him the luck because he got this wicket here. It was a clever bit of bowling to get the captain Yusuf out. They just needed something to happen early on. Balwinder Singh batted really well, didn't he? He played some really nice shots, but needed some support. Yusuf thought that maybe he could provide it, wasn't able to. Then Imran Asif came out to join him. But, you know, sometimes, as we see in this game, it's a matter of, not so many runs that makes the difference. And magical moments change matches. This was a magical moment. That was a splendid catch from the batting of Balwinder Singh. Balwinder Singh made 25 quick fire runs of 13 deliveries, but Arslan Arif, a great catch from him, means it was an unlucky 13. But there was another bit of unlucky work coming from Arslan this time. He did brilliant in the field. We see him. You're going to see an outstanding bit of cricket in the way some fielding's been done. Well, that was unfortunate for the batter. But then you're going to see a dolly being dropped from a man who surprised everybody.
He'd earned the right to drop an easy one by taking the tougher one and getting Balwinder when he did. Otherwise, I think that this target is very, very achievable. In fact, it still was achievable as their strong middle order went about it. Akib Iqbal, he's a very good player. But for me, Zeeshan Arif takes that catch there. I think for me, taking your chances is going to be really, really important this week. Maybe even more important than usual, because otherwise there's guys that'll make you pay, and they make this field so small. And here's Quinton. Well, watch out. Clear your pathways, because Quinton was after that. He made it his. And I tell you what, again, you might have to get the pixelation machine on that. The pad fallen off, but the main thing was the big cue stick. He made sure that one stuck in the mitts. And again, that was the one that Arslan, and then he was trying to find someone to blame. I think normally he'd catch it with both his eyes closed and hands behind his back. Anyway, that'll be a Funny one, probably not straight away, but funny one later. The big D pulled it in with his gravitational force. And 2 hats and some of the biggest sunglasses you'd ever want to see. The game had just gotten away by this stage. And that was a simple one late on. As I've got to say, Javid Zadran had such a good game for Vienna CC. And they've picked up a couple of really big names. Aslan Arif is one. Javid Zadran is one as well. They've got Akbarjan full time now in this ECS. And yeah, they've got some of their players which were playing last year, but weren't playing that well. They seem to be lifting. And so tomorrow we'll get to see 4 of the 5 teams. Vienna CC actually have the day off. I think at least that win gives them a bit of momentum going into Wednesday when we'll see them again. But first up, we'll have Indian Vienna. They'll be desperate for some points, and maybe they do have the advantage of having played day 1 against Donaustadt, the returning champions. Then in the afternoon, we'll have Austrian Cricket Tigers versus Pakistan CC. Please join us because we'd love to have your company once again for FanCode ECS Austria. Day 2 starting on 6:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 a.m. in Central Europe and noon in India, 12:30 p.m. in Bangladesh, 2:30 on the west of Australia, 4:30 on the east of Australia. Have a look at some beautiful shots of Vienna here while we look at the scorecard of this one. Don't see too many chases this big, but tell you what, the side they had out there, they're very capable of chasing these down. But I suppose Vienna CC just had the ability to take the wickets before they got out of hand. You see that Balwinder looked really, really good, but fell for 25. They got Mirza for 18. Tariq at the end tried his hardest. He ended up top scoring 28, not out. 13 for Adil Tariq. But ultimately, runs on the board and scores 130 plus, Rico. There's a reason they normally stand up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Balwinder Singh out to a fantastic catch. And then Mirza Ashan, we saw he was bowled off his pads by Akbarjan. That was unlucky. I think those little big moments there for me. A good innings there from where Tariq. I think he batted really well for his 28 not out. But again, give credit to the bowlers. I mean, you can see 2 bowlers there. MSP, he was a little bit expensive, mainly because of his line. He bowled too many wides and had to re-bowl a lot of deliveries, but still picked up 2 very valuable wickets. Also, Vijay Sakara was a little bit expensive this one. Yeah, 1 for 30, but well, look at the outstanding bowling figures again of Abidullah Akbarjan. I mean, he's just been on song here today with bat and with ball. What a fantastic day he's had. 5 wickets and also been very, what's the word I'm looking for here? Very
consistent?
Consistent. That'll do it. Very consistent with the bat. Played some nice shots. And there's the tables. That's just what I was saying. But thanks to a better net run rate, Vienna CC are in second place. But Pakistan CC, they were the team. I think they maybe were a little bit fortunate today because they did pick up 2 wins, and really that was another contest between them and Indian Vienna that could also finish 1 apiece.
Yeah, they really could, or even could have gone 2-0 to Indian Vienna. Remember, they were within 3 balls each time. Yeah. So, I mean, these little things that probably all matter, but I will say probably fair to me that the second half of the day, the team split the points. And maybe a bit unfair on Indian Vienna, but I think also they just had a couple of moments they could probably look at themselves, particularly fielding the first game. You felt like they were able to defend that total, but just threw a few away, bowled a few too many extras. Well, I'm feeling the heat right now. And hopefully we got more heat coming tomorrow. We're expecting it here anyway. Good weather all week and good temperatures. I want to say that the Schnitzel says, you don't want the boiled potatoes, you want the potato salad. Okay, so Suraj is an expert. He's a local. Okay. So you got to go with what he tells
salad.
you. The potato salad.
I don't mind a bit of potato salad.
Sounds pretty good. Look, we have it pretty hot here at the moment, so we're going to go very shortly. But before we do, we want to remind you, go to our social media at European Cricket.
Yeah,
you can find
check it out.
bits from behind the scenes as well as we shoot them during the week. Also, we will have some of the best bits, and we've had quite a few highlights already here on day 1. You can also go to my social media at Mr. Maximo and at Rico Full on Instagram if you want to send us messages. We love getting your messages. Thank you so much for your company today. If you haven't already, make sure you thumbs up this video. Have you liked the video on YouTube yet?
Yeah,
always.
Always.
Make sure you thumbs up the video because it allows more people to see it and allows us to kind of keep bringing you the cricket. Thanks to everyone that contributed in the live chat today. I thought it was great.
They were brilliant. Hey, guys, you were fantastic.
I've got to say,
today.
we have the best viewers in world cricket, and I know the numbers were through the roof today, and why not? And a lot of people are excited for this Austrian series. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications on YouTube so that we can keep bringing you the cricket. Again, big thank you to all our viewers on FanCode. Hopefully you had a great day watching in the subcontinent as well. Right, I'm pretty hot. Are you hot? You ready for an ice cream?
Always hot.
You're an
buddy. Always
okay,
hot.
the ice cream salesman here. I think there might be spider flavoured ice cream that we're producing today, because that's the natural ingredients we've got around the cube today. But hopefully we see you again tomorrow for more exciting cricket action. Should be great to see Donna Stadt, who formerly known as Vienna Afghan. I'll see them on the park tomorrow for the first time. Really looking forward to seeing them again for now. But Rico, we're going to go. We're going to perhaps grab that schnitzel and maybe dip in a pool that is a little bit cooler than the air temperature here. But for now, from everyone at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Rico Full right here. I'm Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu. We'll see you tomorrow on ECN for more exciting action. Here's the best bits of today. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Adios, mi familia.